Tá na final é muito gratificante, mostra que a gente tá fazendo alguma coisa certa, né? E a gente tá jogando bem. Então tá todo mundo muito feliz, como viram aí no final, todo mundo gritou, pulou. Então é só uma sensação muito boa.
It feels really good to be in the finals of an international, and I'm really excited to bring NA their first international win in a while. Playing against Pain Gaming, it's always a unique experience because the crowd really is noticeable. Even before the game in Champ Select, you always hear the crowd cheering and chanting for them, but it's also noticeable when it suddenly goes quiet when we make a good play or get an advantage. So I'm hoping tomorrow that I make this arena as quiet as possible.
A série contra a FearX, com certeza vai ser uma série bem pegada, a gente espera que não chegue no jogo 5, né? Espera dar 3-0, enfim. Mas acho que vai ser uma série muito pegada, eles são bons jogadores.
I think in our last match against Pain, Hidon had a really good performance, but in our match against Fuego, Philip really showed up and had a dominating performance. I think Hidon is not ready for what's coming, and I think that Philip is going to really take it to him.
Acho que o star player deles, assim, o melhor jogador deles é o Axion, né? O jungler. Acho que tem que ficar de olho nele. A gente espera que a arena esteja bem brasileira, né? Espera que venha bastante gente e todo mundo grite bastante. Acho que dá uma assustada nos gringos aí até. Então a gente espera muito o apoio de vocês.
Thank you so much to all the fans for supporting us. Thank you so much Brazil for hosting this tournament. I'm really sorry for having to silence the home team, home crowd, and take this home for victory in NA, but it's coming.
Welcome back, one and all, for the America's Challengers Grand Finals. The stage is set before us. 6 teams from across North and South America, all with one goal in mind, to be the pride of our Tier 2 scene and the grand champions of our first ever America's Challengers. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and I couldn't be more excited for this Pain Gaming versus FearX Starforge matchup.
It's going to be an exciting one. You said it, Lennon. We started this tournament off with 6 teams, and we are now left with just 2. Pain Gaming, FearX Starforge, 2 teams who have done nothing but perform since this tournament started. They've proven to be the best of the regions that they're representing, and now today we're going to find out which one of them is going to be the first ever America's Challengers champions.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at the gauntlet so far. It did end up being a CBLOL Academy versus NACL matchup, but my goodness, did we have some fun along the way, Beat.
We did, and honestly, Fuego going a lot further than definitely myself expected. I was really happy to have underestimated them and see how far they were able to go. In the end, unfortunately, FearX Starforge defeated them yesterday to make it here to get the rematch against Pain Gaming. And for Pain Gaming, I mean, it's just been nothing but greatness from them since this entire tournament started. I think after the first couple of matches, day 1 and 2, you could see the opinion of a lot of the viewers and us as broadcast talent really recognizing that Pain Gaming were suddenly the team to beat. And now today, I think that hasn't really changed. Fear have a series ahead of them.
Yeah, the duality of the story of the upper bracket run versus the lower bracket run. But the upper bracket one is one of dominance, is one of might. And here in front of the home crowd, you know it's got to feel good for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, that's right. This roster, again, from the beginning, have done nothing but impress. Even in their home region, they were a team that dominated almost every match they were in, stumbled just a little bit in their split 2 finals, losing it to VKS, who they overcame here earlier in the upper bracket. So now they have a chance to avoid a repeat of history as they face Fear.
I love Fear coming out, trying to get some chants going for themselves. I hope we can hear them. I hope we can get somebody cheering for our boys. But here they are, Philip stone cold as always. But their journey here has been one of a lot of stumbles and trying to get over that line and doing so at the last moment, seemingly.
And just take a look at that crowd, guys. I mean, of course, they are in São Paulo, and it is a very... I saw a lot of black and red in the crowd. I don't know about you, Lennon. So there's a lot of Pain Gaming fans. ABO even mentioned it in that opener video that we had aired, that, hey, he wants to silence the crowd because he felt it, that every time they did something good against Pain Gaming, the audience was quite silent.
That's the biggest thing I love through all of this, and every time we get to talk to the players, one of the major things they talk about is just the energy, the feeling of the crowd, but also just taking a step back, the fact that our Tier 2 players get an opportunity like this, that they get to step on a stage in front of a crowd in an international event, is so awesome. And we have to take a little time to appreciate that, because when you talk to these players, that is the biggest thing that rings out in every one of their statements, is the opportunity to have experience like this is so impactful on the trajectory moving forward.
Yeah, it is. Like, just the ability to travel, go to other places, interact with other regions, and learn slightly different ways to play the game, and just get that experience does wonders for players who either have been in the Tier 1 scene, but especially those who are trying to make their first steps into LCL, CBLOL, whatever region it ends up being, Lennon. That's the amazing thing about it. Getting that experience beforehand is so invaluable, and that's the best part about America's Challengers for me.
It is indeed. And now that we're talking about our potential championship round here going on between FearX, StarForge, and Pain Gaming, we have to talk a little bit about the journeys getting to this point. It feels like this Pain Gaming roster, I know we talked about the upper bracket itself, but this guy on your screen right now, the guy that's playing rock, paper, scissors, that man has been leading the charge alongside this man right here, Tatu. I mean, Hidan and Tatu have been such an impactful force for this gaming team.
Yeah, they have been, and it's not to say that the rest of the map are slouches either. You look at QOTS, you look at Marvin Giggs, everybody pulls their weight on this roster. I think Marvin in particular, I mean, a player who, this is his first year of competitive play. He's still a rookie, that's right, Lennon, and he's still shown such amazing performances, especially here on stage, in front of a crowd, albeit a home crowd. Still, something to be said about a talent like that.
And if Fear are going to have a big hope today, the first two coming up on the docket are also just as important, but this man right here, Hidan, has had his number every time they've gone up against each other today, needing a huge step up from Philip. But this guy right here, you put everything on his shoulders, he will bear that weight. XU and a Blaze Olive, also the mid-jungle duo for this FearX StarForge team, have also been, I would say, just as impactful as that duo we were talking about for Paid Gaming.
Yeah, 100%. And I think you look at the bot lane of this team, Instinct is more of a sort of secondary carry role. I heard Cubby use the term cleanup damage yesterday during the broadcast, and I really agree with that assessment. And I think he does fulfill his role for this team very well alongside Winsome, and I think this is going to be a big challenge for them, especially considering what happened the last time in the playoff bracket these two teams faced off against each other. It was a bit of a tough showing for the bot and top lane of FearX StarForge.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I can't really hear you. You know, the crowd's getting too loud through here. I can feel their energy coming through the the mics here. But it's been really cool to see as well. And the fact that also we got a little bit of a preview to the trophy itself. The trophy looks absolutely beautiful, and be some nice hardware to take home for the first ever champion.
Yeah, and I thought the NACL trophy looked great, and mind you, it does, but I really like what they did here with the America's Challengers one as well. As we get into Champ Select, again, this is our grand finals. Mazel, Pain Gaming versus FearX StarForge. Both regions' second seeds for the tournament are here to try and take it home.
Funny how that works. We'll see if the lower bracket run is what makes dreams for FearX StarForge or Pain Gaming remain dominant all the way through. This is Fearless, so every champion chosen for these games are not going to be available since it is a best of 5. Once we get to game 4, we will not have our second phase of bans. Once we get to game 5, there will be no bans whatsoever, just the Fearless bans. Now, already neck deep into it, we had the Azir first pick for Pain Gaming Academy. Meanwhile, on the other side, FearX StarForge, they double lock in the Cassante and the Tristana.
Yeah, and I will say real quick, the bans that we saw from Pain Gaming, the brand, because they know it's such a big pick there for XU, and I especially want to call out the Ezreal ban. It's a champion that has had a lot of success in this tournament. It's 7-1. Instinct looked great on it, and I have a feeling that we're going to expect to see that taken away for most of this match.
Thing is, though, with these best of 5s, you won't have bans.
That's true.
Time
Game
goes
5.
On. So we'll see exactly how it goes. They could go the distance. So now we are getting a very strong top jungle combo here, at least with the Sejuani Camille.
I mean, Sedge, melee top, you already love to see it. And the Camille into the Cassante, a counter we don't see too often, but it's a counter Hidan is very happy to play. You said it earlier, Mazel. He's had Philip's number ever since this tournament started. And Philip, he's trying to beat the fatherhood allegations today.
I'm wondering who won the rock, paper, scissors competition there.
Oh my god, me too.
That's exactly. Hey, I don't know. I'm not remembering very well if he played scissors or not. But maybe he did, and then we have Camille. So
he was foreshadowing.
It's not Gwen, but it's the same thing. The Ziggs, though, something else to think about. It's the construction crew, or the destruction crew, rather, for FearX Starforge so far.
Yeah, and you can see the Kaisa taken away immediately has been a very popular answer in this tournament. Marvin himself has even done it in this matchup. So they want to remove the late game power in the Kaisa, and conversely, the early game power in the Kalista. Another champion Marvin has had great success on. He's currently 2-0 on it. So they want to remove some bot lane dominance from Pain Gaming.
Phil's been training for this his whole life, this whole tournament. That's all he's been building for. Speaking of some of the things that we've been building towards, the very heavy facilitation jungler setup is going to be taken away. Deforestation is the name of the game for Pain Gaming, as they do not want to see the Ivern or the Maokai from FearX Starforge. Getting into the second phase of picks, though, we are already getting the Rel for Winsome, and I actually really like this pick. I think it's been a pivotal pick throughout the tournament. Yeah,
it has, and the Galio hover would be interesting. Oh, wow, they're actually just going to immediately lock that in. Galio, it's going to be Galio support for Giggs, and it does play pretty well into a lot of melee matchups, but really what's good about it here is that it's being paired with the Camille. I can already tell, looking at this draft, no one can match Camille in the side lane, and if you try to make a play where FearX Starforge over-index in that lane, Galio can join, turn the play on its head.
That's so interesting. Also, just the Venn diagrams going on right now, at least. Also going to be very, very strong. But the team fight damage also backed up very heavily from Pain Gaming. This is the kind of draft I love to see in a full Fearless game number one. It is the Zyra, though, and I will say this pick is a monster in the hands of XU.
Yeah, it is. He is really good on the pick. Another one of the AP junglers that Pain Gaming weren't able to, couldn't afford to ban away. So now this comp is going to be all about the range. It is all about trying to keep Pain Gaming at arm's length. They do have a good front line as well with Philip and Winsome to lock up members of Pain Gaming, especially the Zeri, especially this Camille, who are really trying to get in there and do as much damage as possible.
God, love to hear the crowd there. Love to see the chants. This is the kind of fandom you love to see represented, and especially here on the T2 international stage. Now, talking about the compositions a little bit more, like, we are looking at fisticuff central here when we get to 5-on-5, but it does feel like Pain Gaming's kind of in-between style picks can be very powerful as well.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's Pain Gaming have going for them is, Zeri, Azir, late game, that's a lot of DPS you're working with Mazel, and you have the front line to cover them as well. So if this Camille, if the Sejuani can close the gap and allow these carries to do damage, especially in the late game, I'm really liking Pain Gaming's chances. You have the Ziggs, you have the Tristana. This is a combo FearX Starforge go for a lot, Mazel, and what they need to do with it is actually try and prioritize those grubs if they can make it happen, get an early gold lead with this Demolition duo.
And it's a best of 5, so we do have to think ahead a little bit as well. There are some serious power picks taken off of both sides to look forward to for this Fearless setup going forward. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun to kind of keep an eye on. But this game number one is what we all have our eyes on. Hidan has taken a very confident pick into Philip, feeling like he had his number every other time. Pain Gaming feeling like they have Fear's number every other time. We'll see if Fear can upset the balance and start off strong as we get into our best of 5 for our first ever grand finals of the America's Challengers. Let's see what these teams have in store.
Oh, and you can just hear the fans chanting, "Go Pain, go Pain." Those are the very chants Blaze all of us as he wants to silence. And being him alongside XU, a big part of FearX Starforge's success these last couple of months in the summer split and here in the Americas tournaments. He has the ability to do so. Can he do it here today?
It's so funny when you talk to all the players. They're like, man, it's like terrifying, but also fueling at the same time to have that many cheers, that much
because there's no pressure on you.
Loudness coming at you.
Yeah, I mean, even I got to talk to XU, and he even says he thinks the crowd could be worked against them just because of things like what ABO had mentioned, where if things start going well for Fear, the crowd is suddenly silent. As Pain Gaming, you feel that let in. You know that. You notice that. You know why it's happening.
You definitely do. We'll see if they can use some of that crowd energy on the Rift here, starting on blue side. Has been maybe, I feel like, the stronger side, at least this point in the tournament. But I also want to take a check-in on these jungle paths. It will be opposite side pathing as we get a 2v2 in bot side. Just going to have kickoff of some trading here. But looking at the focuses for both these junglers, it is a bit opposite.
Right, and I think XU pathing to top makes a lot of sense there. I think you kind of expect the Sejuani to play with that melee top laner, and the hope there is that you would want to cover just to make sure a play doesn't happen, especially if you want to be able to get that early grub spawn. I can't imagine we see a lane swap with the Ziggs and the Rel to try and get yourself priority over that first set of grubs, probably more likely the second. So anything XU can do to influence that top side matchup so they can get that objective is really crucial.
Yeah, and both top laners going to have a lot of team fight potential, at least setting up their teams in a lot of regards. See if this, at least focus from XU, is going to pay dividends. He was spotted out, though, so at least some information being given over to Pain Gaming Academy. I think that's super useful. See if a Blaze Olive can kind of keep priority in the mid lane on this Tristana.
Yeah.
And that's something else we could talk about a little bit as well. The Azir coming in here, the Tristana answer, the kind of priority fight that we're going to have between Qots and a Blaze Olive.
Yeah, I know you can see it. Trist has really good pushing power. Blaze Olive, you can see he's trading his health just to get as much push as he can early on. And this has kind of been that strategy there for FearX Starforge, kind of as a whole throughout the split. ABO makes a lot of space for XU in the early game just because of his ability to lane and his ability to get that push, get good matchups, and win even a little bit more than you would generally expect. I know this time Qots has kind of got that push on him, but even still, XU did have the space to go for the invade, and he's going for a top gank.
Yeah, he was spotted out on that ward while crossing over to the enemy jungle as well. But yeah, popping that one, they know they can still play pretty confidently up here. And so the early pathing at least not going to pay off for XU, but still very strong in the Zyra itself. Maybe a revisit as well. Zidane had stayed up this way. Zidane going for another ward. Not expected. It came back. Does have the hook shot to get away because he is the Camille. And Tatu was trying to go for an invade on the other side. Get a little bit of vision instead.
Yeah, and that's something I actually want to credit Pain Gaming for a lot. Like, going back through a lot of their matches throughout the tournament, they are really good at setting up deep vision. It's either Tatu, his bot lane, whoever the case may be, and they use that information to track the opposing jungler, and they are always so good at getting that information and using it to their best advantage. And you can see they're already doing it right here and now. They're going to have that clear look at XU and everything what he's doing. They're going to see him in 4K Mazel. And that means the laners know exactly how aggressive they can be.
And that information pays dividends for Pain Gaming, as well as we will have a dragon coming up in about 25 seconds. I will say none of our teams have necessarily gone for the on-spawn dragons here. A lot of vision for Pain Gaming is just being played towards right now. And honestly, giving them kind of control over decision-making like you were saying. And we actually see Tatu going for a bit of an aggressive move to wait for XU. Yep. Maybe he thought maybe a little bit of vision play there, but fight over the chickens instead.
Yeah, both have smites. ABO actually does have that fast track because of where the wave is. So I think Tatu actually wants to go for it again. Wow, he's really pushing for this one.
ABO's fighting on the other side of the wave.
There we go.
Yeah, XU's fight that one away. Couple of trades between the two. We have seen in the past these two like to chatter a little bit. It's been a lot of fun to see kind of their relationship grow.
Yeah, especially just hearing from XU that these guys have been talking a lot. XU has a lot of respect for him. Oh, hold on.
That's bold. He had the level 6 mark, so that's the biggest difference that he was trying to utilize right there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if he done. Okay, yeah, he is going to stay. He's going to clear that wave out. XU cancels the back. I think right now that's why you could see ABO is walking towards his top side. Pain Gaming know that they're not in a great spot to go for these grubs. They have the bot push. They're going to go ahead and Drake stack instead. So both sides kind of getting a lot of what they want. You don't mind trading Dragon for the first 3 grubs as Pain Gaming. The question is just going to be, can you prevent Fear from getting all 6 of them? Because letting that go to a Ziggs and Tristana comp, I mean, you're liable to lose a lot of your turret plates before that 14-minute mark.
But if you look at Pain Gaming's comp, I mean, once they get level 6, their kind of fight around that next spawn of grubs will be very strong.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're going to be bringing Giggs up as well. And seeing him get involved on the map, especially once he gets that heroic entrance, I think is super important. Just being able to kind of make this Galio pick pay off. But he's also, not only that, the player that has been in a majority of kind of shot calling positions or at least playmaking decisions with Tatu.
Yeah, and I think Giggs in general has just been really good on not just the standard picks, but will play the more unique kind of stuff here where he'll play the Galio, he'll play the Poppy, he'll run the Pike, even though the Pike ended up losing for the most part. He does really well on these sorts of picks, and he opens up draft opportunities for his team. Like, again, because his willingness to play this pick in this position, they have that Camille Galio combo, which is really going to leverage Hidan's ability to be powerful in side lane as the game goes on.
We did see Tatu leech level 6 there. So he does have the Glacial Prison. If Fears step up too far, they're just going to die. There's the Glacial Prison goes wide. The flash play doesn't matter, though. The damage sticks, and first blood goes to Pain Gaming Academy.
Really nicely done there from Pain Gaming. Nice patience from Tatu, even though the Glacial Prison ended up missing. That's just good recognition from Giggs. As soon as the Satchel Charge goes out, you know you have that Justice Punch to set up the CC onto the Ziggs.
This little stutter there from Hidan, but honestly, so huge to get Marvin, of all people, an early kill on the Zeri. You'll love to see that, and also this, this rookie year of his maybe ending up in a strong position for him, at least starting off in this game number 1.
Yeah, that's right. 1-0 on the Zeri, who's going to be a big source of late-game DPS. Is something Marvin and the rest of Pain Gaming are going to be very happy about. We'll see this again. Remember, no Satchel Charge, so Instinct very vulnerable. Who cares if the Glacial Prison misses? It's just the easiest first blood you've seen.
The crowd loves it, and Pain Gaming Academy loves it as well. Fueled by the fire of their community, and it's working out so well so far. As XU is going to try to make a gank happen in topside. You have to remember, it's very hard to kill this Camille, and especially when Hidan has Flash. Winsome also going to make his way up here. Ablaze Olive is also making his way up here. Bring your masses! As he tries to get away, he does in fact, in Fear, can't find anything. Now Philip.
ABO's here.
He's going to be slowed down. ABO has made the long walk up this way, but I think PNG will play pretty safely now.
Yeah, so good cover from Tatu. Nice hook shot from Hidan to avoid the play. He's going to drop a couple of creeps, but ultimately not really any worse for wear because of it. There is no play to be made here. And, oh wow, even so, Hidan?
Just keep it XU around a little bit more. But as we're getting to it now, we do have about a minute until the next grubs. This is going to be super important. And I do want to talk about how kind of PNG can approach these fights. They have a ton of go buttons if they have the right pieces in the right places. And I feel like their combo is very strong if they can be very direct with it.
Yeah, and it's, worth noting too, Giggs has ticked over to level 6. So he has the heroic entrance. So it does mean anyone you jump on as, hold on a second.
Marvin, he doesn't have escape. He's going to burn the flash. He does
nice
barely
cleanse.
getting away for that ignite.
Wow.
That is really nice. Marvin surviving.
Yeah, really nicely played. It does cost his ult. It does cost both of his summoner spells, though. So now Fear are in a position where, if they wanted to lane swap or push this wave in and then move their bot lane over to these grubs, I think they'd have a really big advantage. Marvin's going to have a tougher time actually trying to put out DPS at this subjective fight. And yep, I like this direction Instinct is going in. I think Fear recognize how valuable these grubs are.
And we talked a little bit about PNG's entrance in a lot of these, but it feels like Fears comes alive as time goes on, as we get a couple items for these major carries. Right now, they're putting the pressure on topside, maybe even looking at Grub again, but their composition, especially with the Ziggs and the Tristana, comes to bear when you get those second items, when you can get some of the standing gold on the turrets.
Yeah, and I mean, they can get to those second items very quickly, Mazel, now that they have gotten that Grub-ageddon. All 6 grubs into their back pocket. You can see Qots is pushing in the picture-in-picture, but I think this is absolutely worth it, especially one Spear. You know, just use that 6 grubs that they've gotten for themselves. All they need to do is throw a bunch of people plus Ziggs into one of these side lane turrets, and they should have no problem collecting that first brick. And in fact, they can probably collect the second one too.
There's going to be PNG looking for another dragon. This would be really nice for their stacking objectives, though it is Fear moving in to try to fight this one. Instant engage.
Oh, wow.
And already Tatu's getting burned down. Strangle Throw comes through. It's going to be Tatu that claims the dragon as well. Giggs maybe throwing himself on the line here. Blaze Olive still fighting through, and Giggs will just give up his life. The dragon, though, taken by Pain Gaming.
Honestly, not the worst thing to happen for Pain Gaming. They managed to walk away. It does cost them their mid and jungle's flash, actually, so I'm going to revise that assessment. I do think that is tough, and I think come that Herald fight, that is something Fear can look to abuse because of the fact that they won't have those summoner spells back and ready to go. Oh, I said 2, actually 3 flashes. Giggs also flashed in that last exchange, so it will make Fear's all in a little bit easier to get done.
We are also getting to first items here in majority members, at least the Convergence or Tatu, but more importantly, the Nashor's Tooth, first item for Qots. We also got the Leandries and the Blade of the Rune King for the mid jungle for Fear as well. So an uptick in a little bit of fighting power, but in game, they look to try to punish Philip up here and maybe get Hidan a bit of an advantage in the side lane.
Yeah, I think it's just more showing up, escorting the wave in case Philip gets too aggressive. Yeah, there's a ward. Hidan, I don't think he knows necessarily, but now there's a lot of people headed towards that top side. I mean, right now, we're a minute away from plates dropping. Still waiting to see if Fear are going to be able to actually try and knock down some of these turret plates. We are seeing XU towards this bottom side. Qots, remember, no flash, no ult. He does have to walk away. Now that Fear's presence is known. And, okay, there we go. Now, this is going to be the almost certainly first break.
Got to burn it down as fast as possible. And see what Pain Gaming can get anywhere else. That's a Blaze Olive that was walking pretty riskily back to lane, but will be just escorted by Giggs. His first turret does end up going to Fear X Starforge, using the destructive comp very well.
Yeah, I mean, between that, the plates collected on top lane as well. You can see Fear X Starforge have gotten themselves almost a 3,000 gold lead. And this is exactly how they want to do it here. And as long as Philip avoids the ensuing play, oh, he's fine. He's fine. Everything's fine.
There's a chicken. There's a chicken running around. By the way, still one of the best skins they ever put out. The bucket of chicken.
Is that totally? Oh, is that totally not Galio or something? Or what is that skin? I don't remember.
No, it's like the restaurant one that they put out with like the pizza and the chicken.
Oh, and like the Baker Morgana and stuff like that.
No, I don't know.
Not Baker. Baker Pantheon. Like Pantheon.
Maybe. But they're baking right now.
Yes.
Because they're looking for
I dare
a fight.
say cooking.
Again, baby cookie. They might have the chef's hat on.
Yeah.
The biggest thing here for Pain Gaming is the strength lies in their instant engages. They catch somebody overextended or in the wrong position, they can instantly pounce, and you're going to be wishing you had not gotten out positioned. And we're seeing a little bit of movement from this top side, but stopped in his tracks is Hidan. They're going to take a fight there instead. And Fear, they're actually leaning up towards this way to try to collapse over here. A Blaze Olive going to be over here with the rocket jump, but now PNG taking advantage of the rest of the fight. Philip maybe overextending there. Tatu going low.
Nice
Tatu
turn.
going down. Instinct gets one. Winsome going low here as well, but PNG, they wanted this fight back, and now they don't find a good place to continue it. They're on the other side of the wall here as Riptail gets started up by Fear X Starforge.
X, you said the way they were going to win this series is if they were ready for how often Pain Gaming love to fight. And they find a great fight, proving that true here around this Rift Herald. So they're going to secure another neutral objective, and they have another avenue to knock down turrets and continue extending this gold lead.
A little bit overzealous there by Pain Gaming, but I could see the angle. Because that's honestly, if you look back to their last series against each other, that's where Pain Gaming were taking advantages on the back ends of fights or in the in-betweens, like forcing Fear to not have a standard setup for themselves. The Blaze Olive is going to get Hextech Ultimatum. There's the combo. Venn diagrams of death come for you, and nobody can escape that one. A shutdown as well to Q-Ots.
So that extra bit of gold is going to feel very nice. The Blaze Olive, a little head scratch, not happy about that one. And that's just a taste of what we can expect from Pain Gaming in that side lane. Q-Ots won't always be there, but the Camille Galio is definitely what you can expect. XU, of course, is going to respond, taking some control over this bot side. He's going to rob Tatsu of some jungle camps, and now this pressure towards the mid and bottom side of the map, even though it's going to cost a turret for them, Fear do have control over this next Drake. They can halt the Drake stacking and find themselves in a pretty comfortable position this game.
They're extending pretty far on bot side, and there is a redeploy coming out from Pain Gaming. Luckily, they'll catch Tatu right in transition here, so they won't stay around for the turret. Do get really good damage on a tier 2, but now the focus has to be on the Dragon. You do not want to give a soul point over to Pain Gaming Academy.
No, especially not Mountain Soul. Galio, Camille, Sejuani, I think they would love that a little bit too much. So Fear can't let that happen as we take a look at this play right here. We saw the other POV with God Vision. This is what EBO saw. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything he could do there. Actually, it looked like he used the Buster shot right away, and Hedon managed to dodge out on it when he cast that Hextech Ultimatum. So nicely done from Hedon.
I mean, the guy's been the GOAT, it feels like, of this tournament. Hedon has had such an incredible, at least go for Pain Gaming Academy himself. But it's also just been the way that he's kind of dismantled the top lanes. And I mean, the fact that this guy is so experienced, he's been in the scene for so long, and he's still able to do this kind of stuff is so nice.
Yeah, it's great. And he has been just a top performer this entire tournament, and again, a big part of the success Pain Gaming had against BRX Starforge the first time earlier in that playoff bracket. I think what I enjoy most about watching him play is his ability to find flank angles. He'll go deep to set up these angles so the carries of his opponents aren't able to respond properly, and it's part of how Pain Gaming team fights so very well in that mid to late game.
We're going to need to see that come alive here as we're getting closer and closer to second items completed as well. More team fights on the horizon. As Fear looking to make a move behind Pain Gaming's move, and it's just moves of moves, flangles of flangles, and P&G, they're trying to reconsider that one as Winsome goes for the insta-engage. Now right back to it. There's the Emperor's Divide. Stranglethorn used underneath it, though. Winsome getting low. Pain Gaming, they're looking to fight, and they've got Tate. Phillips split off from the rest of his team, and this is where we've seen things go wrong time and time again for Fear. Pain Gaming take full advantage.
Yeah, they're initially engaged. It didn't get them enough, Mazel, so Giggs was able to have a big play with the ultimate there and that heroic entrance. And a lot of the gold lead, basically all of it, has been destroyed by that play there from Fear X Starforge. And you can hear the chants. They're getting louder because even the crowd knows that Pain Gaming have gotten themselves a big play.
Yeah, I mean, from the shutdown at topside when they got that one, and then now also these couple fights, it is an even game. And that's where we have to talk a little bit of brass tacks here. This also has been the story for Fear. They constantly find big advantages in the early games, but we've seen them falter every time, it feels like. So trying to find that consistency for this team is also important.
Yeah, we're going to see the replay here. I think that the interesting thing, too, is that's kind of hard with this comp is you're playing a Zyra, you want teams to move into you, you want to kite, but you can see they're running forward, XU is flashing forward, and they couldn't find a single kill after using all their ultimates. So the turn from Pain Gaming, it's just too easy. They want to get up close and personal, and they are very happy about Fear running into them.
You could hear how quiet the crowd was until these couple moments have started going back in their favor. Now we're getting loud and rambunctious again as Philip forced to flash away, but instantly pounced on by Hedon. Now we're going to get the TP in. That's a Blaze Olive. I mean, he's just a little Tristana. What are you going to do against them? He busted shots away. Rocket jumps beautifully as Giggs was trying to come around there. They actually caught Tatu. He's going to flash. He is going to get out with his Arctic Assault. It's now Rico again. Philip staying a little bit too long. Does almost get his life taken from him. As we do get the Rift Herald pop, it's going to be XU trying to drive that one straight to mid lane and get some more standing gold for Instinct and for Fear.
Yeah, it is a bit of a kind of last second Herald spawn. I'm almost certain that it was about to expire.
No.
Oh, no.
He doesn't even have time to use it. Finally, before he dies, he goes down with that ultimate use. Now Hidan has found that TP play, almost catching the stragglers here, but not worth it. And PNG, they consistently are finding punishes, and now, for the first time, they have a gold lead.
And it's like that first 15 minutes didn't even happen, Mazel. You just see Fear not being able to effectively use the Rift Herald, having to drop it last second. It makes the play very telegraphed. So Giggs, Tatsu, the rest of Pain Gaming were very easily able to punish XU for that one. And Fear, not only did they not get that mid-tier 1 turret, they lost the bot tier 1 as well. Pain Gaming, they have the gold lead in their favor now.
And meanwhile, we have seen Tatu maybe be the one that gets caught out a lot, but he's also one of the major pieces of what is setting up these kind of plays for PNG. And honestly, rightfully so. The guy has been a king at the jungle, and now that we see the momentum shifting in their favor, he is also going to be on his second item. And I think these team fights are going to get a little bit hot and heavy to handle.
That's right now. The focus here is on this next Drake. 15 seconds until it spawns. It is Pain Gaming's sole point, and it's worth noting, I will say there actually is a slight advantage there for Fear, just because ABO backed. He has a second item.
Oh, they're just trying to take out Tatu immediately. This time it works, although Hidan had another idea going in on the other side. Does end up hookshotting his way away. Qats was trying to keep Prio in mid lane, but now PNG don't have any jungle on the map, and they're going to try to still contest this dragon. Maybe feeling the team fight might just be worth it.
They do have some big ults to play with, but it's looking like they actually just want to posture, maybe push out that next mid wave and trade the Drake. I will say, stacking Mountain Drakes will feel really nice there for Fear. Winsome and Phillip are going to get very, very tanky if they're going to be able to continue stacking. But again, a lot of that advantage came from the fact that ABO had that second item over Qats. He's going for the death cap second, so it's very expensive. Didn't get that second item power spike, and it is what opened this one up for some success, I think.
I mean, he just doesn't have the tankiness to stay alive just yet. Maybe in the far future,
yeah,
but not just now at least. And we are now finally cresting the second items for our carries as well, as we have that Runans completed from Marvin. Also has a BF sword on the back of it, so his team fight strength has actually kind of soared through the roof. But that's what I love about these comps. If we take a look back holistically, like in the draft, we literally said both these teams want to fisticuff team fight and team fights. And team fight and team fight and team fight and team fight. And that's what we're going to get. And at this point, I feel like both these teams are setting up to some very, very big 5-on-5s.
Yeah, and I will say, I do like Pain Gaming's chances a little more later on into the game. Partially because, again, no one can really match Hidan, especially once he gets to that second item. He is going to be a monster in the side lane. He has Giggs in his back pocket with that Camille Galileo combo. And the fact that, I mean, you have a good front line in these 5v5s for Qats and Marvin, who are very strong, consistent DPS dealers in these team fights. So Fear, they're going to have to play these fights out really nicely, really cleanly. They want to get that win here in game one.
Completely dead even, 24 minutes in. Pain Gaming Academy trying to put some pressure on this top side, leaning Giggs over there as well. And the side lane catch-outs can be very powerful for them. We already mentioned it so many times, but their catch-out tools are very, very strong, as they're actually getting a redeploy out from Fear X Starforge, trying to re-secure some of the vision control around this top side.
I will say Hidan is actually staying. I think he must be sitting on a bunch of gold. He's ahead in terms of gold, but you can see how behind he is in itemization. Might be waiting for a big back. Maybe he's waiting for himself to back, set up a teleport play, and maybe Pain Gaming can try and go for a Baron. But right now, yeah, Phillip can definitely do this. He's liking his chances.
Okay, Phillip likes him. He's going in. He's got the flash already burned. He's going to try to get the angle here onto Hidan. Does end up getting the hook shot away, so not able to do it.
It's just Camille. What can you do? They do go flash for flash.
He must have won the round for this Dizu.
Yeah. And okay, I guess this is that Baron play. Remember, Hidan has teleport. He has a lot of gold to spend.
don't know, though. This is going to be a little dicey if Fear can get their damage dealers
Maybe
here. Hidan has come over. Oh, he's just going to go for the engage. There we go. That's what you like to see. Heroic Interest coming down as well. Pain Gaming. Now, though, they're split from the fight.
Wow.
Divide. We get him right back. And Marvin waits to use the Lightning Crash until it's right in the eyes of Fear. They can no longer see. They've been blinded by the light and Fear. They are rebuffed from that mid lane play. And now back onto the Baron. Potentially goes Pain. No. Okay.
No. These health bars are way too low, but a great fight coming through from Pain Gaming. It is going to get them that priority, and actually, they're just going to full send it. Never mind, you have Sejuani to tank. It doesn't matter. Blaze all of TP'd away, so they know that they have the ability to do this. Oh my god, it's a disaster for Pain, or for Fear X Starforge.
What a map play. I mean, I love it because we were talking to the XU, and XU was like, oh yeah, that was close. One of the biggest things is we want to either be able to outfight them or be able to out macro them. Well, Pain Gaming have showed up today with some serious macro hands. They will end up losing a couple turrets because of the destruction crew that Fear have, but getting that Baron is huge.
And that is a small comfort for Fear X Starforge. They open the map a little bit more. They do collect 2 tier 2 turrets worth of gold. And I think it's just in time. As long as they can get these recalls off and get them soon and spend the gold that they do. Wow, that just feels terrible. As long as they can spend this gold and recall soon, they will be on time for this next dragon. But that's why you're seeing Pain Gaming get aggressive, wasting their time. So any gold they've earned these last few minutes, they're not able to spend it.
Oh, Giggs, he's caught out a little bit, tried to get out, but now he's just stuck in the fire. And now you're going to be missing a huge part of your front line. Just trying to use this Baron buff is the most important thing right now for Pain Gaming Academy.
Yes, so I will say, as long as Pain can try and delay this Dragon start, we'll actually talk about that one after. We're going to see this fight again. I will say Winsome played this one really nicely, making a lot of space, forcing the Hextech ultimatum onto him. But Qots with the Flash Emperor's Divide is what ended this fight for Fear X Starforge. So much damage on the carries, no more room for them left to fight. And because ABO TP'd away, Pain Gaming got the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they literally waited until the TP completed and started it up. It's huge. Now we are on 3 items for both Marvin and Instinct. Very differing styles of damage, though. Sustained from Marvin and a little bit bursty from Instinct. We'll see if the poke does come alive because we do have a dragon up and both teams looking at soul point.
Yeah, and it's going to be Pain Gaming. I think the delay on the backs from Fear X Starforge is actually what ended up opening this one up to them. Even though Giggs died, they bought so much space and time that he was able to show up and make enough space that they are collect that 3rd Drake. So that's Mountain Soul on the horizon for Pain Gaming, a huge buff. And against something like the Ziggs, Instinct would not be happy if they got it.
Philip going over towards the enemy team now as well. He's going to use that Hextech ultimatum. Now the combo is there. Philip is still going to get that kill now. It is traded immediately back there as it's going to be a 2 for 2 now. Going forward is actually they're not able to get Philip in the end. And it's actually Fear X Starforge who fight it out, take down Hidan and Giggs, though they are losing their mid tier 2.
Yeah, and Baron buff still going strong here for the side of Pain Gaming. I will say that was a good fight from Fear X Starforge. They are able to come out on top, trading that 1 for 2, even though it does cost them a tier 2 turret. And Fear are still in a bit of a tough spot right now. They can't let that Mountain Soul to go through. And if Pain Gaming are able to get that, it's kind of done and dusted.
You see the backing Giant Poro as Tatu's going to take the reset here. Yeah, the butt waggle. We're going to take a look back at this fight because honestly, it felt like Pain Gaming were the ones that really wanted to try to take this one after they saw that Philip went through, but the collapse from Fear was huge.
It was, and you could see a Blaze Olive putting in a lot of help there to help take down Hidan, and as soon as Hidan's out of this fight, isn't able to actually get any serious damage done, I think Fear's chances just soar dramatically in some of these skirmishes and team fights. So really good play from Philip to allow the rest of his team to come show up and help.
And you can literally see the difference in what the Mortal Reminder does for Blaze Olive's damage against all these frontliners. Like, he is actually able to kill them now. So we'll see as time goes on. We're going to be on 4th items here very soon for our carries. And this is the state of the game where we have to talk about the machinations for both these teams, because we know Pain Gaming love to fight. They love to fight you tooth and nail everywhere you could go, but Fear feel like they have the better macro sense. We're going to need to see them utilize that with this style of composition in a Blaze Olive. Not realizing Tatu was there is going to get stopped midair, but still is able to get to the rest of the team.
It's fine. All it costs him is his rocket jump, nothing else. Still, I like the look from Tatu and the rest of Fear X Starforge. Baron's up in 1:40 seconds. It's going to be the next thing both teams have set their sights on. That's why you see that play there, preventing a Blaze Olive from pushing the way to the tier 2 turret. Right now, though, XU is in a little bit of trouble.
Sneaky.
Oh, they just don't know. Oh, and the plant died.
He did not see everybody else go over the corner, though. Tatu and Hidan had snuck their way over here, and we're looking at some sneaky snakes here from Pain Gaming Academy, although Fear feel like there is something going on here. They will not be able to get the stops of the backs in any regard. 0 for 3, but it's fine, as we're going to get resets from Pain Gaming.
Now Fear are going to get their turn to clear up vision and try and get set up for this Baron. And now, I'm wondering if there's push play in the cards for them, but I think they actually are just wanting to recall, spend whatever gold they can. I think the big thing for them would be if AVO hits his 4th item on the Tristana, your DPS would be astronomical. I think it's very fitting, as in a lot of these team fights, AVO does the bulk of the damage for this team as well. And he's been such a big part of this team's success alongside XU, so this just feels like comfort zone for him.
Using some of that experience. On the other hand, I got to talk about somebody who doesn't have as much experience in Marvin. He's on 4 items now, 4-0, a major carry in this force for Pain Gaming. Now they're looking for a little bit of pressure in mid lane, but this guy, he has a ton of weight on his shoulders. He is a primary damage dealer in this kind of composition, and his positioning is going to be utmost importance.
It is. Flash still on cooldown. Actually, it looks like he will have it in time for the Dragon. I think that's going to be that most important thing, because he is, again, a lot of that damage. Q-Ot's also worth noting. Really strong at the moment. Has Void Staff. Has the Death Cap. So those Sand Soldiers, they're just going to be ripping people to shreds. And again, that's Pain Gaming's comp. A lot of DPS that if Fear aren't able to burst down members with the Ziggs Tristana, with the Zyra, then these long fights, they will not go well for them.
You look at the vision toggle by the observers, no vision around this Dragon Pit for Fear.
None.
They don't have any control over that side of the map, and they know there are sharks lurking. Hidan is just waiting to catch somebody out, and we're getting ready for this Dragon spawn now. We've been waiting around for about a minute in mid lane trying to see who can push, who can pull, but now we're going to get a potential soul of a Mountain Soul for PNG. Oh, wait, just go in.
Oh, they're going.
He's got the full-on engage. Hidan goes on the side. They need to reposition here. Fear are losing bodies, but so are PNG. They get the all-out on the Hidan. Giggs going forward now. Ultra Shock Laser going a little bit wide. The fact that Marvin and Q-Ots are still full health is so terrifying. Heroic entrance coming in as well. Hidan has set up the team. Oh, no. They actually catch out Giggs. A Blaze Olive goes too far forward, but the Buster Shot.
Oh, I think he's dead.
Marvin, tick, tick, boom, baby.
Wow, so it ends up being a pretty even fight. Well, it's actually a 2 for 3 in favor of Pain Gaming, but it's looking like, can Q-Ots actually go for the Drake? I mean, there's vision, but there are also teleports on the side of Fear X Starforge. They don't want to let this go through. So can they actually do something about it? It's looking like the answer is no. The Camille, Azir, as Tristana Ziggs, you don't want to actually walk into that. So that is the Mountain Soul over for Pain Gaming, and a big buff in their hands. It's going to help them close out game 1.
God, I love that we're getting this kind of game for game number 1. It is a knockout, drag-out fight. We're taking a look back.
Yeah, and again, really nicely done there from Tatu. Before going down, just throwing a lot of his CC AVO's way, actually limiting the amount of DPS he's able to do in this fight. So it did make it a little harder for Fear to get their max damage out. And despite Philip's best attempts to peel for his backline to try and put pressure onto Hidan, he still ends up going down alongside XU.
Really good calculation there from a Blaze Olive, though. And also on top of all that, that was a shutdown, by the way, for a very massive Marvin. And so you get a ton of extra gold for Blaze Olive. He's going to be almost on full build now. And the fact of the matter is we're going to have these extremely late-game team fights. But a Mountain Soul has been acquired by Pain Gaming Academy, and that poke that we've talked about so often is not going to matter as much.
No, it feels really bad if you're the Ziggs. Any poke you're doing before objectives basically gets nullified. You're just relying on your burst in the team fight to hopefully get the job done. But on top of the soul, the individual Drakes giving you those extra stats. Giggs and Tatu, Hidan all loving it, making them that much tankier.
Look at that shield on Marvin. Like, that is a massive shield for an ADC. As Philip coming over from the bottom side to try to get a flank angle here. Baron is on the table. Pain Gaming been very willing to pull this one and try to go for a fight because of their engage tools. Winsome just goes for his own engage. Mega Inferno Bomb goes completely wide. Hidan not going for the play, but Tatu is engaged.
Tatu!
Look at the Emperor's Divide! Q-Odds finds the massive angle, deletes one, and now we've got a little bit of an even fight. Fear have prio in mid lane, though. They're going to try to continue pushing. They have the destruction combo.
I like it.
And they're looking for an inhib.
Yeah, I like it. They're basically forcing Pain Gaming to go the long way because Q-Ots is dead for another 45 seconds. That's a big source of your DPS. So they're going to be able to knock down the mid inhibitor. They have a wave, but I don't think they want to go for more. Still, I like the call from Fear x Starforge. They still have their jungler, by the way, so they can just walk it straight to Baron as there are no TPs available on Pain Gaming's side. They do take it pretty quickly, so I wonder if they can burst this down before Pain get there.
I will say, though, Pain looks like they want to try to contest, though it is burning down
they
very
do.
quickly. Maybe if Tatu can get in there and steal it away, maybe he's got the hands, but it only gets down to half health. Now Fear not feeling confident. Hidan goes forward.
Nice.
Really nice natural charge there from Instinct, though. X-Deck Ultimatum is used. Philip is the tank. Philip is the front line. Philip is setting up his team. Here comes Winsome to reinforce, and you got to say the Calvin is charging.
Wow! Hidan!
Instinct goes on a rampage now as well.
Wow, so that ended up going huge there for Fear x Starforge. They can actually turn back and start this Baron again, especially because they have Winsome back. He's respawned and made his way over. Hidan is 40 seconds on the gray screen.
That's rough. That's a huge in for your team here. Winsome looking for the angle on the other side, just trying to stop them from moving forward. The Baron is not the target right now. Marvin going ham. Marvin looking for the angle. Look for him. He hasn't been touched. Fear trying to fight front to back. Buster shot comes through, though. Heroic entrance onto Marvin. Now they're trying to get the rest of the fight. Fear do not feel confident to move forward, and Marvin putting out so much pressure there. And they had the redeploy coming through from Tatu, so they felt like they maybe could move forward with that Baron, but gonna pull back.
Yeah, and that's tough. It doesn't look like Pain actually want to try and go for a Baron take themselves. ABO does have teleport, so they could teleport and try and hamper them, but really nicely done from Pain to prevent that Baron from going through. That could have been a big turning point in the game here for Fear x Starforge. I gotta say, Ledden, our first match of our first game of the Grand Finals, going to 40 minutes. I gotta say, it's delivering.
It absolutely is. These teams definitely know how to fight, and that's something we love to see in our tier 2, and also just the willingness to commit as a team in a lot of these cases. But the pressure is not off yet. It is a game 1 of a best of 5. Still a lot of game to be played, but it feels like the momentum in this series can be incredibly important. It is fearless. All these picks will not be available as we move forward into the series itself. And all the pressure is mounting now. Hidan thinks he found Instinct, but the satchel charge gets away, so that's a flash burn by Camille.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. It's going to make it harder for Hidan to run away. Next time he gets caught out like that, it's going to make it harder for him to try and close the gap as he's been trying to do onto members like ABO and Instinct. I gotta say, Philip's been doing a good job at peeling for his carries and also being the one to find catchouts there with the Pathmaker, with the all-out, to bring enemy members to the rest of his team. But we gotta fight.
PNG want to go right back in. It's the give and take, the push and pull that we were talking about. They know that Instinct isn't going to have satchel charge for a little bit as well. Looks like the reset of the fight will come through. Winsome still doesn't have a lot of health, but Fear don't want to reset.
I think they need to, because now we're 30 seconds away from the Elder Dragon, and this is a tough spot for Fear to be in if they stay on the map. ABO is feeling really strong. Not alone. This is actually dangerous.
Here's that combo. They do get it. Mega Inferno Bomb used right back. Hidan did not have the health bar. Tatu moving forward now as well. Ablaze Olive
still it's looking good.
So much damn work, baby. Instinct goes unstoppable. And Fear look right back to the Baron.
Yeah, and they can do this. They got to be careful. Q-Ots does a lot of damage, so they have to either burst this down as quickly as they can or make the turn. That's why you see Philip kind of posturing. Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's going to be so close. Winsome goes right back in. Giggs going down low. Winsome going low as well. Both supports traded. And Marvin has death in his eyes. And he's looking at the Grim Reaper straight in the face.
Wow, it's just unbelievable. The Elder Dragon is still up. It's been up for a little bit, Mazel, and no team has really turned their sights towards it just yet. Now we're seeing teleports towards the bot lane. Now we're finally seeing recalls, purchases made, just to guarantee you're in the best position possible. And I gotta say, Fear, they have a chance. Maybe they want to start this one right away because there are still a few members of Pain on the gray screen.
Dude, he does so much damage. Oh my god. I mean, he's
this is crazy.
Ablaze Olive is full build. I mean, Pain Gaming realized they're behind the
It's
play.
a trade.
They're going to go for the Baron call. They're going to go for the double TP up there. Though Elder is already falling. Can Fear get over here fast enough? Doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
No, I think Pain Gaming just end up making this call because I agree they're not going to be able to actually reasonably... Wow, that was close. Pain were never going to be able to actually threaten getting towards that Elder Dragon, so I like the call to just try and get the Baron buff, because in situations like this, you can use the Baron to, empower your waves, make it a little harder for your opponent with the Elder Dragon buff to actually knock down too many of your structures. It makes it a little easier to keep yourselves in the game, buy yourselves time. And time is what they need.
We're getting to the point where time isn't going to matter either, because we're going to have full items for all the carries here as we're looking at a pressure fight from Fear X Starforge. They don't have the Baron, so the siege is going to be very difficult. They do have the Elder Dragon, so they can absolutely take the fight if it's going to ensue. They have so much damage on single targets. Look at that. That was just a little bit of damage from a Blaze Olive onto the tank of Tatu, so they can't siege because of the Baron buff.
Yeah, that and the wave clear from Marvin and QOTS is very potent, very powerful. Fear, because of the Camille Galio, you don't feel confident in trying to affect multiple lanes, especially in this game state where spawn death timers are so very long, Mazel. So this is kind of the position Fear are in. They have to go for this all-in onto one side lane.
It didn't really do much damage. That was a Mega Inferno Bomb used. You see how much damage is packed into such little potential here for both teams.
Yeah.
Somebody overextends, they get half their health chunked away from them.
And this position is just showing, again, how valuable it was for Pain Gaming to secure that Baron buff in exchange for this Elder Dragon. They're able to hold on. Not a single structure has gone down since Fear secured that objective. So now you see Hedon, he's just moving towards this top lane to try and push this one up. In a little bit, as much as he can, while the rest of his team finally walk outside of their base. This Elder Dragon, it's 30 seconds left. There isn't really a whole lot of extra value Fear are going to be able to get for it. So we're kind of back to this neutral state.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron will still be up a little bit longer than the Elder Dragon, but honestly not going to be much to work with between that time. And I think the setup right now really is just about who can get the big catch out from Pain Gaming. You can see that they're always looking for it, especially Hidan, especially Tatu, and Giggs is there to follow up in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, and I will say, XU, Instinct, both have access to Stasis now. That is a big deal against the comp that Pain are running, where they're looking for those pickouts Mazel. So now they both have that extra bit of survivability, that chance to buy time for the rest of the carries of Fear X Starforce to do their work. So Pain Gaming at this moment actually have their work cut out for them. This Baron is going to, this Baron buff's going to expire any second now, and once it does, Fear are back in the driver's seat.
Ooh, Philip getting caught out a little bit, does end up using his Unstoppable to get away. There's the Glacial Prison used as the turret did fall. Pain Gaming looking for the fight. They have Hidan on the angle here, deciding not to commit to it just yet as he is spotted out there. QOTS could always try to go for a big Emperor's Divide. Giggs getting low. Mega Inferno
That's a lot.
Used. Giggs is down. They lose their front line, but now they're put into a corner like fish in a barrel. Both stasis, but look at Marvin. He is absolutely lighting them on fire.
They got him
with electricity. The man has stepped up to the plate and knocked out a home run with a triple kill.
And Philip, even though he is trying to buy time, Hidan's going to be able to clean him up before TPing for the win here. Mazel, it looked like Fear we're going to be able to make it happen, but these death timer means this game is done and dusted.
How many times have we seen this from Fear? They lose games that feel so in control for them, but Pain Gaming, they always have a fight left in them. They always show up when the time is right, and their togetherness shines through in this game number 1, and the momentum is all the way in CBLOL's favor.
And just take a look at the excitement, that recognition that was no easy game for them to win, but they still clutched it out. And on the side of Fear X Starforge, and that is a tough loss, Mazel, where it really felt like, especially those last 5 minutes, that they were able to secure the win here. You can see on their faces, they knew it too. They don't feel good about it.
But at this point, this is a track record for Fear, and I hate to barrel on the point itself again, but we have seen this so many times from this team in their last couple series here. So trying to find their way to get out of it mentally and physically is super important. But man, Pain Gaming, like how many times for them have we seen games not going their way? Somehow they find the crucial fight. It's always off of these pillar pieces, and especially, Tatu and Giggs leading off Hidan, having all the forward momentum for them. And all it takes is one big fell swoop, one good executed team fight at a 40-minute plus game, and that's how you take a win.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Pain Gaming is that they're never afraid to fight, Mazel. You can see it, Hidan, Giggs, Tatu, they're always looking for these angles, and eventually, if you're not careful, if you're not disciplined, it's going to work. And Pain Gaming, they made it work, and they take the first game of the series.
Yeah, and what an incredible way to do so as well. It was Fear that had all the big meta picks, at least. I mean, we can decide what the meta is later on, but this is full Fearless. This is a situation where all these picks are not going to be available. And if you win with a comp like this for Pain, I mean, that's huge to move forward in a best of 5.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you think about, we talked about this top lane matchup, how important it was for Philip to be able to step up after what happened last time these two top laners met. You get a powerful pick like the Cassante, and you end up losing out on it. It does feel bad. It does limit your options, especially looking back against Fuego, against other teams where they recognize that Philip might be a person that we can pressure, remove some of his comfort picks, things like the Gragas, things like the Renekton. And if we see Pain Gaming go towards that route later on, that could actually be a point of pressure they can press on.
We're going to take a look back at the picks that we did see in that game number 1. All of these not going to be available in game number 2, but really good tee off by Pain.
100%. Again, I really liked the Camille coming through in response to the Cassante. You don't see her played very often, but she is really good in that matchup. And you pair it with Giggs' willingness to play something like the Galio. Again, his willingness to play these more unorthodox picks in the support, these less common picks in the support role, was really what set up a play like that. And I feel like it limited some of Fear's options in that mid to late game when it comes to playing the side lane. They didn't really try to play the side too often because, again, no one can answer Hidan, and many members of Fear would not be able to answer Hidan and Giggs.
And what I love is that Pain Gaming literally, like, their composition tells you what it's going to do right in front. Like, you get out of draft, you know exactly how they want to fight, you know exactly how they want to take it, and they did do exactly that. It was a little bit rough along the way. Let's go ahead and take a look at the post-game breakdown here and see exactly what that memory lane looked like, because in all actuality, I mean, look at these dips.
Wow.
And look at the positions that Fear was in. That's a hometown LPL graph if I've ever seen one.
I mean, it does feel pretty good overall. For the side of Pain. Again, like the build from Qots was so good on the Azir. You saw it in that mid to late game, how much damage he was doing. Just a couple of Sand Soldiers, you give him a couple of seconds, and he is tearing people like wet tissue paper.
And you never want wet tissue paper. That's never nice to deal with.
No,
but it really was nice for Pain Gaming. And there were some times where the crowd was, not as into it, not as hyped because some of the things were going the way of Fear. But as soon as things start turning around, as soon as Pain Gaming make any kind of play, you immediately feel that energy rush back into it. And I know these players are filling off that. I mean, the last time we got to talk to Tatu as well, like just the what this means to do this in front of a Brazilian crowd, in front of his home as well, and be able to kind of have this representation for CBLOL and to start off this grand finals like this. I mean, that just means everything is in their court.
Yeah, it does. And again, for this overall experience playing in this international final, so valuable for everybody here, even players who have seen the Tier 1 play. So it is that, for a lot of reasons. Again, we talked about it in the pregame. Being able to get to experience how other regions play the game is one thing, but also the ability to play in front of crowds, play in front of these really high pressure situations. Imagine going into, like, some of the players from Fear. Imagine going into LCS after experience like this. Playing in playoffs over there, playing in finals, you know, the anxiety is going to diminish just a little bit because of experiences like this.
And what experience of game number 1 it was, indeed, both ways. But also, if you're a Pain Gaming fan, you're feeling very happy because it feels like, and I'm looking back to the last time these two teams played as well, but there's a situation that continuously happens where Pain Gaming like delay resets, delay backs, Fear overextends a little bit, and then I've seen like the deja vu of Pain Gaming running down like very spread out members of Fear X Starforge over and over again. And it just feels like they have that kind of mentality of knowing if we keep these guys fighting, they will not have the kind of macro decision making they feel like is so powerful for them.
Yeah, and going into this series, Xu did feel like he was confident in their team's ability to fight. And so far, it didn't fully work out for them game 1. I still think they had a lot of good looks, and there are some bright spots to look for throughout the rest of the series, but we'll see if this is a route they want to continue going later on into these next couple of games. Do they want to keep fighting? Do they want to try and slow down the game instead and not play Pain's game? Because let me tell you what, Mazel, Pain, they got experience, they got practice.
They do. That upper bracket run paying off dividends for them there. But I did hear that Fear have gotten that blue side this time around, so that'll be a super important adaptation, trying to figure out how exactly they want to approach that as well with their picks. But honestly, I got to give some praise, at least, as you were saying, to Fear. I think Instinct Ziggs was super impactful. Obviously, we're not going to see the Ziggs again, but trying to get him in a place of comfort is super important because you already have Marvin popping off on the other side. You're going to need something to combat that. And I think these kind of readaptation for Fear is going to be super important. Something I do entrust their kind of coaching staff, but also the players themselves kind of readjust to going into game 2.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting how the rest of this series progresses for a couple of reasons. I mean, when we were looking at the draft from before, that game 5, there will be no bans available. So getting wins early on is so crucial so that even if you lose game 4, you do have side select in game 5. You do have that opportunity to pick one of the big OPs that usually don't see the light of day in BO1s, BO2s, and BO3s.
I'm just wondering what the Yone has in store for us. If
that's what I was thinking too.
Anybody's just going to let that
they
one
won't have a
slip
choice
on through before we get to it. But in the end, they won't have a choice. See if they can kind of decide on that a little earlier. But honestly, I expect this series to be a long one. You already saw like 40-plus minutes there for the first one. We'll see what game 2 has in store for us as we send it to a break. Welcome back, one and all, to the America's Challengers 2024 Pain Gaming Academy. Strike first blood in our best of 5. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and my goodness, what a way to go. 40 plus minutes, all the back and forth we could ask for.
Yeah.
And Pain Gaming coming out on top.
Yeah, they did. And I will say, Fear gave them a run for their money. They had a lot of good looks, but we were talking about it towards the end of Game 1, Mazel. I think the draft from Pain Gaming was really good at finding picks if Fear wasn't disciplined enough, and it limited some of their ability to play to side. So really the only option it felt like Fear had the last 15 minutes of that game was just ARAM. Just stack his 5, whether it's mid, bot, whatever the case may be, it was what they felt they had to do, and they couldn't quite close it out.
Yeah, and it came from some of the side lane picks, but also just the togetherness and the decisiveness that we're seeing time and time again from Pain Gaming Academy. I mean, that is the reason why they're the big boss here in America's Challengers. You're seeing all the fun they're having as well. The kind of, Valorant feel of the pop-offs and the fist bumps, things like that. Like, it just feels like this team is riding so high off this community sentiment, off the fans, off the energy in the arena, but also their damn good gameplay here, Beatdown. Like, the fact that they are taking the hands and giving it to Fear has been really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think that's just another credit to Pain Gaming and the fact that we had expectations. We had expectations for what we'd wanted to see from members of Fear, particularly Philip and Instinct, who I think actually had a pretty good game ones, better than what we saw the last time these two teams faced each other. And still, Pain were able to overcome them in the end. So it's kind of back to the drawing board here. You mentioned it. Just a reminder, this is Fearless Draft. So now all 10 champions we saw on the Rift last game are no longer available. And now Fear are going to have to cook something else. Lest they fall to match point.
I love the crowd's even getting into it, trying to make the hearts.
Yeah, it's good.
As a lot of these teams, what I find so interesting, there are some newer players, obviously, but a lot of experience on this stage right now as well. And the first time we get to experience them in a Tier 2 international here, at least in the Western Sphere, and still going back to that point has been so cool. The fact that we had such a back and forth game, number one, the fact that we've had these moments already for our grand finals, and giving a little bit more onus to what this tournament provides for our teams and the kind of showcase of Tier 2 talent across North and South America.
Yeah, it is such a great thing to give these players, again, this experience to travel, play in front of crowds. And I mean, it's just a fun experience overall. Like, they're in Brazil, Mazel, especially for the NA guys. They're down in São Paulo right at this very moment competing on stage. The very Pain Gaming skewed audience, as every time we pan, I just see more black and red. So it does add that extra pressure over to Fear X Starforge, and you can kind of see it. They're very intense, just looking at the facial expressions. I think they know that game one could have ended with a victory for them. So they have to kind of lock in. They want to get a win.
But that's comfort for them at this point. They've had games like that go down roughly time and time again.
The wrong kind of comfort.
The wrong kind? Okay. We'll go with that one. But no, it is super important to kind of refocus and revitalize yourself for Fear. Not give away a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 to none other than Pain Gaming Academy. We're going to be getting into game number 2 now. Fear X Starforge on the blue side this time. Pain Gaming on that red side. We get the Jax, the Vi, and the Callista band by Fear. It's going to be the Brand, the Varus, and the Nidalee by Pain.
Yeah, so that's interesting. The Yone is actually left up and available. I wonder if they want to try and trade it for the Smolder that was banned away from QOTS beforehand, and maybe they just want to try and handshake that one. I mean, this is interesting because usually, especially these throughout most of this tournament, the few times Yone has gone through, it has pounded Mazel. So it's become almost permaban at this point, but actually, it is going to be the Ezreal probably for Marvin.
I mean, that's such a powerful pick as well. It just gives you some serious flexibility and versatility, as you see. 8 picks, 7 wins. Just need to continue that 100% win rate here going forward. But it's honestly another thing where you think about this Yone maybe is just something that Pain Gaming are willing to let through because they know that it could be a decider in a game 4, in a game 5 if it goes that distance. Maokai, the lock-in for Tatu as well.
Yeah, that is what is interesting about the intricacies of a full Fearless draft, where, it could be them just letting it go through. They have a plan cooked up against it just to ensure that if they find themselves on red side in Game 5, they don't have to worry about letting it through because there are no bans. So we're seeing the response immediately. The Kai'Sa Karma is interesting. You don't see... I mean, we've been seeing Karma pop up now and then. I think this is more of a deny because you don't want that Ezreal Karma to go through. But I will say, I do like Giggs on more of the, oh, it wasn't locked in. Oh, I got baited, Mazel. You know what? Your turn to talk. Whatever, man.
We got the Fanghorn Forest matchup coming through here. It was double banned away by Pain last game, but this time both let through, both locked in. XU gonna be on this Ivern. Already has his two kind of ADs locked in around him as well, and Instinct going for his namesake with the Killer Instincts to reposition in these fights on the Kai'Sa.
So there's likely going to be a mid pick here for QATS on R3. I mean, the Corki makes sense. Pairs really nicely with the Ezreal, with the mobility, the range, the damage later on into the game. I mean, picking it into Ivern kind of feels a little bit bad because the healing shielding will definitely mitigate some of the poke coming through from Pain Gaming side, but it's a strong enough combo that you're just happy to take it.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's not too shabby into the Yone, but also just gives you so much of that poke damage that this comp is very obviously leaning into. That's the other thing, and I think it's something we talk about sporadically, at least, especially in Fearless, but picking comps that you have very clear win conditions is super important. Yep. Making kind of ease of execution to some extent in Fearless is incredibly important. And right now I'm seeing ease of execution on Pain Gaming side.
Yeah, and I like the bans as well, especially the Olaf. I think Olaf would have been kind of nasty here. We know Philip plays it. We want to remove a safe option with the Renekton as well. I also like that Gnar takeaway too. Just recognizing that Maokai alone is not enough engage here, so Pain Gaming going to have to go a bit of a different route. It's worth noting, though, Leon is still available, Nautilus still available, so, you know, a lot of the premier support picks are still up for our supports here.
See what the initiation is going to look like as the Lilia locked in. Might just mean that we get the Maokai support with the Ezreal. Love to see some of the flexibility Pain Gaming are playing with in the draft.
Yeah, so they're just playing they're playing with a lot of range here. And especially when you think about how Lilia wants to play from range with the Swirl Seeds, you have the Maokai Twisted Advance as well. So I think that's kind of how Pain Gaming are trying to build up the CC on their comp. The other side, I mean, they're just doing it the old-fashioned way, Mazel. We got Nautilus for the side of Fear X Starforge, and this ability to just have this long-range engage so that your Kai'Sa can get in there, so that your Yone can get in there and do damage.
I think the go buttons abound for Fear X Starforge. Literally everybody except for Instinct can say, hey, we're going in, guys. And I think that's super powerful to have at this level of gameplay, and also having the follow-up with Instinct there. We have to take a look, though, on the other side. Hidan has locked in the Mordekaiser. It can absolutely uproot some of this engaged potential that Fear X have, but it's also a very stalwart composition that Pain are running.
That's right. They have a lot of range to play with here, but they have that ability, again, to full send it on the side of Pain Gaming. I think Giggs is going to be that big trigger pull, and I think that is when Pain Gaming do some of their best work, Mazel. When he's the one calling the engages, when he's the one who has that control in his hands to make it happen. So it's going to be up to him and Hidan to make space for the other damage dealers, the other carries for the rest of their roster.
Giggs only in his first year of Pain Gaming Academy, at least, after moving over here, but also his energy, his direction has been incredibly felt for this team. Him and Tatu combining early is so incredibly powerful, and we saw that happen in the last game on the Galio of all things. But now we've refreshed. We're getting ready for game number 2. We do have a very go-forward style of composition for Fear X Starforge, and one that loves to rely on the team fights and that kind of poke potential for Pain.
And again, such an important game here for Fear X Starforge. Losing out in that game 1 where they kept it close for 40 minutes. is definitely weighs on you. So losing here would weigh on them even more. It would put Pain Gaming at match point, and that's something you don't want to happen. That's not the kind of pressure I think Fear are wanting to deal with so far. So tying up the series, a big priority for them going into this game.
Pain Gaming Academy have been the golden child of America's challengers so far, and rightfully so. They find a way to win, and they do it every time. Let's see if Fear can stop that momentum in its tracks as we get into game 2.
And there it is. You hear the chants again from Pain. You saw when they were on camera, just raising their fists in salute, so the players can know that they're supported. Again, such a big boon to the home team here in Pain Gaming Academy. And something that they're happy to use, that energy, that momentum, to try and continue getting leads in this series. I want to talk a little more about Fear's comp. I think a problem that they could run into is a lack of damage, Mazel. I'm looking at it, and really the only damage you have is Yone and Kaisa. And it can be enough. You're dealing with a lot of squishy members on the side of Pain Gaming, but if the Yone ultimate doesn't land true, if you're not able to free hit in these fights as the Kaisa, I think Fear are just going to end up rolling over in these 5v5s. They'll roll over very slowly because they have a lot of tanky members, but they'll roll over just the same.
And I will say, though, if you give Ablaze all of the tools, I mean, he has been a shining light for this team in a lot of cases, maybe even when it's most dark. And having the Yone, having such a premier pick that we've seen run rampant throughout this tournament, it's putting weight on his shoulders, but weight that he absolutely can bear. And it's going to have a lot to say on these this mid-game especially. And I think that's where we'll really get the takeoff from both these two teams, is that mid-game.
Yeah, 100%. Again, especially level 6 for the side of Pain Gaming, when Tatu has access to that Lilting Lullaby. I think it's when Pain are really going to get excited and try to make things happen. For the moment, though, I'm expecting Tatu actually to just do a bit of full clearing, not ganking unless absolutely necessary to cover a dive, help a wave get pushed in, whatever the case may be. So there is that opportunity for XU as the Ivern to have more of an impact on his lane, see if he can make a play onto Qats, who's going to be pushed up in the lane for a lot of the laning phase.
And I think the fact that that priority that you're talking about, we actually saw pay out in last game as well, and how contested mid lane was itself was super important. And you wonder now if Ablaze Olive is going to kind of try to use this push and move style from the Yone to find any kind of advantages in the side lanes as well. Because I think there's a elephant in the room to some extent. Hidan on the Mordekaiser, and we've seen this pick be able to just kind of supplant team fights, and a lot of crucial pieces can be just taken out of it.
Yeah, and when you think about, too, the fact that there are only really 2 main damage threats on the side of Fear X Starforge, Hidan is against the tank, so he's going to have a really easy time in this 1v1 for the most part here, Mazel. And if that's the case and Hidan leaves the laning phase very fed, Ablaze Olive gets pulled into the Death Realm. Instinct gets pulled into the Death Realm. That's a 1v1 he'll be happy to take, and it leaves Fear's ability to fight in these 5v5s very limited.
We are going to see the culmination of the clears from both junglers. We did have the opposite sides going through for them. It is going to be Tatu moving over onto this top side of his jungle. XU gonna run into him, does end up seeing him there, so both junglers will know of each other's presence at least, and Tatu is gonna have first hand at getting a re-clear going off on his jungle. Hidan is the focus for Fear.
Yeah, and it makes sense, just alleviating some of that pressure onto Philip. I think that's something Fear have been doing quite a bit. XU putting a lot of attention onto that top side of the map, just to either alleviate pressure or actually set up plays if you know it's a matchup where Philip can run away if you get him some extra gold. But for this one, it is the former. Next, he's just going to go ahead and walk towards this bottom side. Maybe play for the respawn Gromp. Oh, maybe for a gank.
For a little bit of a wraparound on this bot side as well. Blaze Olive is going to take the Foss Bomb and try to keep his presence out here. Probably wants the TP back, though, as soon as possible. His Tatu making his way around. is just going to be checking out this top side of the jungle, and XU going to be falling behind because he was going super aggressively on that bot lane play.
Yeah, now, I mean, QOutz probably has the Valkyrie. Yeah, he's fine. And this is tough, too, because it's as you say, he's going to fall behind. He's losing his Wolves. He's going to lose his Gromp. This gets Tatu a lot further ahead. You can see it. He's at that level 5, getting really close to having access to that ultimate already. And that's a lead that is really dangerous. Lilia is one of those champions where she's just going to keep on cycling her camps, and if she gets a lead, that lead's only going to grow.
And this is an advantage gained from draft, which is something I love to see at this level. I mean, they literally played the card of the Maokai early, thinking, oh, we just are going to trade for the Fanger and Forest, go for the Lilia. And it just provides such a different advantage over the Ivern, at least in thus far.
Yeah, that is something that I've really liked about Pain Gaming and how they played so far in this tournament, Mazel. Just the fact that, and I think they draft really well, they understand how their team compositions work and their best path to victory, and I think it served them very well throughout this tournament, and even back in CBLOL Academy. So that's where you see this bit of a lead come through at the beginning of Game 2. XU, with the help of Winsome, will be able to secure the first couple of grubs. I think this is actually crucial if they're able to get all 3, but XU's just going to have to walk away.
I love that Giggs is coming up. Oh, got the Death Realm already done. Trying to go.
Oh, he
XU
missed.
Realize he has no health. Oh, no. XU going to come out of it. But look, all of PNG are here. They're fighting. There's a big engage from Philip. First blood goes over to QOutz. Now PNG. They're fighting tooth and nail here. Winsome getting low as well. Tatu can chase this one all day long. QOutz still has full health. QOutz needs one more rocket. That's going to be the flash out from Winsome. No, Tatu getting low as well. Instinct late to the party. Walked this way. And now has to go all the way bot lane where he was losing farm to Marvin.
Wow. Yeah, that is a big roam coming through from Instinct. It's a 1-for-1, but Pain Gaming happy with how that one turned out because you're still going to get 2 grubs. You still have a chance to play for a Void Might spawning later on. I like the angle from XU and Winsome. But it doesn't end up working out for them as XU still ends up going down in the process.
That's a really rough start. I will say, a little caveat though. The thing about Ivern, well, we'll see, maybe he makes it up here. His QOutz in a lot of trouble. Does still have the flash. Is going to use it. Is going to get the kill. A solo bolo for QOutz.
In the 1v2, no less. That has got to feel magnificent for Pain Gaming in these early minutes. QOutz really feeling themselves. The crowd really feeling what just happened here. And this is why QOutz is that staple here of the team of Pain Gaming Academy. Usually a stable laner. Sometimes he makes exciting plays like that.
Goodness gracious. The early advantage. The early momentum and honestly the energy right now leading all the way in Pain Gaming. This play from Idan. What a chat.
Yeah, I really like the call here. Again, this was going for the grubs was a risk because Ivern does them very slowly. And Philip made it look good with the ultimate, same with the Blazed Olive. But after the flashes came out, there wasn't really a whole lot else they could work with. We're going to see... Oh, Mazel, I can't look. Talk about it, please. I'm closing my eyes.
It feels really bad. It just feels really rough. This is all a play to get a Blazed Olive somewhat at advantage. Just takes so much damage from the armor shred combo of QOutz. And now this Corki having 2-0 is huge. We're going to get 3v3 kickoff on bot side. Daisy has been called. Tatu still has Lilting Lullaby. Oh my god, he goes with that maybe? Not going to go for it just yet. Daisy is the front line right now for Fear.
So it is going to at least reduce some of the pressure there from the gank coming through. But you can see Tatu really increasing this lead that much further. This is what we were talking about. You can see he's up a handful of camps. He still has camps to farm, and he's just going to keep this one up. But even as I say that, it's QOutz sitting with the most amount of gold in the game right now. It makes sense. He picked up First Blood. He picked up the solo bolo in the 1v2. And you can see him coming back to lane with the Phage, still stacking the tier. And this mid lane is just going to get so much harder for ABO to interact with.
It truly is. And that's not what you want to be saying. We already put all that onus, all that thought process on why they picked this one, why they have all this strength around this Yone pick. It still will have a precipice, and that's what I want to kind of calm the doomsayers about for Fear. Ivern from behind is not the same as really any other champion
That's
from
true.
behind. His items are super cheap. He is always useful, and especially with 280s and the fact that they have Instinct and Blaze Olive. 2-3 items for a Blaze Olive is going to be where he can literally just murder anybody on the map. So we'll see if they can get to that point. Pain Gaming do not want to allow them to even think about getting to that point. As Giggs going for a play on bot side, though. He's just dying outright. Oh, Giggs, you're just a tree.
Wow.
And Instinct's got a big ol' axe. As XU's now coming for an angle here on the bot side.
Well, Giggs got a little aggressive there. I'm really just trying to wrap my head around that one. But Winsome, nice punish there. Be able to cycle his CC long enough for Instinct to get the kill. Shuts down the play Pain Gaming was looking for. Does mean that Instinct can be that point of power still for the team. Whoa!
Long distance. Oh, guesses a little bit on the other side here, Philip. Trying to get as involved as possible. Is going to TP up into top side to answer Hidan. He is falling behind in CS there, and that's something we also have to think about a little bit. There's a small CS differential in AD, at least in favor of Pain Gaming, but it's really this jungle and top that I'm getting a little worried about for Fear.
I will say it or not. I need to hold that thought actually, because Giggs is in the area. Okay, I think it's fine. Philip falling a little bit behind. I think it's okay. It's not as bad. And I like that he is using some of the time and his teleport to just try and impact other lanes. Again, all-inning on ABO in the mid lane. So important for Fear and how they want to play. So I like the angle that they went for to try and make that happen.
Oh my God.
I like this look too, because you know you can't fight for the next set of grubs. You deny Grubageddon by picking one up early, which is, you know, a small victory, but instead you're just going to focus on trying to take plates on the bottom side.
I mean, that from blind arcane shift to get out and buffer that one actually is so huge. The guy's got hands, man. That will be 5 grubs, and it's close enough to grub again, it feels like. Blaze Olive gets tagged. Sing sweet, sweet nothings to yourself, Blaze Olive, as that's a killing spree for Qots. The heart, the soul of Fear has been stabbed by a knife.
Oh my God, and it's just so brutal. Pain Gaming now just have full control here in this game 1. It's a disaster for Fear X Starforge. Corki being 3-0 before plates fall is the doomsday scenario in basically any draft when the Corki is on your opponent's team. So now Qots is just going to be this big damage source for Pain Gaming in any and all skirmishes going forward here.
Gonna be a pretty hefty lead, at least a little lead for Pain Gaming earlier on. And those chants you hear in the crowd, they ain't stopping anytime soon with this kind of early game from this team. And Hidan is going to be something to deal with in the side lane, it feels like. Does not seem like there could be an answer on this team besides maybe a Blaze Olive for the side lane pressure that Hidan is going to be bringing.
Yeah, I mean, you said it earlier, Mazel. 3 items, Yone, kind of insane, very disgusting. So as long as ABO can get there, there's a chance for Fear to be able to kind of pull it back in that late game. A lot of pressure on his shoulders to be able to make that one happen. He's in a really tough spot in this matchup with how ahead Qots is, but it's still possible for him to have that huge impact we're used to him having.
We are going to finally get first items for majority members here as well. As Leandri is completed for Tatu. We are going to have that static shiv for Instinct. Honestly, does so much for the Kaisa. In the wave clear potential. Going to be able to keep pressure onto Marvin down there as Ezreal's wave clear not nearly as strong. And the Blade of the Rune King completed for Blaze Olive. That's a huge uptick in pressure that Yone can provide. And we see Yone's time and time go for those early trades as soon as you complete that item. Instinct will be spotted going to the mid lane.
Yeah, because Instinct did back earlier. Already has his item. He's actually going to get there a little sooner than Marvin. So I'm curious. Yeah, it does look like Fear are going to use that. They're going to go ahead and take it, but I don't think they can take it fast enough before Marvin gets here. So I have a feeling there will be a fight. Yeah, they're going for it.
Nature's Grasp. Here comes the Ornhorn as well. He gets stopped. He can't use it. PNG, they might find the fight. Blaze Olive goes too far. But now Fear, they're split over this side of the map. Blaze Olive getting low, but not going down. Instinct goes with his killer instinct on the other side, but it's already kills going down. Riptail going down. What has happened to Fear? The Grim Reaper is non-existent, and Pain Gaming will be the new Lords of Death.
Oh, and it's not over yet. Blaze Olive is going to feel that scythe any moment now, but actually it looks like Hidan is the one who's in trouble.
Realizes instinct very strong on this Kaisa still, but does end up getting the flash out. First turret going the way of Pain. Now the instinct almost getting Hidan. Not able to finish it off there, but that little lead I was talking about, oh, it's grown, baby. It's huge now. And Pain Gaming 15 minutes in, they are showing what it takes to be a champion.
And they certainly are, Mazel. As we're seeing Philip TP across the map here as he swaps with a Blaze Olive to try and get some pressure on the tier 1 turret. He's just going to force the teleport from Hidan in response, though. But it's as you say, the gold lead. And it shot up to more than 3,000 in favor of Pain Gaming. And right at the top of it, it is the man on your screen, Qats. You can see him locked in right now. He's so strong. He already has his first item, but he's about to complete a call. So he's going to likely reach 2 items before anyone else. And it does mean that next objective fight, it's just something that Pain Gaming can't actually do anything about. Or rather, Fear X Starforge can't do anything about it. Pain Gaming have full control.
And I just can't help but look at the draft and just see the payout that this style and the flexibility that Pain had brings to the table here. In a fearless draft as well, when you know every game matters to depend on what meta you're going to get for the rest of the games in the series. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you want to see from a tier 2 team. And honestly, at the top of the food chain here, as we did see a second dragon go the way of Pain.
Yeah, that's right. And it is going to be a Chemtech Soul, which not as ideal, but it'll feel really good for Hidan. And honestly, just getting that damage reduction overall when you're ahead, it does feel really good once you drop below half health. But that does open an opportunity for Fear to... Oh, ABO.
Okay. So he's got a little bit of damage now. Does have the follow through from the rest of the team. It's a nice blast cone usage from Winsome.
Seen the picture-in-picture. Of course, Hidan is having a good time in this matchup on the bottom side. Should be able to get more pressure on that turret, and Fear lose their mid-tier 1 as well. Just off that time and energy they spent trying to make the play on Qats in the side lane. That shutdown is something they would want, but they end up overextending themselves a little bit, and it cost them.
And I got to give some massive praise to Tatu. Not only are they utilizing this Lilia pick really well, I mean, the reason why you pick this is you're just going to get so far out in front of Ivern. Your speed of clear is so ridiculously strong. He's already up almost 40 CS over XU, and I don't think that's going to slow down anytime soon. I said Ivern's items are cheap. Well, he's still trying to catch up a little bit with Tatu. And like, this guy, not only is he have such a good brain, such a positive mentality when approaching the game, he is so mechanically talented for a jungler. I think it's so awesome to see, and we have seen that, especially his Skarner has been monstrous.
Yeah, now he's showing it to us on his signature Lilia pick. It was one of his most played champions this past split in CB LoL Academy, and he just continues to perform. That's why a player like XU, for your NACL fans, know he is very good. We have a lot of respect for him. Tatu is a player that XU has a lot of respect for. He's even said that if any jungler in this tournament is going to beat me, it would be Tatu. Of course, he did express the confidence that Fear would still win the series. That respect, though, between junglers is definitely telling, and a nice thing to see.
5,000 gold lead in Pain Gaming's hands, 19 minutes in. We've said all along, the scaling, the items, we need those breakpoints for Fear. So naturally, that just means a Pain game. You need to keep the pedal to the metal. Keep Tatu out and exploring, as we do have second item for Qats as well.
And there it is, almost fully stacked. That Manamune, he is very dangerous. He is very powerful. And right alongside him, Hidan, who's been having a great time in this laning phase, has also hit that second item. He does have the Rylai's. It's going to be easier for him to stay on top of people near him, especially once that passive is going. So this is a tough spot here. Fear really don't want to fight. They just have to give space and hope that they get to those second item breakpoints when this next dragon spawns. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. It's a minute 40 away, but that is really their next opportunity. That's the next thing they'd be looking for.
the thing for this Fear team as well is their comp does really well when they have the upper hand, when they can decide to go forward, when they can take those engages. But when they're playing reactive, they don't nearly have those same tools as Winston goes in.
Wow, that's a good hook.
On a Q-Od. That's a really big hook, but the Fate Sealed is not going to get nearly enough damage. They are going to take down Giggs. Here comes Philip. Double knockup, and he gets sent to the death realm immediately. Marvin going low here. Fear find the killer instinct from Instinct, but he can't get it. Now he turns the damage on the Q-Ots, and a shutdown goes to Blaze Olive. This is the momentum turn that you needed, and this is what Yone brings to the table. Fear turn it all around as they take one crucial fight after another. Hidan is 1v5 right now, but won't be able to find much.
Everybody honor Winsome at the end of this game because he is 3 for 3 for insane clutch hooks in that team fight. I don't know how he made it happen, but he hit all the right targets. I mean, we got to watch this one again. It looks like they escort the wave with that Nature's Grasp to get a little damage onto Winsome, but watch this dredge line. As soon as it hits the Corki, they know it's time to go. And the thing that's worth noting, before getting sent to the Death Realm, Philip is able to get the Call of the Forge God off, and that is instrumental in this fight. Everything else is just ABO and Instinct finding clutch damage.
Yeah, I mean, that Ornhorn literally is the difference maker right there. If Hidan gets him just a tad bit earlier, it's a completely different fight for Pain, but those are the little increments that matter so much. And you love to see a little bit of anger. Still keeping up the chance going, but Fear show a little bit of life to us here.
A little bit. That heart is still beating strong, it looks like. On the side of Fear X Starforge, they aren't able to secure that third Drake.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, it's a very strong heart. I don't know what to tell you. And even though they aren't able to, right? Oh, wait, X2? Oh, okay. Not even with Smite. That's kind of funny.
Well, a little bit fun happening on the Rift right now. Maybe forgetting our places as Dragon gets
4 people
unceremoniously taken by Fear, and now a big top.
Oh, they're doing Baron. They're doing Baron.
They are.
ABO TP'd away. This is the second time that's happened.
Oh no. That's such a big momentum changer. It's 22 minutes in. If they get a Baron, XU needs to show that his Smite is just the difference.
Smite.
He can't even get into the pit. Finally going through. Is it going to be XU? It's secured by
not quite.
And now he gets the lilting lullaby on the back end. And Fear, they've been dusted in this one.
Time to run.
Blaze Olive left open by himself. Goes for the face. Goes for the kill back. Is trying to get something back on Hidan. But now just burned down by Marvin. And that is the Baron buff secured. The fight secured. And the gold lead reestablished.
And again, it's just that snap decision coming through from Pain Gaming. Every time Fear try to make some sort of tempo play, TPing to a lane to get a wave push and try to secure a turret, they recognize that, hey, we do Baron pretty quickly, guys. What do you think? That's the second time that's happened in this series. And it's got to feel really bad. I mean, they had a clear numbers advantage. They get some kills on the exit. And just as quickly as Fear started to answer back in this game, Pain Gaming pull ahead again.
Little moments lead to big things. And Fear looked like they were going to have a little bit of a turnaround, but this is just good play calling from Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and it's tough. I thought XU had the angle there, but isn't able to secure the Smite, and Instinct was forced away so early on that his damage wasn't really... there wasn't a whole lot of damage he was going to be able to do. I will say, split pushing power is limited because Hidan no longer has that Baron buff.
Tatu did pop his Zanyas. Oh my god!
Wow!
Marvin, my boy, he's doing so much damage. That second item completion plus the transformation is going to be massive. As now Pain Gaming with this Baron are trying to siege for another minute and 20. They've already gotten a 3,000 gold Baron power play, and they want to make it more. They're pushing Hidan down mid lane. A Blaze Olive is going to be the one that has to answer to that, because at this point, he's the only one that can.
Yeah, but again, because Hidan was killed by ABO in the back half of that Baron take, he doesn't have Baron buff, so he's not able to actually take down the turret.
But as soon as they see ABO over there, they just go for the engage. Luckily, the Ord Horde is there to follow it up and stop them from moving forward.
Yeah, Hidan actually pushed away. We're seeing the power of the Ivern here. The brushes. Oh, hold on. Mid lane?
Ooh, he got the turret there as well,
ABO?
so there's no defense from Hedon.
Oh my god, is he gonna win?
The 1v1, but Hedon is big. Who's gonna get it? It's gonna go the way.
Oh my god!
ABO with the solo bolo on the big man on campus at Hedon. Now the siege continuing though. The Baron is still up for 30 seconds. It's Blaze Olive taking a tier 2 in mid lane.
Yeah, but look at that. ABO gets the kill. They defend the bot tier 2 on the side of Fear with the power of that Ivern. So they actually trade up in that play big time. Very clutch for ABO. We talked about 3 items for the Yone, but he's starting to carry ahead of schedule, Marcel.
Just finding the right picks. I mean, this champion is still just giga busted. I mean, this thing is literally a game-winning machine. That's why we've seen it banned every single game. But now it has made it through.
There's item 3.
They can make its mark. There it is, as we do get it, the IE.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, too, something we haven't mentioned yet is that the Ornn items can really help close the gap with regards to this gold lead a little bit. Those extra stats are going to be a big deal, and right as that IE comes out, it has become a masterwork in Infinity Edge. So now, Ablaze Olive just got a massive spike and is actually very dangerous to the backline of Pain Gaming. Someone they have to keep an eye on when it comes to this next Drake fight. It is the sole point for Pain Gaming, so there's a chance that Fear may not even want to fight it.
So it feels like if you're going to use your strength, it does need to be when you have a Blaze Olive in the right position. I think, PNG will realize that. They'll have a decent front line if they can just honestly sacrifice Hedon for the rest of the team. If he can just take a Blaze Olive out, that's really massive as well.
Yeah.
But with that Dragon coming up, vision is of utmost importance. We're seeing both teams position around this for a potential soul point for PNG.
Yeah, that's right. And we'll see. Like, stacking Chemtech Drakes feels really good as the Ivern, just because of that buff to heal and shield power. And because they managed to get this inside track, now they're forcing Pain to have to walk into them. So this is actually a good chance for them to just go ahead and start this turret, this Dragon. Keep an eye out for Hedon. Could try to alt X you to remove the smite from Pain here.
They're going to try to, okay, there is the Death Realm, not used just yet. They're going to
Nice
get the real engage. There's Philip.
Wow.
He gets the huge horn. And look at Instinct. He's on the back line the entire time. Top 2. He's going golden, but he's going no. He's over the wall now as well. Big Swirl Seed pack. Look at Hedon. Hedon is putting in work, but Marvin is down to Blaze Olive. He has gotten all his weaponry, and he is laid bare onto PNG. It's going to be a double kill for the mid laner of Fear, and a Dragon for Fear themselves.
And Fear are making the comeback again. They're stacking these Chemtech Drakes, and you're seeing just how powerful this Yone is. And honestly, again, more credit to Winsome. He just keeps landing the hooks, Mazel. He keeps finding the angles, and inch by inch, Fear are pulling back. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Giggs just going to be spotted out, but not able to be taken down. We're going to take a look back at that fight, though.
Watch
Giggs started it off here as well.
And this hook again, Qats, he's got some metal in his pockets or something, because Winsome is playing with a magnet. That knock-up into the Call of the Forge God means the most fed member of Pain Gaming is out before he could do anything meaningful.
And once you lose those couple damage dealers for Pain Gaming, it comes back to that conversation you kind of had for Fear earlier on. They just don't have a lot of damage to follow it up, and that is exactly what this composition does well for Fear. It is find those backliners, get to that backline access, and take them out.
Right. And the thing with Fear, they are all in on the Ablaze Olive and Instinct basket. So that is Pain Gaming's way around it in these team fights. If they're able to take out ABO or Instinct, preferably ABO, to be honest, they take him out early, or they pick him off before the fight can start, that instantly cripples Fear's ability to team fight. So that's something they're going to keep an eye out for. Oh, hey!
He's going to get a killing spree for himself. Really good connection there from Instinct and Philip.
Yeah, and at this point, with how many Ornn items are coming through, I mean, ABO has one, Instinct has one. I think it's just fair to say Fear are actually in the lead here when you think about gold value in the stats that they're working with. And now they're going to use that 100%. Value to go ahead and start this Baron because Qats, he's dead for 30 more seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they lose a ton of their damage center if Corki is not around. It looks like Pain Gaming will just give this one away, and Fear turn around the game, turn around the gold lead 29.5 minutes in. This series is going so long in these games, all that pressure mounting.
It is, but Fear, they got to close, Mazel. It's not over until it's over.
Not been their
now,
brightest,
with this
you know?
Baron... yeah, and now Fear, with this Baron buff, going to likely try and affect 2 lanes. At once, knock down that bot tier 2 turret. I think that's probably going to be the biggest priority for them, as it's going to set them up a little better for these upcoming Drakes. And with that, you got to imagine they're just going to play the 4-1 with ABO on his own, because right now, last game it was Hedon who could not be matched in the 1v1. This game, it's a Blaze Olive. This Yone is untouchable in the 1v1, maybe the 1v2. So that's going to be the pressure Fear need to knock down this tier 2 turret.
And of course, it's none other than a Blaze Olive, who is going to be repping that one as well. Probably the strongest mid laner in an ECL representative. And has been really relied on for his experience, but also his playmaking ability for this team. Now they're going to take a tier 2 in bot side of Blaze Olive, looking for a Fate Sealed on the Tatu. He is able to do so much damage to him and get out as his team goes for the again kill hot. Might as well call him the bottom of the ocean because the anchor hits deep.
Wow, that is so clutch. Tatu chunked, Q-At's gone. That's another turret going to be knocked down. And Fear, they find another angle. They can take us to that game 3. They're just going to settle for inhibitor number 1 and inhibitor number 2 soon to follow.
Baron still up and available. No real fight back available for Pain Gaming. They got a rampaging instinct in their base. Another turret's going to fall. The minion wave is going to crash at Fear. They're looking to even up our series here. That game 1 felt rough, but after that, they recouped, regrouped, and found themselves a comp that works. They're taking down Pain 1 by 1, and they have turned that arena into silence as Fear X Starforge focus the Nexus and bring us to game number 3.
And that one has got to be feeling good. They are all smiles as they leave their computers. Some clapping coming through from XU, of course. And there it is, that calculated decision from Pain Gaming to let through something like the Yone, and ends up biting them back in the behind. As, oh wow, XU going to share words with Tatu. Again, really just shows the relationship these two have developed since this tournament started.
I love to see it. Love to see the back and forth as well in this series. It is grand finals of our first America's Challengers tournament, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Also, the fact that both games had comebacks here. I'm just saying, blue side seems to be king, but it is definitely comeback city here right now in this best of.
You know what's pretty funny? Going into today's matchup, red side actually has the advantage. But when you looked at the most previous patch, across the world, blue side was a super favorite. So this tournament, this is our first look at Worlds patch. So this could be an inkling of what a World Championship is going to be looking like. But now back to America's Challengers Finals. A great answer back coming through from Fear X Starforge. Again, Pain Gaming, they let the Yone go. They had a strategy to try and play against it, which worked for a while. But there's also a reason why that champ is banned like every game now, because ABO turned it up in the end.
I just like... The amount that this champion just wins games when he gets the 3 items, it like literally doesn't matter what's happened in the first 25 minutes, but he just gets to delete people. And obviously, I'm making light of it.
He's the task manager.
Requires good hands. Yeah, but hey, apparently, Alt F4 onto all the champions on the enemy team. It is really important to think about, though, how Fear find ways moving forward, because that Yone was the reason they won. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, buts about it. So trying to find ways to win without that one is super important. But that's the thing about Fearless is we will not have those.
That's true. I will say really quickly, I do want to give Winsome, a clap, pat on the back, his flowers, whatever you want to call it. I do think he was really important to set up some of the plays that got Fierce X Starforge back in the game. Again, his ability to find these hooks onto Q-Ots, who, at times was overextended a little bit, blowing up the Corki who had the early game lead, I think was such a big deal here. And we talk about this being fearless. These champs aren't available anymore. Well, Ezreal, Corki, 2 high-performing champs. also out of the picture now. So now the question for Pain is, what are they going to draft next?
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get into the bucket of deep picks here, but also trying to see what all is going to be let through into a game number 3, where in a game 4 you don't have that second phase of bans. We've seen very much centered around particular styles in that second phase so far as well. A lot of support focus, a lot of top focus by Pain, but it is something to start thinking about, and why I'm okay with giving a Yone over in this game number 2, realizing it feels like it was going to take a win somewhere.
Yeah, I appreciate that argument too, because if we get to a game 5 point for Pain Gaming and you're on the red side, Yone is going to be that B1 anyway, so you take care of it now. They do have another opportunity to try and collect wins, as we're going to see highlights from this last game.
Yeah, and as we do take a look at it, it was Pain Gaming who had a massive advantage earlier on in the game, being able to kind of dictate the pace of the map, take a lot of really good team fights. And obviously, Hidan had a big influence in that start up. But this is the start of the end. And Qwats getting caught out twice there at the end after this one as well.
Yeah, and again, it was just a really great hook there from Winsome. And an immediate snap engage coming through from Fear to follow it up is just really big there. I mean, that recognition that, this is the Corki with the big shutdown. Kill this guy. And they end up picking up the Ezreal shutdown to top it all off. And pretty much every fight after this was pretty heavily in favor of Fear X Starforge. They started reaching crucial item spikes. You see Philip actually hit level 13 right then and there. So shortly after that is when he started adding ornaments into the mix too.
And I love the praise on Winsome. It's a guy that maybe was taking a lot of the flack for this team, but also as a guy that he is a major reason why they find their advantages. And I know him and XU combine a lot in their kind of thinking and their know-how, but also just knowing when their advantages are and how to find those team fights. And you can look back to that game 1, you can see that also from Winsome, but this guy does deserve praise. His experience speaks for him, but his mechanics and how he looks for those angles is really, really nice.
Yeah, and it's a good look for Fear and Fear fans, just given the fact that this is a game very much like every game you play against Fear, where there are going to be fights happening all the time, Mazel. So being ready to start off ones that favor you, being ready to respond to the engages coming through from your opponents. It's a great look for Fear to be able to kind of play that game. XU, even though it didn't happen in game 1, he did have that confidence when I spoke to him that they could play that game against them, that they could overcome them, and they did it in game 2.
They did indeed. We'll take a look at the post-game breakdown now after that crazy game number 2. I mean, that's like a roller coaster going right up to the sky. That's actually an incredible goal differential change. Yeah.
And I got to say, again, we got to give that credit to ABO and also Instinct, who I think had a lot of really good looks on the Kai'Sa. Again, like you said, Mazel living up to his namesake a little bit. And Fear X Starforge, they all in on their mid and 80 carry with this draft. To be able to do the damage, to get the job done, and the payout was huge.
And of course, as we would have it, Pain Gaming are going to be on blue side for game number 3, because I think blue side's pretty important.
It's still pretty good.
Looking forward and kind of taking stock of a little bit of what we've seen from both teams. We have seen at least very clear on paper compositions from Pain Gaming. It worked out for them in game number 1 in a triumphant comeback. We get kind of the similar story to some extent for Fear X Starforge in game number 2, the big triumphant comeback. Game number 3, something's got to give here, Beatdown.
And I will say, this game is really important for both teams, for not just the fact that whoever wins is going to be on match point here in our grand finals, but in Fearless Draft, I mean, if you're up going into game 4, if you lose, you still have side select. That is a huge advantage because of how much we big up a blue side. And in a game 5 Fearless, where there are no bans, you have that ability to first pick the most OP champ left available. That's a tremendous advantage both of these teams are eyeing.
Yeah, and the journeys to this point have been really incredible. Watch, obviously, the upper bracket run from Pain Gaming and the lower bracket run from Fear that they feel like maybe is their comfort zone. I know you were talking about beforehand as well. It's kind of like the reverse of their stories of this year to some extent, or at least of this recent history too.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are actually living basically almost to a T their exact playoff runs in their respective regions. So now only one of them is going to get the chance to avoid repeating history and losing it out in finals. Remember, these are both the second seeds from their respective regions trying to become number one here.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on the line, but also you get to be the first ever America's Challengers champion. We'll send it to a little break to get ready for game number 3. We'll see you there. Welcome back, one and all, to the America's Challengers Grand Finals for 2024. You see the trophy out in front, the crowd out in force, and quieted a little bit after that game number 2. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and game number 3 upon us. Somebody has to take the forward step and bring us to match point.
And whoever does is going to get a big advantage. Remember, I said it before we went to that break, Mazel. Whoever wins this will have side select in Game 5. And in a Fearless draft where there are no bans in Game 5, that's a huge advantage that both of these teams are vying for. So, big response from FearX Starforge to get that second win. Pain Gaming let out the Yone, maybe so that doesn't happen in a Game 5, and their plan against it just didn't work.
I'd say rightfully so. That champion does ridiculous things, and we saw it on full display in ABO's hands that last game. But now we have to start thinking about the meta choices that are still available. We had a little bit of a discussion about Fearless and the picks that we'll see coming in game number 3 beforehand. But now, thinking about it a little bit more, we did have kind of a lot of the AP or supportive junglers taken out last game as well. The fact that we had the double Maokai Lilia pick for Pain Gaming took some of those junglers off the table. I think this is where we can start talking about the flexibility both these two junglers have in their picks. I mean, we've seen Tatu have a plethora as picks as well as XU and trying to rely on some of those to take that momentum forward now.
Yeah, and I mean, Tatu's top 3 jungles picked are Viego, Lilia, and Nidalee, much like, you know, our resident NACL jungler XU. Both love to play that Nidalee. Both are very good on it. And of course, the brand that's been banned away from XU a lot throughout this entire series is another option too. I mean, there are still a couple of AD mids up and available, so we could see that route go through. I mean, Smolder is still up. We don't see much Lucian mid anymore, I think for good reason, but even in some situations, I could see the angle for it.
How are we feeling about Philip into his potential daddy and Hidan?
I think he's beating the allegations. I think he's beating the allegations.
No, right? Like he's
I think so. I think Philip's playing a lot better than the last time these two teams met. I think even in their Game 1 loss on the Cassante, he still had a lot of really good looks, and I think this is the improvement that we were kind of hoping for. XU had even ABO in that video at the top of the show did mention that, yeah, Philip kind of got owned last time, but it's not going to happen again. Usually, we see players just hype up their teammates like, that's the expected answer. It doesn't always turn out that way, but this time ABO was not just blowing smoke. Philip, he is stepping up today.
And Hidan has brought a couple wacky picks to the table so far, the Camille and then the Mordekaiser. Not wacky per se, but different maybe than what we've been seeing normally. But I also really like to see that in some regard, but now maybe trying to hone that in a little bit. Because the last time these two Mets, yes, Pain Gaming did take it 2-1 in that round 2 of the playoffs. But Fear, we're giving them a run for their money, at least in most of the games. Now we're into game number 3. See all those bans out in front from the Fearless games before. And now our first 3 for either side. Pain Gaming on the blue side, ban away the Brand, the Smolder, the Gragas. While it's FearX Starforge on the red side, banning away the Varus, the Ashe, and the Jax. We'll see what the first pick's going to be for Pain.
Yeah, I really like the Jax ban, something that Hidan has just had great performances on, really putting respect on the top side. And same with the Gragas, both top laners getting a lot of respect this series, and I think for good reason. And it is going to be the Kalista for Marvin. Hasn't lost on it yet. Of the 3 wins Kalista has, he's 2 of them. So that's going to immediately get you some of that early game pressure and priority, especially if it ends up being paired with the Renata.
In his career, played it 7 times, is 6-1 on it so far, at least, according to LoLpedia. So, love to see a little confidence given in a 2v2 matchup in the bot side, but the answer needs to come alive for Instinct, who also has had some really interesting moments in lane and trying to find that 2v2 dominance. Maybe hasn't been the name of the game for FearX Starforge, but they are definitely opting into other parts of the map right now. The Rumble and the Vi locked in.
Yeah, I mean, the Rumble is definitely something that we don't see a whole lot from Philip, but it's still something that pairs really nicely with the Vi. You can follow up ult for ult, especially if they draft more of a wombo combo on their side for FearX Starforge. Seeing Tatu, on the other hand, on the Skarner, I mean, it makes perfect sense. It's a big pick over in CBLOL Academy, and every time Tatu pilots it, he's so good at setting up his team for success.
I call it the refrigerator with 6 legs, because that thing... the hitbox on that champion is redonkulous.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I didn't know where you were
honestly,
going with that.
It's also the way that Tatu pilots it. I mean, he is incredible on it. Literally can be a game deciding factor no matter what has happened in the early game, no matter how far behind, because of how powerful the CC chains can be from this pick, and that Renata Kalista combo now on top of it all. There needs to be a big answer from this mid lane right now for FearX Starforge and give a Blaze Olive something to work with.
Yeah, and I do like the Talia just because there's a lot of playmaking potential. It plays nicely into the Kalista with that Unraveled Earth, and it's a great combo with Vi. So when I see a strong mid-jungle duo like this, my immediate thought is, all right, Instinct is probably going to be playing Jinx or some other kind of hyper carry, because you have plenty of early mid-game tools already for the side of FearX Starforge, and I'm wondering if on the bot lane, they just put Instinct on something for late game.
They could do that, and let's see if his hands can match up against Marvin's. I think those two guys having a really big underlying current so far in this series, with having some big pop-off games, and honestly been popping off every game, just maybe not taking the win in every game itself. We'll see, though, as it is the Orianna and the Hui ban by FearX Starforge. On the other side, we're taking away some of the utilitarian pick right now with the Jhin ban. It's also the Caitlyn ban away towards Instinct.
Yeah, especially the Caitlyn makes a little more sense there. So now we're just going to see what they want to pick on for there. It's probably... Actually, it doesn't really matter. Because, I mean, you know what the opposing bot lane is going to be. You can just wait and pick support last. Maybe you, once you see the entirety of Pain Gaming's comp, then you know what you want. But instead, they're just happy to grab Rakan right away.
You'll take that, giving a little bit of the back and forth nature of the engage that Rakan brings. I really like that for Winsome. Also, proactivity is the name of the game for both these supports, honestly, Giggs and Winsome. And getting out on the map as soon as possible can be done relatively easily.
Whoa!
With Rakan. It is the Olaf. They done saying, "Let go, baby. Lock in, Philip, or I'm going to take it."
That is a huge pickup, too, because if that ends up working out, you're going into Game 4 with another one of Philip's big pickups just immediately out of the picture, and I do like it into what FearX Starforge are working with. You're not really that particularly high range. There's plenty of ways for Olaf to be able to get on top of you, stay on top of you, and they're going to round it out with the Ahri.
Okay, so I was saying maybe a little bit of proactivity moving around from the Rakan, but we're going to get so much mobility out of mid lane now as well. And honestly, we were putting so much highlight on mid jungle going into this series. It's going to change the game a little bit, but that kind of movement out of mid lane can be super impactful with these two compositions.
100%. I mean, looking at a Blaze Olive, he's going to have that opportunity on the Talia. Just use that Weaver's Wall, get across the map, get whatever advantage he can in the mid lane, so he's set up to do that. And the Xayah, I think that's probably why they ended. Maybe they weren't sure about what AD carry to give Instinct necessarily. And once you see the Olaf, any thoughts of a carry like Jinx just go out the window. So instead, Instinct, he still has the angle to do a lot of damage later on, but he also has that self-peel, which could make it a little easier to kind of weather the storm that is Olaf.
Absolutely could be, but we've seen those axes go raging into the night and come away with massive wins. I think we have very different styles of compositions coming in this time around, especially because of what Fearless brings to the table now. And you have to start remembering that Game 4, the next game on the docket, will not have second phase bans, so even more of the big picks that are being banned away are going to be picked up. So looking at this game in particular, you have Tatu's signature Skarner. We have the Vi for XU. A lot of setup coming from these two Wonder Star junglers.
That's right, two junglers who are such a large part of their respective team's success, both in this tournament and in the league that they are representing here in America's Challengers. And you can see it, crowd hitting those thunder sticks. Excited, but a little nervous, a little quiet after that last game that FearX Starforge were able to get.
Pain Gaming's fandom still in full force. You talk to any player that's been here, they know what it feels like to play against this home crowd. I love to see his Stigma's throwing his hand up too. But obviously, no real love for FearX Starforge in that building. And see if that momentum, that energy the crowd brings is able to fuel Pain Gaming Academy to a match point here in the America's Challengers Grand Final. It's all fun and games until you come away with that championship. You already saw that trophy. It's looming large into the vision of all these players.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see now, vibes, at least for Exio and Umphear, they're feeling pretty good. They're laughing. They're smiling. They're also doing the Pain Gaming salute. The fans are loving it. And you got to imagine getting that win in Game 2 was a weight off their shoulders, Mazel. Just because of the risk of going 0-2 in a series like this, in this fearless best of 5. As I got to look away from my screen because this is freaking me out. Staring into my soul.
He's holding it now. He hasn't been able to hold it the last days.
I can't look away.
Okay. Well, get locked into those eyes and get locked into this game. We did hear, unfortunately, we will have to remake picks and bans, so it will be just a little while till we get back into the game. Honestly, I was expecting the crowd to hold their hands up the whole time. I mean, that's true fandom, right? That's true fandom.
True.
Yeah? No,
Oh,
I don't know. I think
so, you know, I respect. Oh, okay. That's what I mean. Like,
no,
I work out, but not that much.
Take it down. Oh, boy.
Yeah. He's telling him, like, guys, cut it out. Like, come on, man. That's funny. He knows he has time to work with, so you know he's just messing with the crowd a little bit. I like it. I appreciate it.
Hey, we still got the couple front rows still ready to go. We're getting some chants going as well. Keep the energy up. Don't let this downtime stop anybody. But again, I guess we could take a little bit of time to appreciate the space, appreciate everybody showing up for this tournament in São Paulo, and just honestly all the tournaments that led to this point. It's just a sight to behold to get to have an opportunity to cover these players, cover these stories, and get to watch it unfold like this. And I know these players, it means a lot to them across the board.
Yeah, it does. Not only the experience, but trying to get a win here. I mean, on the side of Pain Gaming, this is a team, this is an org. One of the oldest in all of CBLOL, has just been nothing but excellent throughout all of 2024. Even in most of Split 2, Mazel, they stumbled in one place and one place only. It was their playoffs finals. And that's when they ended up losing to Vivo Cade Stars, coming into this tournament as a second seed. But, I mean, ever since they came here, they showed us why they were dominant all year long, going into this match where a lot of people would say they were the favorites to take that win. And on the other side for FearX Starforge, and performing really well in Challengers League, running the lower bracket to face Dragonsteel in the finals, only to get mollywopped by them. So both of these teams, similar trajectories that they're facing here in the America's Challengers, but one of them has that chance to rewrite history and get a huge win, becoming our first America's Challengers champions.
And what I love, it obviously comes with the caveats, but both of these teams have overcome those demons that beat them in their domestic regions as well. Fear beating down Dragonsteel in that group stage matchup, but then in the playoffs, well, I guess multiple times, but I guess in the playoffs here, PNG being able to beat their old nemesises and make it to this point. I think also, speaking of kind of that rematch of what we saw in round 2 between this FearX Starforge team and Pain Gaming, is that we just have rambunctious games. You never know when these games are going to end. I mean, Fear has had the longest games of the tournament by far. It feels like they've got multiple 40-plus minute games here for themselves. But it shows that both teams are kind of putting everything on the line and trying to leave everything out on the table.
I mean, we're in grand finals. These teams are done for the year after today. There's nowhere else left to play, so they better be leaving it all out, Mazel. And yeah, I am glad to see that they are, because it has been exciting. Both the last time these teams faced off, and of course today, both teams going into the late game, especially in that game 1. As you see the fans just continuing to cheer, continuing to give Pain Gaming their energy as we get into the second game.
These are the players, the teams, the faces that you will be seeing crop up in your Tier 1 regions if you're in North or South America. It's cool to see them get these kinds of moments. It's cool to see the crowd so enthused with it. You gotta love the community energy down there in São Paulo, but also it's just trying to put your best foot forward to see if any T1 teams may be looking to snipe you away or have that promotion come your way. And I know, speaking from personal experience, having gotten to talk, obviously not as much with the CB Lowell representative, but a lot with our NACL representatives. I mean, that kind of stuff means a lot to these players, right? Like, I know all 5 of these guys on FearX Starforge are on a journey of their own to make it back to that Tier 1 stage, to make it back to that LCS spot that they had lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially for XU, who had it happen most recently. Surpassed all expectations on Dignitas in spring in the LCS, ends up getting dropped anyway. He even told us, he said it in content. I asked him about it last night, about how he feels about how he's been playing this split. If he's made a case for himself to make it back into that LCS, he feels like he had. And I'm glad you bring up Tier 1 too, because with the system changes next year, with the Americas becoming our big region, Mazel, it is really important for these players who've managed to play all the way here into September, just to take as many opportunities as they can to make a case for themselves. XU feels like he's made a good case for themselves. You look at the members of Pain Gaming and everyone else on FearX Starforge, all trying to do exactly that so they can make that jump up to Tier 1, either for the first time or to do so again.
All the backgrounds, all that information, but now we get to the nitty-gritty. We get to a game number 3 that decides who goes to match point in our grand finals here. We take a look back at those compositions. The Olaf ringing the most outright for me, but also just the cohesion that's needed for both these compositions, looking at that mid-jungle synergy.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Olaf does have an opportunity to be massive in this game as well. I think it's something for Hidan, who's had a great tournament overall, something he's definitely looking to continue doing here in this game. Remember, whoever wins this game, if we go to a Game 5, they are going to have that advantage because they will have side select. Game 3, so important in a full Fearless best of 5. Pain Gaming, they're going to start it off with a level 1 stack.
There was already a ward, double wards placed up there by Fear. A little bit of informational game being played. I realize Philip is not going to fall for that once again. We've seen him get caught a ton of times around that wall right there. Not going to happen this time. Pain Gaming going to continue moving this forward, though, maybe looking for a little bit more vision onto this top side jungle. Information with both these junglers, especially the Skarner and the Vi, is king.
Philip's going to realize, hey, wait, that one hit somebody. And I'm glad you bring up, too, Philip not getting caught this time. I think that's happened to Fear X Starforge a little bit throughout this tournament. Getting caught by level 1 stacks, having their level 1 stacks get red and them kind of getting flipped on their head. So for them to kind of walk away from this one unscathed is good, but we're just seeing another example of what Pain Gaming do so well. Early vision, again, 2 deep wards into XU's jungle. So they're going to know pretty much exactly where he's going to be these next couple of minutes.
And that's, again, incredibly important with the lane setups for both these two teams. As I do like the opposite sides, although I will say with the leaning that XU has, it looks like he might go for a little bit of a particular jungle setup unless he wants to go for a bot lane turnaround. But I think leaving that door open right now for Fear is really big. It looks like he is just going to leave his Grom.
Yeah, that one is interesting. I wonder what the path he's going to be taking here. He's either he's just skipping the Raptors. And I mean, it's a nice look because you usually expect level 1 Raptors ward, especially when you have no presence topside. But here's the problem. They drop 2 wards, and it's going to pay off big time. XU forced off.
Immediately popping the ghost. Hidan realizes that he had
the
absolute angle there. Now Tatu is going to come over here. The leash is there at Pain Gaming, making early machinations come true and have another ward over the side to see that XU started up the Krugs.
Yeah, I wonder if Tatu's going to, yeah, he's going in there.
Oh, no. All right, well, XU will at least get that one, but It is Tatu
Not
claiming
really.
so much of XU's jungle in those little Krugs. It's where all the money stays, and he's also going to go for these chickens.
Yeah, on the bright side, XU will still have his Gromp. He's going to be level 3 when the Scuttle Crab spawns, but this really hampers his early game. And really nice of Tatu to, again, just use that pressure that Hedon has in this topside matchup here with the Olaf. Already just applying pressure onto XU.
Hey, it was all part of the plan, you know? He left the crop down here on purpose.
Oh, no.
Tatu is literally just completely
2 levels up.
keeping XU out of this game.
Oh my god, this is brutal. XU is still level 2. Tatu has stolen multiple camps, and now has hit level 4. I mean, using the pressure he's gotten from his laners really nicely, especially from the solo lanes coming through here. So because of that, or not solo lanes, excuse me, the side lanes. And now XU at level 2, just going to go for the first Scuttle Crab, and hopes he can get some crumb of XP in this early game.
And if you look back, you know, actually we don't get to, as Hedon be engaged on by Fear, and there's the flash combo with the Vault Breaker. First blood to Phillip.
And props to Hedon. Oh, hold on.
There's a little bit of tussling, but Marvin still stepping up, does have the bailout available. There's a flash coming through. Red
Wow!
combo, Marvin! Look at the hands on this rookie ADC!
The level up! Really nicely played. Again, Instinct and win some. They gave him a run for their money, but you just can't beat Kalista Renata. And Marvin, he's looking to pick up his 3rd win on this champion in the tournament because, wow, that's a big wave. Instinct's going to lose a good chunk of it.
Dude, the step up like that as well. And the fade away Q after the flash. I mean, the things write themselves here. Incredible stuff from the bot lane of Pain Gaming. And taking advantage of that 2v2 early enables the rest of their map. We are going to have objectives coming up. No early Dragon started this time around. We should have both Grubs and Dragon up at the same time.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, look at the position these junglers are in right now. Tatu is level 5. XU might hit level 4 on this camp. I'm honestly not even sure. And you just really, by putting XU behind, not only are you limiting, you know, his ability to farm, get gold, and get stats, you're slowing down this really powerful combo Fear X Starforge have in their mid jungle with this Vitalia. Because now XU's level 6 is delayed so heavily, Mazel. And it does mean that Fear's timer on when they can actually make these sorts of combo plays has been extended.
Love to see Pain Gaming taking advantage of the map state there. Now they can just transition up to this top side and deny the full stacking of the Grubs from Fear. Tatu is just running this map right now. Luckily, he's got so many legs.
Yeah, to carry the load, so not all of them are going to get tired, but now they may want to fight. The bot lane of Fear, though, everybody has shown up. I actually really like this call. They even shifted Instinct up to the mid lane just to make sure that all 3 can go over to XU. And now Instinct, I like it, uses the Blast Cone, going to immediately go down to the bot lane. And it means that he actually isn't really going to miss out on too much because Marvin's stacking this wave. It's about to crash, and look who's here right on time.
And also, speaking of kind of that jungle difference that we've been seeing so far, XU able to claim a little bit back on the XP differential that he had, but also on the CS differential, so no longer like 25 CS plus down over under Tatu, but Tatu's looking at topside now. He really wants to have level 6 for this one.
I agree. Oh my god, also. Wow, that's the Ragnarok.
Yep. It's going to be used, and they're going to try to push this wave in with Tatu.
Yeah, I guess it's just about getting the wave in. Really nicely done there from Phillip, getting some of the better end of these trades here. He cancels his back.
Uh-oh. I think Phillip might have bit off a little bit more. Okay, Hedon actually not having much mana, though, and now the Flame Spitter.
One more Harpoon lands.
Burned alive. One more Harpoon. It's not going to be enough as the Ghost had been popped by Hedon. Tatu coming around Phillip. He's going to go for the kill. He's under turret right now. Gets the one. Tatu coming over, but it's just going to be given right back to Hedon.
Yeah, I respect that. Doesn't even bother blowing the flash. Knows Tatsu can follow him. So I appreciate that restraint. And I still think I like that a little more for Philip because of the wave that Hedon ends up losing.
XU does have level 6. So was looking for an angle and a Marvin if he overextended. We're on the gigs. Not going to find anything else, but this is where XU's tempo can kind of increase. He can always go for these plays. And now he's the one taking the aggressive looks into Tatu's jungle.
Yeah, and I like it. With Tatsu showing up topside, he knows he's pathing down. XU's going to be able to get a little bit of something back in that early lead that Tatsu got. You can see it's been nullified a little bit. XU's almost evened up. He still has plenty of camps to farm, and he does hit level 6. A little behind schedule, but he's there, and him and a Blaze Olive, now they have that combo. They can make plays. And Fear, all things considered, in a pretty good position this game. Again, I think what really mattered for them was being able to collect all 3 grubs and losing nothing for it. In past games, Fear have tried to all in on that objective, and it's cost them dearly, but being able to do so in a way this time where they lose nothing for it, I think is doing wonders for them this game.
Absolutely is, and I think leaning on that has been huge. I mean, just looking back at the track record for this team, you felt like maybe there was some evenness somewhere. I mean, this team has literally only lost 2 games this whole tournament. And I think that's something to think about for Pain Gaming is they know how to win. And for the long-established organization of Pain Gaming and CBLOL, it's awesome to see their developmental side of things still having this much oomph.
100%. And again, this is an org that has traditionally done very well in CBLOL in its long lifetime and has done exceptionally well this year. You said it. They know how to win. And they've shown that all throughout 2024. They've showed it here in America's Challengers as well. Oh, it's fine.
I'm going to tank a decent amount. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. All this scuffling was so just chill. For the preemptive vision. Is it? It's fine.
It's pretty chill, yeah. I will say, I really like what Philip's doing here. I mean, he's kept this lane, he's kept this wave frozen for a good bit. And I think given the gold advantage he's working with, because of the 2 kills he has, and the CS advantage he's working with, Hedon is going to have trouble actually winning that 1v1. So I think he's going to need to call for some help if he wants to get that wave in. That's why I like that XU is here on this side of the map. Okay.
Did have the cease and desist ready to go. Was waiting to get an angle if they could, but now over the grubs we go, as it is a grub again on the cusp for Fear X Starforge. Very nice to have from that red side, but PNG, they want to try to contest.
It's going to be tough. You can see the poke from ABO is coming through. They've already got 1 grub, and XU still has Smite, so I really think the angle is just to walk away here from Pain. They're trading plates on the other side, as you can see in the picture-in-picture. So that is something, some gold you're able to get back. And at this point now with this Grubageddon, you do have the option to try and all in on turrets. We see it a lot this past summer split, Lennon. Just seeing teams go for 6 grubs, all in, usually on a top lane turret, and just try to rush first brick as fast as you can.
Yeah, just try to use this buff early, because this kind of buff has this weird like precipice where it's very strong up until you get to like the mid game, and then it like falls off a cliff, but then you get to late game and you win 1 team fight and you just blow open the entire base. And you're like, oh my god, we had 6 grubs. Sometimes it all works out in the end, but it is also about thinking longevity wise. It is a second dragon for Pain Gaming that they acquired, and we're on a Hextech Soul Rift.
Yeah, and I will say, this time around, they get Grubageddon, but it does cost them a little bit more. You can see Marvin has a big CS advantage now. It's getting really close to that first item on top of the tier 2 boots here on the Callista. So it does mean that not only do Pain get the first 2 Drakes, they're in a pretty good position to get the 3rd. I think if Fear want to fight it, they're going to have to bring Phil up. It's going to be a full 5v5.
There's the flash play. They actually just take Q straight out of it, and a Blaze Olive takes him down. That's flash burnt. That's everything burnt from Q-Ots. He will have TP to get back to lane.
It does cost you a lot as Fear X Starforge. Both ABO and XU trade flashes with Q-Ots, but they secure the kill in the end. And that's the power of that Vitalia. Not even someone as slippery as an Ahri can escape from that one.
Foxy, but not foxy enough. as CC is the bane of any Fox existence, I guess. It is first items being picked
Probably.
up for everybody, though, as we get into it. The convergence there for Tatu, but Malignant's completed first item for QOTS. You also have that Essence Reaver for Instinct, maybe give him a little bit more tussling power into Marvin.
Yeah, it'll be nice. You're waiting for that second, third item mark for the Xayah, but being able to get that first item already as Instinct is going to feel pretty good. You can see this as syncing up from Winsome and XU to just get a little bit of deep vision, clear up the vision around mid lane because they've rotated XU here. And they've kind of swapped up the lane assignments just before the plates ended up dropping, and now they can threaten that play onto this Kalista, but without XU's ult, it's not happening.
Taking a look at top side. ENG making a play on the Phillip. Oh, the Ixtal's impact into the wall, the Impale as well, and Tatu comes up big.
Yeah, nice play. Phillip ults doesn't quite hit the wave, so isn't really able to force that tower damage or as much as he's hoping. And there it is, QOTS, excuse me. Even though we saw him lose the ult early on, that's the power of the Malignant. It does mean that Tatu has a lane he can play for very frequently because that Spirit Rush will always be up.
Ooh. Instinct cleanse from Instinct. He does not have the Feather Storm Blade Caller combo now. He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to flash over. Giggs tries to go for the big hostile takeover. Might just have it now. Blaze Olive's into trouble. It's not just running at him right now and cutting him down to size. Meanwhile, they have caught XU out, and Fear get caught with their pants around their ankles, and PNG will go straight to the Rift Herald.
Torn to shreds, and Hedon off the back of it is able to keep on auto-attacking. Pain Gaming find the lead again here in this game, and they're going to get the Rift Herald on top of it. It was all set up by that nice dive onto Phillip, and now they have another means to knock down turrets.
What a play from Pain. It's not going to pay too much in the goal lead right now, just hovering about that 1,000 advantage, but it's about what's going to come next with that Rift Herald charge. We take a look.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so good. You get everything out from Instinct right away. Gets no damage with the Feather Recall as well. After all those feathers are laid down, that's all his damage. 2 E's from the Xayah, no real damage ends up coming through, and on the bottom side, you can see a Blazed Olive gets run down. The fight was over before it can begin, and Lennon, it won't show in the gold lead right away, but this Herald will set up Pain Gaming really nicely for this next Drake, because this is their soul point. This is a Hextech soul as well. Most powerful soul in the game, in my opinion. So if they lock that one down, that's all Pain Gaming needs to win this game.
And you get so much decision-making prio when you have that soul point as well, and when you have objectives crossed the map. So being able to get that kind of position from Pain just feels like a stranglehold. Fear are going to have to find a way out of. We did just get, the couple completions as well coming through finally, but it's really waiting on that second item spike to come through. It is also a position where we can talk about the in-between moments. The team fights all well and good, but the fact that Tatu and XU have the abilities to kind of take advantage of these in-between moments is so huge. You can never overstep at least.
Yeah, and then I think when you add QOTS to that equation as well, again, this is the Malignance with the Ahri, so it does mean that you have that Spirit Rush available very frequently, very often, and it does mean there's more opportunities for you to make plays off of that Ahri ultimate. So now, Herald is still in the pocket of Tatu. Pain Gaming, yeah, they're going to drop it and go for the Drake.
Yeah, and I will say, Blaze Olive does not have Weaver's Wall. He used it to cut off QOTS there from that mid lane play. But now, not having kind of that spacing tool available to him, here comes the charge in. They're just going to go onto the turret itself. They have that Demolish proc, and that is first turret of the game going the way of Pain right before this dragon fight.
Yeah, not just first brick, it's the inside track. You can see it. Pain Gaming, they have a little deep vision. They have the Kalista Sentinel. And the angle, it just isn't there. You don't want to run into Pain Gaming's comp. Kalista, Renata, Olaf, it is too dangerous.
Oh,
they're trying for it anyway.
Goes for the catch on a Blaze Olive there. Gets about half his health, though. Tatu needs to go back to the Dragon. This is a Rend plus Smite combo. It is so hard to 50-50 these. Pain Gaming taking full advantage of it. And there's the Rend. XU is now over in the middle of everybody. Wins some flashes to try to combo with them. And now leaves himself out to get all of his health chunked off of him. He's still alive, though.
Wow, it's
Q-Ots
working.
is the one that gets bailed out first. He's going down. XU cannot find an angle into this fight, but maybe he's waited long enough. He's charging it up now. Philip can't get over into the combo. Oh no, misses the ball breaker as they still try to find the combo to Marvin. Look at Marvin. He's going down. XU stayed alive the entire time. And it might be Pain Gaming getting the soul point, but they lose everybody. An ace for Fear Starforge.
That might be the most nicely executed fight I've ever seen from Fear x Starforge, playing that one from a knife's edge and finding overwhelming success in the back half. Yeah, they lose the soul point, but the gold they earned from that fight, from the turret ABO is about to take down, it turns things around big time.
We're going to take a look back at that one as well. Actually trying to get in there, but he just can't do it against that Rend. Winsome tries to follow him up as well, but the fact that they played the long game here is huge.
Yeah. I mean, again, credit to XU and Winsome buying so much space for the team. Just making it so that they can move out, they can move in, they can just completely space out Pain Gaming to the point where a lot of these key ultimates, these key combo makers from the side of Pain, they don't actually get any value. And in that long fight, when there is no Ragnarok, when there is no bailout program from the Renata, Fear will win the fight.
Winsome sacrificing his life there for one last big knock-up onto Marvin. Actually monumental in that fight. And really just trying to lock down Marvin, I feel like is the name of the game from here on out. But it is still a pretty even state. The fact that Pain Gaming did get their soul point there still provides them so much strength in the coming minutes.
That's right. And it's going to be about the setup. Can Pain Gaming get that soul? If Fear let that happen, they'll find themselves in a really difficult game state because that soul is so powerful. Oh, wow.
It is the Ragnarok. It's going to be popped just to make sure he doesn't get caught out. That's going to be a big seismic shove. As now, you look back at the reset. I'm sure second item is going to be coming up very shortly for majority members here, but specifically Pain Gaming as well. Trying to defend off this top lane tower. We haven't seen any bricks go down just yet for Fear, but maybe they're looking for it on bot lane as Zidane gets caught out, no longer having Ragnarok and can't heal himself, though has the bailout. Oh my god, almost gets it. The Impale coming right back, though. Tatu catches down XU, but they have to sacrifice this turret.
And what a Chad. XU gets ulted. He just walks in and hits the turret. But really nice patience from Fear x Starforge. They get the Ragnarok out. They don't just walk away, Mazel. They know, oh, that's a play. That's a play we can make if we're just a little patient. They turn that onto a kill, getting Hedon off the map, getting that bot turret taken down, and more gold into their pockets.
This is the most even we've had a mid-game go. Usually it's a big advantage by one team and then flipped around in the mid-game to the other team. This has been very back and forth, but now Fear have a small advantage. You can feel it in them, though. They are feeling very confident to move out on the map, and you can also hear the cheers have come fewer and further between here, Beatdown. Fear trying to utilize that energy against Pain Gaming.
Yeah, the audience, a little quiet at the moment, just because of the last couple of successful plays Fear x Starforge have made. Now, though, as things kind of slow back down, we're kind of in a position where I don't really see either team going for necessarily a 21, 22-minute Baron. I think it's just going to be about trying to get an overwhelming advantage for this soul coming up in 50 seconds. That's what everyone has their sights set on. That's what Pain Gaming wants, almost need, to be able to get the win in this ever-important Game 3.
A Blaze Olive on his second item now with the Crypt Bloom. The most gold in the game by 700 as well. He's going to be very instrumental in this next fight. Hedon, he's the focus right now. Does still have the Ragnarok, but if they can pop it, would be huge.
Yeah.
Can't get anything out of him. That little smite of the axe, and we're going to start setting up for this dragon.
And it's worth Noting now, you can see Qats. He's heading towards that top side. I think he's playing for a TP. If anything, after pushing a wave out, but this is going to be kind of tough. Because if Fear pull the trigger right now, they get an early kill. I don't know how much Qats will be able to, do to kind of save it.
Yeah. So we're looking at setups right now. We're looking at who XU decides to cease and desist. We're looking at Tatu's big impales and where the damage kind of falls behind that. Tatu is first and foremost up here at the Dragon. It's Pain Gaming coming a little bit later as Weaver Wall is going to be put across. Tatu is by himself against the impale and the XU. Now it's Winsome lockdown too. It's the hostile takeover
nice
over
ult.
everything as well. XU is already gone. Nobody's there. Big drag for Fear. The soul secured by the home team.
And just like that, a great setup coming through from Pain Gaming. Not only do they get 2 kills, they get the soul, and they are ready to go for the Baron. And just like that, the crowd comes roaring to life because the home team has secured a big win in Game 3.
Fear indecisive in that moment. They didn't know if they needed to just burn the dragon or go for the fight, and it ends up biting them in the butt. Bo3s TP'd over here, has no real tools to get into the pit. XU is nowhere to be seen. Baron down about half health. This is the momentum changing here in the favor of Pain as they're slowly but surely taking it down. That's the Baron power play secured by Pain Gaming Academy.
And as long as they can get back to base with no other kills going through, this is a significant advantage in Pain Gaming Academy's favor. Even though they're trading for the mid-tier 1, it's still a powerful buff. It's going to make it so much easier for you to siege, even though you don't have that Grubageddon. The fact is, you're still going to have an easy time knocking down these turrets. You're already seeing the TP from Qats that I mentioned earlier. He's going to go ahead and use that to start increasing the benefit they've gotten from this Baron.
Dude, we got, like, Tatu is mind gaming XU right now. I love to see the confidence in this man.
Wow, honestly, I got to give props to Marvin. Reacting really to Winston's snap engage. He ults, he ease off the Vi to try and get onto the Callista to limit the damage, but he immediately Qs and hops away. That setup allows the follow-up, which ultimately killed XU. So really nicely done there from the rookie in CB Law Academy in Marvin. To be able to respond to that, make sure their opposing jungler goes down immediately, and that you get the Dragon Soul.
And the thing about this Callista pick, it might not be the most hyper carry late gamer, but you're not going to be able to kill Marvin. I'll just say that right now. The guy's getting super tanky, and he already has the damage to back it up. We're seeing so much damage from Qats as well.
Yeah.
As they were looking for a big pick on the Fear, looking for one more. Is going to have that Spirit Rush available to get right out. But this is just the bend and break style that Pain Gaming are bringing. They're utilizing this Baron buff to try to catch out Fear in between. They get the flash out of XU as well. They're trying to take another turret down here. Hidan, though, in a lot of trouble, is just going to be sacrificed. No, he's fighting back, is going to die in the end. The turret also fell. So XU and Co getting at least something back.
Yeah, but it still cost them 2 tier 2 turrets, turning into a big lead that Pain Gaming are working with now at about 2,000 gold. As Fear, they're going to try and trade on the opposite ends of the map. But remember, these are Baron-empowered recalls, and it's a Hextech map. They're getting back on the Rift very quickly, as he has just discovered.
Philip likes his chicken nuggets burnt, we find out today.
Oh, fun fact.
No, is that not the hard-hitting analysis we did?
What do you mean? No, it's a fun fact.
Oh, yeah.
This just in, guys.
That's definitely what the people
Philip
need
loves
to know.
burnt chicken nuggets. More at 11. Is that what you were going for?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you, Anchor
I understand.
Beatdown.
I understand. Back to you.
Speaking of back to V, it is all about these next moves for Pain Gaming. They have the Hextech Soul. That's a big fight buff for them. But there is still 2 minutes and 20 seconds on an Elder. Literally a game-defining fight on the cusp here.
Yeah.
And PNG have been able to at least mechanically take these fights against Fear.
Yeah, it's tough. Your only real hope in these next 2 minutes is Philip and a Blaze Olive of reaching their third item in hopes that your first damage, your big combo, actually manages to secure kills when we go for that fight as Fear X Starforge. So I don't think Instinct's going to be able to get his third item. If he does, that would be great. But the hope that you're kind of going for as Sphere is the kind of scrappy fight where you're able to space out the really key tools from PNG, the Ragnarok, the Spirit Rush, and things like that, and then extend the fight and use that a lot of the damage that you have once those tools are down to win it out. That's not a very reliable way to win team fights. It's very hard to replicate, but that's the way I see them winning at this Elder Dragon.
I love this game of chicken that we have between Hidan and Philip. It's literally like, oh, are you going to let me chase you with the flamethrower? Oh my god, Qats. That's a Featherstorm out of Instinct. That is a massive tool used. There is no fight for another minute or so, but it's not going to be up.
Exactly. That's a long enough cooldown where I don't think Instinct's going to have the ult. He definitely will not have the cleanse, and against the Ahri, that's against an Ahri and a Renata, it's really dangerous. So Instinct's ability to team fight around this Elder Dragon, it's limited. Really nice play from Qats because he's going to have a Spirit Rush back up.
Easy as that. As well as he has the Seeker's Arm Guard by a lot of time in these fights. We have about 35 seconds for an Elder Dragon. I cannot believe we're saying that under 30 minutes between these two teams, but PNG have done a great job of stacking these objectives for themselves and utilizing this map pressure. I mean, the macro sense that Pain Gaming have had so far in this game in particular has been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, it has been. I really like their willingness to stack, their ability to understand where members of Fear are going to move in transition and end up picking them out more often than not. It's something they did really well the last time these two teams met, and it's something that they're trying to do again here. But this is it. Elder's up. We have a TP.
That is a full TP. I mean, that just immediately initiated the fight. The Ixtal's impact goes down. Hostile takeover is not going to connect as much as they want. Qux, he goes for it. He gets Philip. Philip is going down, baby, down as Pain Gaming deliver their namesake straight to Fear with a punch to the gut.
And they execute the Reapers as it looks like XU is showing himself. I think he wants to try and cut the wave, but yeah, and you know what? It's actually going to do the trick. The Pain Gaming wave isn't quite big enough, but I'll tell you what, Elder Dragon's a hell of a consolation prize, Mazel, as they're about to grab the biggest buff in the game.
XU getting surrounded right now, maybe looking for the ultimate steal, but is going to just get Tatu's ire as he's trying to dip, dive, duck, and dodge, but he did not learn how to play dodgeball. And Hidan claims the kill. That will be the Elder Dragon for Pain Gaming. You can feel it in the arena. You can feel it on the Rift. This is looking like Pain Gaming taking that step forward.
Oh, it certainly seems like it. Even though we have the Baron. Oh, they actually don't end up going for the Baron as a trade. That's really tough. We talked about it last game, Mazel. The Baron being able to buy you a little bit of time when your opponent has the Elder Dragon, something Fear weren't able to actually secure. So instead, Pain Gaming are going to get both, which means they're in a great position to just close this game out and take us to our Game 4 match point.
God, and the story of this Pain Gaming team, we talked about it here and there, but just the fact that they've been able to overcome their demons and Vivocade stars, but also, yeah, I guess continue straight into Winston, who just overextended, and he got bit by the Scorpion there. Qats is the one that claims the kill, and I just think this Pain Gaming team has had so much momentum behind them. Yes, they did lose their last finals, but this year has been one of greatness for this team.
It has been, and I mean, it's true. That was the difference between winning the split, becoming 1 and 2 seed, between becoming 1 or 2 seed in this tournament, but it doesn't erase everything they've done all year long. This storied organization, constant success, not just in 2024, and now they want match point.
Philip has no right to exist on this plane of Summoner's Rift as Pain Gaming put the hurt onto the base of Fear X Starforge. And you hear those chants ring loud, you hear those kills, and the scream of the Elder Dragon coming alive for Pain Gaming. They just need to get the minion waves in here, and they're looking at match point of our America's Challengers Grand Finals. Ooh, one
They're
more
going in.
engage. I don't know if they got it. Tatsu's getting low
Oh,
now as
nope.
well, but it doesn't matter. The executes are still there. And this game-changing Elder Dragon did literally that. They're on the final Nexus Tower. They're looking to get one more kill into XU. He does got the Serix gauge back and forth, though it goes. P and G. They rise to 2-1.
Yeah, you can just see it, Tatu. He's telling the boys to stand up. He's hyping up the crowd because they are now one game away from being our America's Challengers champion here. You can see XU, he's throwing up the 3-2. He says, we're going to game 5. This series isn't over yet, but we're going to have to see.
I know Tatu's feeling good about that one. His Skarner comes out big yet again. Honestly, his Skarner has been one of the most brutal picks of this entire tournament. It feels like he is a game changer on that one. I don't know what he's doing there anymore. Give us a little bit of sock puppet time.
He's putting on his socks.
Get those
he plays barefoot, I guess.
Yeah, but he did like a sock puppet. But in all actuality, this is a big step in the right direction for Pain Gaming Academy. Now they are one game away from taking that first ever America's Challengers Grand Championship. And what a world it is. What a meaningful moment it is for these guys to do this in front of their home crowd as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic feeling for these players, for this organization, for the fans, of course, who are all sporting the black and red. Pain Gaming Academy are one game away from getting that second title this year that eluded them in their Split 2 finals against Vivo Cade Stars, and they're looking damn good doing it.
If they won that second split, do they get the Tier 2 Golden Road?
Oh my God, is that a thing? Is that a thing?
No,
it's not a thing.
It's not a thing. Anyways, putting a little bit more focus on Pain Gaming. It is exactly how we set it up to be at the beginning of this series as a whole. They're relying on a lot of the shot calling direction of Tatu and Giggs, and it's very, very evident that they are huge pillars for this team to play around.
They absolutely are, and I think no matter what they are playing, especially things like that signature Skarner that I think Tatu was just running the Rift on, they are the keys to this team's success alongside Hedon in the top lane. These two are so good at being able to find engages for the team. They're the ones who make a lot of the calls as well. They're the ones who are responsible for a lot of those push plays that we talked about, those plays catching people as they transition from lane to lane. That allowed them to either catch up or push their leads further.
And looking at Fearx Starforge a little bit more, I know they'll be kicking themselves for that last game. Some of the decisions they made, definitely not leaning out, and then it just felt like dominoes falling. But it was a situation where these guys need to, again, just like they did after game number 1, regroup, recoup, and use that experience we know they have to get their heads back into this game.
I will say, I think the biggest thing for this Pain Gaming win, besides the fact that, again, if we go to Game 5, they will have side select, is that Hedon played the Olaf. This is full Fearless. Being able to take away such a critical pick from Philip, I also think is just this extra layer that Pain Gaming were able to achieve here in this game. So now, they're in a pretty good position. We're going into this next game. I mean, we've seen teams do it before in this tournament. They could just throw 3 bans Philip's way to really put pressure on that top side to limit the impact he's going to be able to have.
And that is also a crucial factor to think about how Fearless affects the next game itself. Yes, we will have all the picks that we've already seen banned away, but it's also the second phase of bans that will not be existing there. So thinking about what gets unlocked, looking at some of these bans and thinking what can kind of slink through in that case. Yeah,
100%. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like the Jax actually make it through. I mean, Smolder, XU's brand, XU or Tatu's Nidalee. We could even see Tatu bring out the Viego. He hasn't actually brought that one out this series. Again, it is his one of his top 3 play champions in the CBLOL Academy. So there's still plenty of options on Pain Gaming's front for what they want to play.
And we're going to take a look back at this one. It was a scrappy one for sure. This one right here, he just running down a Blaze Olive. A little bit reminiscent of what we saw back and forth throughout the game itself, but Pain Gaming just taking the momentum when they needed to, and especially stacking those dragons early for them, set them up so successfully.
Yeah, it did. Just really using the bot priority and the advantages that Marvin and Giggs were able to get in that bottom lane as that Kalista Renata. You saw the 2v2 kill that ended up going through early on, and with that high priority on the grubs, giving Marvin a lot of alone time in the bottom lane also allowed him to push that advantage further, so that he just became a constant target for the side of Fear, but not a target they could always hit.
I mean, the movement around from Marvin was so good. Yeah, so this
pretty
moment he
good.
got caught, but then we're going to take a look back at the other fights as well as we continue this one. And
hopefully, yeah.
This is where you're thinking, okay, I see what happens with Fear
it's this
composition, but this is the back-breaking fight.
Yeah, it really is. Once the soul goes through, they weren't able to find that engage, and they weren't able to really layer their combo this fight onto the Kalista. You saw Philip, he dropped the ultimate there, the equalizer on top of himself instead of on top of XU or Winsome, and I think that's what ended up losing it for him.
A couple of these flash plays from QOTS also hitting where it hurts the most, it feels like. And honestly, a little bit undersung throughout this whole game, the Ahri keeping presence, keeping pressure, and then just being able to find those big charms. It just felt like all of the teamwork we saw from Pain Gaming represented in this game number 3.
Yeah, 100%. And a really nice fight there at the end is what ended up turning it into a win as they marched through the base with that Elder Dragon. And again, now a Pain Gaming Academy, 1 game away from being your first America's Challengers champions. They're 1 game away from getting that much coveted second win here in Tier 2. And FearX Starforge, it's back to the drawing board with some crucial picks of theirs out of the picture now as we're playing Fearless Draft. We got to see what else they can pull out.
That's the biggest thing, and the hardest part about all of this is just figuring out what you set yourself up for ahead of time, what's still going to be available for you. And as we're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown here, it is something to think about the execution level of these teams that we've seen. And it feels like we are seeing Pain Gaming actually have some serious macro strength to themselves, even though maybe Fear felt like that was a positive for them coming into this series.
Yeah, XU really stressed that. The way to kind of overcome Pain Gaming's kind of propensity to fight often and look for plays often is trying to trade across the board. And there were instances where they actually did do that in this game and in other games in the series. It wasn't quite enough because at the end of the day, when it comes to the 5v5, Pain Gaming Academy, they reign supreme. Especially with this composition where there are so many threats to Instinct's life. You saw so many times before objectives, whether it's Olaf, whether it's Ahri, they're forcing out the ult, they're forcing out the cleanse, and it makes it so hard for Instinct to actually do any damage. I mean, that's why you can see it. It's rather low compared to everybody else.
I mean, you just look at map control as well. Literally only a couple towers going the way of FearX Starforge. Nothing else except for the kills themselves. So trying to get yourself out of that one, it feels like a rinse and repeat of that game number 1 a little bit for Fear. But for Pain Gaming, trying to keep their momentum going. They did falter the last time they took a win, but being able to take this roundabout victory and also have a lot of the kind of comfort but also mechanical strength show through for them, it just feels like they're riding that wave of that energy that the crowd is giving.
Oh, and it's a lot of energy, Mazel, because every time they do something right, I can hear it in my headphones, and I know you can too. So they do have the crowd behind them. They do have so many supporters as they are playing from home there in São Paulo, and that's what Fear are going up against. Not only are they up against the wall at match point, but again, it's that audience difference. You know, XU, he flashed the 3-2 before going back to the backstage. We'll see if they can actually do it.
I'm here for it. We got the upper bracket run versus the lower bracket run. We've got CBLOL versus NACL in our America's Challengers Grand Finals. We'll see if we get to go to a game number 5, but we'll see what happens in game number 4. Welcome back, everyone, for the America's Challengers 2024 Grand Finals. We have made it to game number 4. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard and Pain Gaming are on match point of our first ever North and South American Tier 2 International.
That's right. A convincing game 3 win, from Pain Gaming Academy has gotten them to this point where now they're really close. Sorry, man. I'm spoiling the script a little bit, but it has been a really good look from Pain Gaming Academy so far. I think we got to give credit to Fear. They are playing better than they did the last time these teams had faced off earlier in the bracket, but it's still been a lot of success for Pain.
And I just feel like the biggest thing on my mind is that we are seeing just honestly Pain Gaming have a better macro sense of these kind of nitty-gritty situations, the kind of really tough, pressureful moments, and trying to take advantage of maybe some of the lapses we've seen from Fear X Starforge. I know that XU still feels super confident. They're looking at this game 4, already having game 5 in their eyes, but you've got to hone in and focus because this could be the last game of 2024 that we see from Fear.
That's right. And really, either of these teams, so important for them to try and make that best impression again, trying to make their case to move up to Tier 1, trying to make the best of the changes to the Tier 1 system we're seeing here in North and South America come 2025. So trying to do the best you can to tell teams, hey, take a look at me. You should promote me and things like that. XU, I know he's already said that he believes he's made a good enough case for himself, that he can make it back to the LCS. That he can still compete in Tier 1 and succeed. And I'm sure a lot of other players who are playing today feel something similar.
I know Pain Gaming Academy is going to be feeling very confident with the backing we've seen them have here in São Paulo, in their arena, but also just in general, this kind of run from Pain Gaming in the upper bracket, having only lost 2 particular games in this tournament as a whole, and feeding off the energy, the confidence that Tatu is bringing to the table here for them. He's been an instrumental piece into setting them up, and now even more so as Philip doing his tried and true stare off at the camera again. Maybe it's going to be enough.
But
maybe
blinking.
It's just Maybelline. Yeah, he doesn't. Maybe he just doesn't understand what a blinking contest or staring contest entails.
Maybe not, but maybe it's a sign of the pressure. Maybe he just wants to lock in and focus on the game instead of trolling us, trolling the fans, things like that. Either way, it's good to see. You can kind of see energy's all right from both sides. ABO, a little smiles. Maybe there's a bit of nerves there, but I think it's better than what we saw at the end of Game 1, Mazel. They were stone-faced. They were kind of looking the way Giggs is looking right now, and I was a little concerned.
Honestly, that excites me for Pain if Giggs is looking like that. He says, we got this beast bleeding. We got to put it down now. As I think obviously it's a lot of pressure on these players. It's our first ever Tier 2 International on this side of the pond, at least here for North and South America. But it's also a statement, a moment of pride for these teams, for these regions, for the domestic talent that has been building up to this point with all the changes on the horizon, with everything going down next year, with the importance of Tier 2 increasing so much more. Everything relies on kind of taking these moments when you get them, and I know all these players want to put themselves on the map going into those big off-season changes.
For sure. And XU, I've been asking him what it would mean for him to be able to win here today. Says it would be incredible. I quote, would call it an anime-esque finish to my year. This year's had some incredible moments, some incredibly miserable ones. But to end it off with an international win with this perfectly imperfect group of guys would be amazing. And that's what Fear are looking to do here into this Game 4, guys. Remember, even if Fear win, they have a tough road ahead of them because Pain Gaming will have side select in Game 5 and will almost certainly choose that ever-coveted blue side.
Yeah, I mean, blue side is literally king right now, and we get into it. You see all those bands above the picks. Those are all the champions that have been chosen before this game, not available for this game. And now we're getting to the final band because in game number 4, we no longer have second phase bands On that blue side, it is Fear banning away the Jax, the Gnar, and the Braum. Pain banning away the Varus, the Ashe, and the Smolder.
Wow, okay, and it's just going to be that first pick Renekton there. I mean, Philip running out of options considering what we've known him for this past summer, this past year, really, including the Gnar and the Jax bans that we're seeing so far in this game. I will say, fun fact, Mazel, Renekton is winless here at America's Challengers.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. It's 0-5. So, I mean, for a champion that we associate very strongly with Philip, for how often he's played it this year, it would be a pretty big deal in this situation for him to get that win. But if I'm looking at the stats, ugh.
Yeah, stats ain't telling the right story, or maybe it is telling the right story, but it's the story we don't want to hear. As the brand is locked in now for Pain Gaming. They will have a little bit of flexibility with that, but do expect that to go Tatu's way. And the Jace locking that one in means I'm probably about right, but it's also a lot of that range damage profile from Pain Gaming right now.
Yeah, definitely poke. Solid. I'm assuming this is going into Qots' hands in the mid lane. A lot of pressure, a lot of lane dominance, and it's just going to be the insta Nidalee coming through here. The XU special. Tatu plays a good amount of it as well, but in NACL Summer, XU would put a higher priority on this champ than anybody else in the league, and he looks really good on the pick as well. So in the situation, tournament lives on the line. If there's anything I would bet on, it's XU's Nidalee.
And on top of that, he's got the supporting cast around him that's going to benefit so well. The Leona and the Renekton. First of all, the Renekton-Nidalee combo is one as old as time, but being able to get the Solar Flare, the CC combos to land those spears from Winsome, going to be crucial as well. See the lock-in, though, for Pain Gaming. They're going to get some more team fight presence and maybe a bull in the room, as I would expect the Alistar to come through here.
Yeah, it's a good response. The expected one from Giggs, especially considering what's left, what's available into something like the Leona. And of course, being the Alistar, when they jump into you, that is your bread and butter. You have that ultimate that will keep you alive. You can cast your spells multiple times, so you get a lot of value in these team fights later on. And I think so far on Fear X Starforge's side, we haven't actually seen too much damage, especially in that mid to late game, come through. So you got to imagine now we're going to be looking at Instinct to see what he's going to be piloting. Maybe this is the game where we see something like the Jinx.
I would love to see the Jinx. I would love to see any kind of hyper carries coming through for both Marvin and Instinct. I think both these guys are ready to unleash themselves, as we've seen them have some really, really intense backs and forth. Both guys actually having some good performances so far in the 3 games that we have seen. If you're wondering why we're taking so much time, obviously I already stated, no bans in the second phase. We have to get through them all. Yep. So now looking forward, what are the big pieces that we're seeing still needed on the table for either team, starting with Pain?
I mean, for Pain, it's definitely a marksman. It'll be interesting to see what they prioritize, considering what is left and what is up. They'll have that kind of pick of the litter. Maybe the Jhin is something they'll go for here. They could use some more setup. I think they do have a lot of damage already between Tatu and Qots. So that's probably my guess for what they would go for. And I think Instinct and the rest of Fear would be pretty happy about that too, because I think if Jinx is out, the only thing that I could think of is like the Aphelios, which hasn't seen play. Hasn't seen much play really anywhere, and not a single game so far in this tournament.
It's, hey, that's when you know we're in the fearless best of 5s, and we start getting some fun picks coming out. But that's also why we've been building up to this moment. We only have 2 best of 5s here in America's Challengers, this being our second. We hadn't gone the distance in the last one, but it's important to think about what Fearless brings to those last couple games in each series, and how much the pick differential increases as we go. It is the Jhin, locked in for a little bit of utility from Marvin, so not the hyper scaling carry that I was thinking of.
No, but this is about what I expected. I think they have enough damage. I think this gives them that range. This gives them that setup to follow up on everything else Pain Gaming is doing with the rest of their draft. So that's expected, and it is going to end up being the Jinx for Instinct. So you got to imagine a lot of pressure for him, especially compared to a Blaze Olive, who so far, when we're looking at the stats, this team, so much of the damage comes from their mid lane. He has the 3rd highest damage share of the lead in the league, and it is first among mid laners. So the fact that he does so much for this team and instincts on the late game carry is crazy. But now we're getting deep and fearless because it's the TF for ABO. So it is about playmaking. It is about setting up for the rest of the map. It's not as much about him anymore.
I mean, this is all about XU, it feels like. Yes, you have instinct on the Jinx, but if they can't find the combinations, if they cannot get a lead for XU, I mean, this game plan is going to go completely awry because Fear have one thing on their mind, and it is that Cougar. And now on the other side, it is the Syndra locked in, something we've been seeing rise in priority, and a sustained carry as we get further into the game.
Yeah, and I like this answer too because much like the Alistar, you have that ability to create space, to push people away with that scatter of the week, and I think that's really important considering we see Renekton, Nidalee, TF, Leona. We are all about moving forward in Fear X Starforge's composition, Mazel. It is all about getting on top of Qats, getting on top of Marvin, Hidan, Tatsu, whoever, and just taking them out of the picture. But of course, that does also mean Hidan is playing the Jace, not Qats.
Gonna be very fun to see how that top lane matchup goes. I actually do remember the Jace having some fun into the Renekton in times past, but we'll see how exactly that goes down. We have also seen Pain Gaming have some advantages straight out of draft in a couple of these games, and maybe using that flexibility to find yet another one. Both teams know how much relies on them, how much pressure there is on their shoulders here for this best of 5. All 6 teams that came into this tournament, and only 2 remain. Only 1 game away is the CBLOL #2 representative in Pain Gaming Academy. To be that close, to have this energy of the crowd fueled in your favor, you know the momentum is king, and they are feeling themselves. Fear, all eyes on them to try to put it back into its place and get us to a game 5. All the experience that is on this Fear roster, all the dreams, the hopes, the pride that NA has left is all relying on these 5 guys to put it together and get us to those sweet, sweet silver scrapes. That trophy looming large in their eyes as we get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 4.
And just like Pain Gaming Academy, Mazel, Fear, they're trying to do what they could not in the NACL Summer Finals against Dragonsteel. They weren't able to close it out then. They have a chance to do it now with this composition where they are all inning on XU and Instinct this time around. And you're going to have ABO just facilitating the rest of the map with this Twisted Fate. This is what they're betting it on. This is what their tournament lives have been leading up to. This is the culmination of their entire year, Lennon.
I know it means a lot to XU. If you don't know XU, he's a very nice guy, has a really good head on his shoulders. Got a little bit of the short end of the stick with the... Loves his girlfriend. That's the Katarina hover every time. Got the short end of the stick, it felt like, coming to Dignitas over this last year. And especially coming into summer, wanting to prove that he deserves to be back in that LCS spot. And what better way than to have a great performance on our Tier 2 international stage here in São Paulo. But everything relying on Pain Gaming dropping that game or not finding these advantages. Because this team, man, they have surprised maybe not everybody because they were a good team coming into it. But the fact that they've been so clean, they've been so calculated has been a wonder to watch.
And I think it's been a good thing, too, especially considering our expectations for not just NA as a whole, but our other NA representative. Remember Dragonsteel, guys? Where we thought Dragonsteel would just clear everyone and their families, and then they didn't even make it out of groups. So the fact that Fear were the ones who have been able to step it up for NA and who are able to perform, making it all the way to finals, is such a big deal for them, especially as players. Trying to make up for that loss in, oh my god, in NACL Summer.
I will say, man, that's 2 games now. First we saw the flexibility that the Maokai used, and then the Lilia grab by Pain Gaming. But now the Jace pickup here really being played towards with the flexibility. And if you start losing that side lane, the Renekton is not going to nearly have as big of an impact with this Nidalee as you'd want it to.
No, it's still, that's why you're seeing XU. I mean, trying to have that impact. Sees QOTS pushed up, gonna try and get a little pressure, but the defensive vision there from Pain Gaming is so good. That ward in the bot side river is what spotted XU there. We just walked past another ward, and here's a third one on top of it. So they all know.
No!
Oh, wow.
Oh, they tried to go for the combo. They do end up getting first blood for Philip now, though, and Hidan still falling. Matters the most, even though the discommunication did come through. Now you got mid lane combos and Fear. They want to take the early game this time around. QOTS first point the flash here, but Winsome still looking for the angle. He's trying to get over to Tatu. QOTS trying to get some safety from his jungler, but now Tatu is in the middle of everybody. He's all by himself. The spear going to be flashed out of. We have Giggs coming over here to try to support him, try to get him out of this one, but the yellow card and the damage. One more claw.
Wow.
And XU gets 1-2. That's 3-0 for Fear to start us off game 4.
Man, a pressure scenario, backs against the walls. How about a 3-0 start for the Grim Reapers and Fear X Starforge? They bet it all on the Nidalee from XU, and it's already paying off massively here, 4 minutes in.
The thing about the Nidalee is you cannot stop the pressure. You have to continue pushing it forward. The early leads, we've seen XU get them time and time, but now it is also about continuing that forward as we see Giggs and Marvin able to get a decent combo onto Instinct in the bot side. We are going to have Dragon coming up about 40 seconds. Looking at the redeploy from XU, looks like they maybe want to contest over this side of the map, but he's going to be clearing up towards top side.
Yeah, I think the fact, I really like that call from XU. He's only cleared his bot side. His top camps are still level 1. But I think resetting, being on the side of the map is so important. Not even just the Dragon, but to make sure he's there with Winsome so Instinct gets this wave in. Yes, Instinct is your late game insurance. Yes, he's the Jinx, but you got to make sure he's able to farm at least somewhat easily and consistently so that he can be that carry, can catch the baton that the rest of the team are going to pass to him at that 20-minute mark.
You ever been in a baton race? It's not easy. I'm just gonna say that handoff
not.
is tricky.
I could never. I always drop it.
Hopefully they're not gonna be dropping the baton this time around in this relay race that we have on Summoner's Rift now. But it is obvious no Dragon focus early on for these teams. I know Pain Gaming, we're putting a big emphasis on that in the last game from blue side, but it definitely seems like Grubs is going to be more of importance for both teams going forward here.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, the fact that
Marvin.
XU is already 1-0, yeah. Oh, wow, they're just moving him towards the top side. So I am curious to see how Fear are going to respond once they realize this is going to happen. And the fact is, Instinct can't really do a whole lot of anything right now. He has boots, he has a cup. You know what I mean? So right now, he just has to farm it out and take these plates. So as soon as they see Marvin, I think Fear walk away.
XU should come upon Marvin
and there it is.
Now, missing that spear. They will at the back way. They actually have QOTS moving as well from mid lane. Philip not going to have a lot of health here, but they still have the Dominus. There's going to be the back at least by Hidan. And trying to get back over here as XU starts up the Grubs.
Wow, I mean, this is insane. If XU is able to walk away, I mean, with even a single Grub, after all that pressure they put topside, I think that's a win, especially because look at bot lane. Instinct, he's pushing a wave in. He's going to be able to get a plate from that. You couldn't ask for anything more as Fear X Starforge for your Jinx.
So massive to get that standing gold there for him as well early on. Isn't going to find much of a laning advantage there, but you are going to get Hidan coming down here to kind of deal with him. XU, a Blaze Olive, and Winsome coming down. There's the Destiny, and it's popped. A Blaze Olive at the turret, though, tanking the turret. Now not enough damage being followed through, and the shots.
Oh my god! Are you serious?
Man, XU, my monster, 2-0.
That's my go right there, Mazel. The fact that he hits that on the fadeaway. Hidan could not survive. And you get the assist onto the Jinx as well. And guess what? He gets to crash another wave. Fear come out swinging here in this game 1. In North America, we haven't seen any TF mid lane in the summer split. There was some top lane. But seeing it in the mid lane hasn't actually came out. And ABO, he's already having that impact with that first Destiny.
Again, you just have the tools to set XU up. That's been the game plan the entire time for this draft number 4 for Fear, and it's paying dividends now. That yellow card set up from a Blaze Olive is going to continue to be a menace for Pain Gaming to deal with.
and that's why I like the Merc Treads Rush. He is a gold card printer. That is ABO's purpose this game, Mazel. And he's fulfilling it well thus far. You can see it. We're 8 minutes in the game, and Fear have a 3K gold lead. And it's on your top side. As Nidalee Renekton, that's the fattest W if I can. That's a fat W if I could ever think of one, Lennon. Now XU, you can see what he's doing. He is strong right now. This is a great point in the game for Nidalee, especially when you're 2-0. He wants to invade. He wants to try and see what he can take away.
There's a lot of people
but
here.
Kix is also here. Ah, hey,
he's overextended. Yeah, I mean, he's 100% overextended. That is unfortunate, and all that lead just thrown to the wayside right now. And I'm just going to say outright beat down. I know we were loading this one up, but this has happened again and again to this team.
Yeah, I don't like that one. As soon as you see gigs, you need to leave. So, good punish from Pain, and they want more.
Oh, the flash play, top two! He opens it up now, as well as Marvin coming over with curtain call. Blaze Olive barely making it out. Winsome has to flash away from that pillar.
Wow. I will say, but again, Instinct, this isn't that bad, because you can see it. Instinct has just been unencumbered this entire game. You can see the CS lead he's built up. He's gotten 3, not 1 or 2, but 3 solo plates. And that is still a big win for Fear. I wouldn't say they've thrown their lead to the wayside just yet. They're still feeling really good.
It's still a strong lead. It's still an advantage to play around, and XU going to lead that advantage into a Dragon. I think Instinct is going to have a lot to say in these team fights as well, but it's all about XU in the earlier parts of this game. This Dragon going slowly, and Pain Gaming, they're surrounding now. Tatu, he has Pyroclasm. This is a fish in a barrel type situation though, and Fear realized that. They just go for the kill, they get Q-Ots, and now they'll get the Dragon.
Yeah, easy. Single kill gets Instinct excited, and that's a dangerous thing with all the burst Fear are looking for. Pain have to be very cognizant of that.
Okay, XU.
It's level 5.
His stuff,
they're gonna get him.
Sinking those claws into a big old cow. He'll come up with another one. 3-1 for XU.
And what a big deal for this player. Again, trying to prove himself to make it to that tier 1. To pull out a signature pick, something he's found a lot of success on here in the summer split at NACL Mazel. For him to do it and succeed this way, that leads to a win. It would be such a big deal for this player who believes he's already proven himself ready for tier 1, but could still take it one step further and become that first America's champion.
And he was the one that was calling out the 3-2 victory. He was the one that's leading the charge with all eyes on him. And Philip going for the play now, going for the flash potentially. Oh, you gotta be careful though. I thought he was gonna go for the flash Q play onto Hidan, but he does not find the angle. Both top laners going toe to toe.
They are, and now we're at the spawn of that second set of grubs. Because both top laners are out of the picture, now XU has an opportunity to get all 3 of these grubs. And if he does that, it's going to be Fear, not Pain, who have access to the Void Might spawning. And it will be Fear, not Pain, who are going to have an easier time trying to siege these turrets, knock down more turret plates, which Instinct has already gotten ahead of on.
And I will say Fear have really done a great job of getting these grubs all series long, able to get the 4, able to get those mites going, but it's also a situation where they are in a pretty hefty gold advantage. The Blaze Olive getting caught though is going to make a chunk into that. Solar Flare coming through, but it's not enough to save him. Marvin comes up with the kill.
Oh, Philip?
Oh, still got the fights. Okay. The Renekton Nidalee combo finally coming out. See if they can actually get a combo here. He does just need to hit the W. God, almost walking into that one. Does back away. Going for the kill to Philip. Almost gets him there as well. Though XU walking around just needs to hit one Q. Needs to do one thing. Needs to hit something. He does get the Cougar Claw sink deep, but it's Tatu right here to respond. And one thing the Cougars don't like is that fire. And Tatu's got it.
A nice response. It took a while, but Hidan buys enough time for his jungler to help do a little bit of cleanup. But I like that Fear are still keeping the pace up. Mazel, I like that they are still looking for these plays and just continuously taking advantage of this lead they have. And then look. Oh, hold on.
Oh, man. He doesn't have the power unleashed for Q-Out, so it should be okay from a Blaze Olive, although you just TP'd back to lane and are already losing half of your health. Definitely not something you'd love to have, but it is still something he can stay in mid lane with. We have another little while until next objectives come up as well.
Yeah, I will say, this is still a really good early game coming through from Fear X Starforge. I like that they're pushing the pace because they have first items coming across top to bottom, with the exception of Winsome. I am Philip. He's going for the Stride Breaker. Just wants the slow to stay on people. AVO's going for the Roa, but most importantly, Instinct. He's going for the IE. He is going maximum late game Mazel. When he hits 2 and 3 items, he's going to spike so very hard, and he's going to be a problem for Pain and Pain's fans.
And unfortunately, I will just say, if Pain fans are listening, even though they're all at the arena, luckily you still have a Syndra. And you know, the one thing that ADCs hate is a press R button win champion, as Syndra
That's
is.
true.
So we'll see if QOTS can actually find the combos. Marvin not nearly going to have the same damage profile as Instinct, so he's going to have to find meaningful access in other ways, using his utility and using his cleanup power. But right now, Fear are just cleaning up this bot side turret, trying to get as many plates as they can before they fall off at 14 minutes.
I will say there's something humorous about Fear not actually having Grubageddon this time, and immediately, or as soon as they can, all-inning a side lane turret. But they're going to go for it anyway. You can see topside Philip is going to have some alone time. He's going to collect some turret plates, and you got to imagine this turret, that's first brick over to this Jinx. Instinct just moving forward to see what else he can do.
And I think now we're actually seeing Fear be rebuffed a little bit. There's a big amount of damage from the Power Unleashed. It's not going to be enough. It is Marvin who opens up with the curtain call, trying to get the last shot going. Flash immediately out from Instinct. Winsome also going to flash with the Pyroclasm. It's actually going to connect on XU now. And Fear, they're turning it back around though. Blaze Olive coming in with the yellow card. And now you have all the damage you can ask for. Philip has taken out the big croc and dealt the damage on the PNG as Giggs is down. Fear turned everything on its head, and now at a 6,000 gold lead.
At the end of last game and during Champ Select in Game 4, XU constantly in the camera promises what? A Game 5. He says 3-2. And how about this? 5-2 on the Nidalee, having tremendous impact in this early game. Fear have so much going for them, and there's a good chance. I think I can hear Silver Scrapes ever so faintly in the distance, Mazel. We might be getting closer to it.
So softly it starts, and how loudly it comes if we do get there. But now we take a look back to this one. It is Pain Gaming who actually tried to take the angle here.
Yeah, and this is something we see Pain do quite often. They'll move all 5 to a lane if they know they have a good fight, or if they believe they have a good fight. Because once Philip joins the fray, even though Instinct is out of the picture, I look at what this Renekton is doing. 0-5, statistical anomaly. Philip is still making this champ look great.
Backline access is something that Renekton absolutely loves. And if he can find that access, it is not something Pain Gamer would be very happy about. Now, some of the picks they've grabbed for themselves in game number 4 not working out necessarily. Hidan 0-4 on the Jace, being capitalized on constantly, and now you don't really have a front line besides Giggs. Speaking of, Giggs gonna pop the Unbreakable, but he can't stop the damage coming on to Tatu. Tatu's turning it back around, trying to with the Pyroclasm, but the lead is too far in front of Pain Gaming. And Instinct is tearing them a new one here as another outer tower is gonna fall. That's the 4 grubs coming to work. That's the mites coming to work, and Fear X Starforge, they are at a massive advantage now. And I said they needed to keep this Nidalee train going, and they have been chugging right along.
Yeah, they wanted to accelerate this game, and they have done so at blistering speed. Because they are now, I mean, they're going to knock over another turret. It's a tier 2 that's going to get, oh, nope. Yeah, wait.
The minions. Oh!
Wow! I saw XU on the camera, mouth like wide open. He's in shock. But don't worry, guys. Philip will collect the mid-tier 1. Phillip. That's still something. Oh, he might die.
That's going to be the flash out, though. TP coming in from Hidan, trying to follow up damage there, but not going to find it. Philip is able to make it out with his life after taking that outer tower, too. So the base in shambles right now. You have no outer defenses for Pain Gaming. How do we see a way forward for them with this massive differential in the gold?
Honestly, funny enough, even though it isn't working, I think a lot of it is what they've been doing in this early game as well. The fact that they try to look for these 4 stacks, they use their TPs to try to get a numbers advantage in hopes that they can remove people from Fear off the map, get gold back into their pockets, and give themselves a little breathing room so that they can hit turrets. The problem is, the more that doesn't work, the further in the hole you end up going into. And it's worse too, because not only does TP disadvantage suck, you're playing against TF, so it sucks even more.
It definitely does. You're seeing XU playing with the utmost confidence that 3-2 to the camera provided him. He also has his Seekers now, so can play a little bit more loosely with his full-on force.
Even
and they're
more.
trying to get a tier 2 tower down here.
And that tier 2 on the top side ends up dropping to the minions. You gotta imagine on this next wave, the bot tier 2 turret will also be dropped down. Phillips in the bush, in case anything a little crazy ends up happening.
Thanks for the shout out from the observers, but now Fear right back on the bot lane, right back on Hidan, who's gonna have to burn that flash. The Mega Death Rocket did come out anyways. Trying to follow that one up. Did end up getting his summoner spell. The siege gonna continue. A nice scatter of the week there, as well the deadly flourish to follow back on it. Curtain call used, but this is just a way for Engage to come through for Fear. XU getting a little bit low from the pounce back by PNG. They get the second tier tower and back away.
And that's just more gold. We are almost at the 20-minute mark, and you just see this insane gold lead, almost 9,000 in the hands of Fear X Starforge. Like, this gold lead is unbelievable at this point. They have just been running over Pain Gaming since minute 1. And again, it's because of this Renekton Nidalee combo on the top side, because of the Twisted Fate from ABO that we haven't seen him really play all split long in Challengers League, and definitely not here by anybody in the America's Challengers Tournament. But it's still paying off big time, as he and almost everyone on the side of Fear have already hit their second item before the 20-minute mark.
And if we're taking a look back at some of the losses, the devastating losses Fear have had, they had decent leads with compositions like this. Although XU able to pounce away, they had decent advantages with comps like this, but we see it falter a lot of time. But this is the execution I want to see from a comp like this from Fear. You put the pedal to the metal and you do not take that foot off the gas one bit. And they have not. They're going to continue this advantage into a soul point of a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and Hextech Soul, we talked about it last game, it is no joke. Especially with someone like a Jinx in your back pocket, it feels great for Fear X Starforge. And should they secure that Soul, I'm pretty comfortable to say we're going to Game 5, Mazel. So start your timers, everybody. 5 minutes on the clock. And we're going to find out if we have Silver Scrapes or if CBLOL will be victorious.
Pride of Tier 2 in North America and South America on the line. Our first ever America's Challengers, and you could be the champion of it, marking your name in the history books. Now, Pain Gaming, they have had some back and forth games. We've seen this series go back and forth. Blue side predominantly king, and looking like it might maintain that. So as we speak about what's going on the Rift, though, we do have those second items now for everybody pretty much on the side of Fear X Starforge. And that will just increase the amount of pressure that they can put on Pain Gaming, and especially the tankiness and the healthiness of a Blaze Olive on this TF.
Yeah, you can see how far forward Fear are into the topside jungle here. Right now, ABO is kind of the play. I say kinda because Fear are pushed up far enough that they have a lot of information. It's pretty hard for Pain to make a play towards this topside without them noticing. So instead, they're just going to push this vision line even further. I mean, we're at a point where Jinx is 2 items. You can do Baron reasonably quickly. And I think that's what I'm expecting to see them do. Either try and burst down the Baron if there's really no vision or they don't notice, but if Pain Gaming show up, you just play for the turn, and as soon as you get 1 kill, Instinct will do the rest.
Instinct now switching over to the burden bearer, it feels like, of this comp. Obviously 3 items is really the break point for the Jinx, but he's starting to become more of the factor that's going to make the difference in a lot of these. I know XU still able to land this poke, is still very strong. And we also have Philip giving Hidan a run for his money in the side lane. Fear can do no wrong here unless they overextend.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them do it in the past, but they are in a pretty strong position right now. Oh!
Just try to get the turret, but it is the wave clear that actually comes in now. Philip just going forward.
Phillip?
He's tanking up the shots right now. He's going down low. PG, they take him out. It's going to be the trade back. Look at a Blaze Olive, though. He has found Q-Ots. Now Marvin, really the only damage dealer here, but Giggs will fall as well. That is an excited Instinct and an excited Fear X Starforge.
Still not the worst fight. Oh, hold on.
Uh-oh, Pyroclasm. He's going to flash for the play here. Does get the slowdown
Oh,
on these,
look
but the
who's
Destiny
there.
immediately pop. The spear connects. The yellow card makes it so.
Oh.
Next goes golden just to put the hurt where it hurts the most.
Okay, I was gonna say there's no way because it was a pretty bloody fight that Fear would be able to go for that Baron, but now I think they might be able to. I mean, Instinct, he's healing up. He's basically back to full health. He has enough mana to play for this one. And look, the teleports are coming through. There's no jungler for the side of Pain Gaming Academy, so this Baron is an easy pickup.
That's what that delayed fight and that delayed catch out on Tatu brings, and that's why Blaze Olive was so willing to just commit the Destiny to that one. They will secure the Baron buff here. 24 minutes in, actually get a TP out from Hidan to try to take this side lane turret. The Blaze Olive's going to be right here to try to dissuade that one and stop it in its tracks, actually. And that's going to be a massive power swing. I mean, we're already 12,000 gold up, 24 minutes in, and there's a Baron power play still for another 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
That's what I mean. The potential for more gold is just there and available. We're going to see a replay here of this fight. Again, really bloody, amazing solar flare coming through from Winsome to hit so many people. And it's just in the game for Philip of trying to tank up the turret while his team do the rest. He ate up a lot of that damage. I think that's why he ended up going down the way he did. But when it came down to it, the damage from Instinct, ABO, XU, it was still too much. This is that prime example of having a really big wallet and the wallet making the difference.
It's like I'm making the 3-2 come true. Look at me. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
I'm not a liar.
Yeah, they truly are. It's been a massive step up from Fear. It just feels like they are fully locked in for this game. We haven't seen the big slip-ups that we've been seeing in other games so far from them, but now they got to get themselves out of this corner here as they're trying to get this inhib turret. They do take the inhib on top of it as well. Pain Gaming, they were surrounding, but they realize how far at a deficit they are. They probably still even lose that 5v4.
Yeah, I really don't think they have the angle. Even with Philip not having TP available to join, it's just a fight you lose. You don't want to mess around with it, especially so close to the Dragon Soul. Problem is, it's a 12k gold lead. You mentioned, Mazel, almost 13. And Fear have control over the bot side river naturally. So it means that this soul should go into their back pocket. It would take a monumental throw for them to actually lose it.
Fear just singing, any poke you can do, I can do better. In a much more singing tone, I'm sure. Blaze Olive probably leading that chorus.
Oh!
This is going to be the Dragon Soul secure to Blaze Olive. Speaking of leading the chorus, they're shouting all day long, Fear X Starforge, and they have quieted the arena in São Paulo, and they're looking to bring us to silver and the scrape. So XU is going to go golden, get the Pyroclasm out, but P&G, they just want the Cougar, but they're losing everything for it. Hidan is going to get the shutdown onto him. Giggs is gone. Philip is still there, and Instinct is going into the base here. Is going to burn his flash there for it, but looking for the final end is Fear.
That's right, 20 seconds on Giggs, 15 on Q-Ots. I think we're going to Game 5, Mazel. Fear dominate Pain Gaming, and they're going for the Nexus.
They want it one more time. They want to go one more round with Pain Gaming, but they don't have the minions. They don't have the finishing touch here.
They don't have the damage.
They lose their finishing factor, and Pain Gaming are still alive.
The fact that Fear gets to walk away and nothing really comes of it means that any minute now we're about to see that end come through anyways, Mazel, because they have the Hextech Soul. Ooh. They have the Hextech Soul. They have a whole lot of gold to spend after everything they have just taken down. I mean, Instinct's going to hit his third item as soon as he gets back to base. That Bloodthirster means it's going to be really difficult to actually kill this Jinx unless everybody gets on top of her and you throw all the damage you can on top. Oh my god, it's Bloodthirster and another component. So he was sitting on a lot.
Was definitely so. And I'll just say outright, as we see Fear crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Love to still hear the Pain Gaming fans out in force, still chanting, even though they are at a massive deficit. So keeping the energy up, knowing that there is a Game 5 in store. And Fear going to be trying to feed off of this momentum of quieting them to some extent. But now it's the top lane push they're looking for. They're trying to crack down these last inhib turrets.
Yeah, I mean, we're at this point where Fear are so strong that I want to see them just end the game soon. I don't want this to go to Elder Drake. I don't want this to go to Baron Spawn or anything like that. They have enough damage that they could close it out right now. I want to see the confidence from them before we go into this Game 5, because they will still be disadvantaged as Pain Gaming have side select.
Ooh. Really good scout of the week from QOS, though. Gig still going down under the Unbreakable Will. His will be shattered here. He goes right back in on an instinct, trying to push him away. But the Pyroclasm not going to be enough. Pain Gaming's restraint not going to be enough as Philip goes down. Just giving his life there now. And Curtain Call is going to be opened up. It's getting a little bit dicey for Fear. All they need is to get these minion waves in here and push this tempo a little bit as they take the final inhib in mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's Winston. Oh, wow.
He did enough. Oh, the spear lands. If that's not a culmination of this game, I don't know what is. And Fear, they rise from the death. They rise as the Grim Reaper to bring us to Silver Scrapes and XU. He's looking to make good on that 3-2 scoreline.
Oh, and the pats on the shoulder, all smiles from the boys on Fear X Starforge. You got to feel amazing after a comeback game like that. Your backs were against the wall, and you put out some of your most tried and true picks. The Renekton for Philip, the Nidalee for XU that we've been praising all split long over in Challengers League, Mazel, and that has got to be a massive boost to your confidence. Remember, guys, still disadvantage over to Fear X Starforge, because of course now it is Pain Gaming who have side select, and in Best of 5 Fearless Game 5 there are no bans left.
That's the craziest point, and I know you talked about it a little bit before then, but we'll talk about it a little bit more now that the game has officially ended. Pain Gaming will get side select. I have no doubts that it's going to be blue side, and so try to figure out what works.
Are you sure?
Been kind of, I know. I think I'm sure, but it's also about what has kind of slipped through the cracks. What big power picks are still going to be available, because with Game 5 having no bans at all except for the previously picked champions, things become unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of what's been banned previously. Ashe, Smolder are two big champions that have not seen the light of this series, and I have a feeling Smolder's probably going to be that first pick over for Pain. Jax was another one, yeah. I know both Hidan and Philip are going to be really trying to vie for that pick there in the top side. But, you know, the B1 is really the most important part about this advantage here, where you got to imagine, I am expecting it's going to be the Smolder for Pain Gaming, you know, if they choose blue side, which they probably will. Or I could see an angle, too, where they get Jax for Hidan. He's done some incredible things this tournament on that champion, and if they believe in it enough, it could be worth trading the Smolder away.
I've been pretty proud of Philip's step up, though, in that regard, because, you know, it has been a situation where Hidan has had his number every single time. As we're going to take a look at the picks and bans from that last game that'll be joining, we can't absolutely talk about that. And some of the step up that Philip has had as a player, not only in this tournament, but also across this entire split, it feels like.
Yeah, I think for Philip, when he first joined a Challengers League a couple of years ago, I thought he's a player that had a lot of potential, and I think his last couple of splits after his first one, not so great, Mazel, but I think this past split on Fear X Starforge specifically was one of the best I've seen from him, and it has been really nice to see that player who, you know, a lot of us did believe in, did think was quite good, actually step it up here, even if it took a couple splits for him to do it. And the fact that we wanted him to do better here today in the Grand Finals against Pain Gaming Academy, and he has been. He's been playing well even in their losses for the side of Fear, giving Renekton this first win in the tournament too. Renekton, 1-5, baby. Easy clap.
There you go, in the Grand Finals nonetheless as well. The other thing you have to think about is how pivotal these supports have been for their teams. It's literally all been engaged champions, by the way. And I'm just going to tell you, after 5 games or 4 games,
there's none left.
There's none left. I mean, Braum is the one, man. Braum is the chosen one.
Sure,
and whoever
man.
gets him is going to be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, Braum, we've seen Tarek in Challengers League. I mean, we're going to be digging very deep, Marcel, into the support champion pool. I'm not even sure. We could see the Enchanter route go through, especially because
Don't you
Smolder
put
is
that
still
evil
up.
on me,
I mean,
Ricky
Boris
Bobby.
is still
Don't
up.
you do it.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm just telling you what League of Legends has available. It's not on me. That's on Riot.
Fearless is truly fun to watch, though, and you get to see culmination when we get to a game 5. Again, we only have 2 best of 5s, and the fact we do get silver scrapes for this one is fun. But before we get to those silver scrapes, you gotta see Fear handling business here, and it was all about the early game composition.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I want to give a lot of credit to Fear for how they played out this early game. There were some stumbles, some hiccups, but I think the way they played towards their advantages early on, the way ABO was able to find a lot of these stuns with that gold card on the Twisted Fate was really great. On top of the fact that they covered Instinct basically on all the right timers to make sure that he's not under any serious pressure in that laning phase, and he was able to very safely scale up into this late game where he became a problem that Pain Gaming Academy weren't able to deal with.
He had a one-way ticket to the back line of Pain Gaming every time, and that one-way ticket was only space enough for a croc, and it definitely worked out. And this was one of the fights where it's like, okay, maybe we could see the turnaround. The fact that Philip goes right back in for the W stun, knowing that this could be a big difference and getting a lot of that damage down following it, really nice to see. But it honestly, if we're being real about it, this felt like the Fear, and you could say it's because they were at a big advantage, but we've seen them have advantages before. This felt like the Fear we've kind of been waiting on this entire time, right? Like they took an early advantage and they were able to clean it out. We haven't been able to say that in a lot of their other games.
No, not very many of them. So it is a big deal, I think, for us, especially who watch a lot of Fear, to see this one come true. And it'll be interesting to see if they can pull out that kind of cleanliness in the Game 5, Mazel, because this was a big win. It was dominating, but the job's not finished yet. They still have one more game if they want to be our first America's Challengers champions. Pain Gaming have one more chance to say no, to close the door on this, to make sure that that doesn't happen.
And if we know Pain Gaming at all, they are the ones that are going to be trying to rise to the occasion, using that momentum of the crowd energy for themselves. We're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown now, and the very hefty advantage that ended up being 15,000 gold for Fear X Starforge over Pain Gaming Academy.
And I'll tell you what, as far as Instinct goes, baton pass successful. He didn't do a whole lot in the early game, I'm going to be honest, but he did his job. He scaled up, his team supported him, and boom. Most damage on his team. 80 carries easy, guys. I don't know what all these complaints are about.
Oh my gosh. Don't you dare. You've been saying some wild statements, you know? No. No, but
I'm trying to get under your skin.
Yeah, you know how to do it. You know how to do it. It is also, Joe, situationally thinking about what they're going to give to these two hyper carries in the bot lane. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I mean, the Ashe is important nonetheless for a lot of the engages, but the fact that we did see a stark difference between the Jinx hyper carry style and the utilitarian style that Jhin brings, I want to see Marvin on a carry. This guy has been popping off this series and this tournament, and give him the sticks, man, to get those late game team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it in that last, when we were looking at the draft before going to the highlights and the post-game breakdown, is that some of the champs available. Ashe, you mentioned it. Varus is still available. So there are a lot of options that Pain Gaming have to go with as their first pick going into Game 5. And it's going to be really interesting to see how these drafts end up shaking out. I think, interestingly enough, so far, in some of the Game 5s we've seen over in Challengers League, it does feel like one team always walks away with a significant draft advantage in Game 5. I'm kind of hoping that isn't the case this time around because we've had so many good games. Bazel, and Game 5, it's our last match of the year, our last game of the year here in Tier 2 in North and South America. Just give us a banger, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this last game was the most one-sided game we've had. I feel like in this whole playoffs. I don't know. It feels like the fact we had like a 12,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. It was absolutely wild. Or 23 minutes, insane. Whatever it ended up being. But it's something where both these teams know all the pressure that's on, and that's why you can look to a lot of the veterancy across both these teams. We've already talked about the LCS experience, even caveated for Fear X Starforge, but some of the experience that we have to rely on for CBLOL and for Pain Gaming Academy themselves. I mean, yes, we talked about the rookiness of Marvin itself, but I think Hidan hasn't had the necessary glow up that we would expect it from a guy who has dominated this entire tournament in the top side. We'll see if Pain Gaming have what it takes to turn it all around after a short little break and after Silver Scrapes. We'll see you there. Welcome back, one and all, to America's Challengers 2024. Silver Scrapes ringing out, and the crowd all in full force. The players feeling it. All of this. This is our 35th game of America's Challengers, and of course, we had to go the distance. 5 games, but now only one separates a triumphant America's Challengers victory. An absolute heartbreak. It is Mazel, it is Beatdown Boulevard, it is Fear X Starforge bringing us the distance against Pain Gaming Academy. And the fact that these players get an experience like this at Tier 2 speaks so much of what this tournament provides to our scene.
That's right, being able to play in front of crowds, being able to play internationally is just such a big thing that is so hard to describe, quantify for players. Just being able to get those experiences before going into Tier 1 can do wonders for your ability to perform in those high-pressure situations, whether it's playoffs, whether it's things like MSI or Worlds. Things like this do help little by little. So it's a great thing that we do get to have a league like this here in North and South America. And Mazel, it's great that we get to cap it off with a Game 5.
We only have 2 best of 5s, and I'm so happy we at least had one go the distance. It is Fearless Draft. That means we will not have any bans, and none of the prior picks in all 4 games will be available to either side. Get ready for the wacky and wonderful, but get ready for one of the most pressure-filled moments in all 10, and plus the coaching staff's lives at this point.
That's right, and you can see it's tough. You know, Pain Gaming roster, they're trying to lock in. They're under a lot of pressure right now. I mean, home audience. They had the lead, and now we're going into this Game 5. And Giggs, he said it. The video that we put out at the top of show Mazel, he said, I don't want to go to Game 5 against Fear X Starforge because I know they're good players. And, well, look where we are.
And it's just the fact of how we got here, right? Like, it has been back and forth. It has been blue side dominance time over and over again. Like, it has literally been a back and forth best of 5, but it's also a game number 4 that Fear finally felt like the Fear that we had wanted to see in a lot of ways. And XU leading it off with the call of the 3-2 victory for them. That kind of momentum, that kind of confidence, it can pay dividends going into a Game 5 like this.
Yeah, it definitely can. And you can just see it. The last couple of games, the confidence, the vibes over on the side of Fear X Starforge, they do look like they're pretty good right now. And XU, he's got to be feeling himself. Not only before that Game 4 did he put in front of the cameras 3-2, predicting this Game 5, but he had a stellar performance on the Nidalee in that Game 4 as well. So you can see it. He's feeling himself right now. Philip, really hard for him to keep his composure. He can't even play the game anymore.
God, I'm honestly just feeling it sitting in my chair here. I love to feel the energy of the crowd. I'm not even there, but I can literally feel it through my headphones. The fact that all of these players, literal entire years has built up to this moment. It's a first of its kind international tournament, at least for the Western sphere of things here in the North and South America. that we get a chance to see these players go the distance in. And I think, you know, obviously there's so much to say about the crowd there in Sao Paulo, all the support that they've been able to show to a lot of these players, and it being such a meaningful moment for a lot of these guys. But you can see how heavy it weighs, how these kinds of moments can shape you as a player, because all of these players have eyes on being in tier 1. This is tier 2. This is trying to put yourself in the best position to be promoted into that next level and show that you have what it takes in these stressful moments.
Yeah, and it's great to see the difference in stories between these players. I mean, basically everybody on the side of FearX Starforge have touched the LCS in one capacity or another. And you have someone like Hidan, who's played for both CBLOL and LLA in the past, and it now finds himself back here in Tier 2. Something we always say in Challengers League is the path to pro is not linear. This is still the best chance if you want to make it to Tier 1 or make it back to Tier 1. And that's what everybody playing on the Rift today, everyone who's participated in this tournament has been trying to do. And it's led us right here, Lennon. Game 5, Fearless, no bans.
Oh my goodness. I'm so unbelievably excited as we're going to dive into it now. All those picks you see above the board, those are all things not available. Games, picks. And now we're immediately seeing some of the big hitters let through. The Varus, we have the Jax and the Smolder for Fear. It's looking like the Orianna as well for Pain Gaming and the Gnar.
I mean, right off the bat, you get a lot of great team fight coming through from this composition. It's probably going to be the Poke Varus, but Ori, Gnar, it's great ball delivery, and the ability to control space is so strong here from what Pain have shown so far.
Honestly, it just feels like the floodgates unleashed. You know, it just feels like the coaching staff, the players all been chopping at the bit. Oh my God, it's game 5. We can do anything. Anything that's not been picked at least. But it is going to be
of course,
maybe a non-favorite for Fear fans, but still something very strong in the moment. It is going to be the Ashe locked in for them. And so giving themselves a ton of pick prio right now in their first 3.
Yeah, and I'm interested on how these lane assignments are going to end up playing out. I mean, it's probably Smolder in ABO's hands. He's played it before in this tournament and in Challengers League. He's been great on the pick. I mean, we have seen others in the league, though, play Ashe in that support role. Telas did it earlier on in the playoffs and even during the group stage as well, if I remember correctly. So there is a chance for Fear to be able to mess around a little bit with the expectations of Pain and their fans.
Be waiting for the second phase of bans to go through and see what our final picks are going to be. So looking at these compositions, I mean, we're still really waiting on what's going to be played in the support role. Both Winsome and Giggs having such impactful points in this series so far. Somebody that gets engaged might take that prio.
That's part of why I'm thinking, too, we could see that Ashe go into the support role. You do have that long-range engage. You could go for another marksman. You could put the Smolder bot lane and put something else for ABO in the mid lane. There's a couple of options there. And we'll have to see. Like, we're digging really deep at this point when it comes to support picks. Seraphine is still up and available. I know people would usually play her mid or in that bot lane role as opposed to support. But still, a lot of value to be had in the team fight and in the late game with the sustain from her W.
Senna also still on the table. Just trying to think of what some of the outer picks could be. If it is maybe going to be an Ashe Senna lane or something along those lines. But then that feels really not super tanky for the side of Fear. And that's one thing I love about this series so far is we've gotten to see very back and forth team fights. And it has been about team fight execution. It's the Viego. They're locked in for XU.
Yeah, and that's also a deny because that's a big pick there for Tatu. But XU, ever the carry jungler, also is going to throw down that gauntlet and play that pick here. So now we're just going to have to see what that last pick is for both of these teams. Is that a Zinhover?
Something I highlighted going into this series, though, was the fact that Tatu just loves to pick things that are always going to be useful. And yes, you could say that about the Viego too. XU is going to be piloting that one, but the Xin Zhao does provide a ton of spacing with that Crescent Guard. And also, I mean, that's a ton of range damage already coming through from Fear. You can block a lot of that.
Yeah, and you can really break up the fight too, using the dash to get in there and break up members. You can use it against walls to lock people down. And yeah, I guess it is going to be that Seraphine in the support role. And I like this because you do make that all-in so dangerous. Gnar is going in. You can use it to extend the encore. Same thing with the Xin Zhao. So the team fight, the wombo combo that Pain Gaming are working with right now is insane.
We got the response, the Amumu locked in for Fear. We've seen this pick run rampant around this tournament, and in a game 5 where it matters most, we're going to see it locked in once again, this time in the support role for Winsome.
Cool, and that tells me in the team fights, Fear, you said it in that last game, Azel, it's a one-way ticket. When this fight starts, I don't think Fear have a way to walk out, especially when the Amumu is going in there. You're playing for the first kill. You're playing for the first reset of the Viego in those team fights, and you got to pray that that's going to be enough. Pain Gaming, on the other hand, they have a lot of sustain. They have a lot of wombo combo. So if they can weather the storm of that first initial burst of damage from Fear x Starforge, Pain are going to win.
It's all set in stone now. All the picks locked in for a game 5. Our first ever America's Challengers champion on the other side of this game. You have to talk about the key points that have led us to this. A lot of the key carries. I mean, the biggest tooth and nail fight has been between Tatu and XU. Whoever gets control of the jungle just feels like they have so much control over the map in the early game beat.
Yeah, very true. Tatu did it on the Skarner. XU did it on the Nidalee, and we're going to see who has the opportunity to make that happen now. I mean, part of it's going to be about how lane prio ends up playing out in the early game. I mean, in mid lane, I do favor Orianna, so Qats is going to have that opportunity to make space for his jungler. And when it comes to skirmishing early, I mean, Xin Zhao is very good, Mazel. So I'm expecting Tatu is going to be the aggressor, unless Fear have something cooked up.
Both these two teams, they did not get their championship in summer in their domestic region, but they have done their regions proud here on the international stage for Tier 2. It is Pain Gaming Academy from CBLOL versus Fear x Starforge from NACL. Only one can come away the victor. Only one can come away with that beautiful trophy we have in store. And I know how São Paulo feels as we hear the chants come alive for Pain Gaming.
And I think it's worth mentioning, too, just taking a second. Remember our expectations going into this tournament. I mean, when it comes to the CBLOL representatives, I think a lot of people who watch new Pain Gaming were going to be the better team going into this tournament. But overall, we had very strong beliefs and expectations that NA would dominate, would drop very few games, and that Dragonsteel would reign supreme. But what happened? They faltered in the group stage. Fear are the ones who are in the finals, and they had to do so from the lower bracket. So all these expectations flipped on their heads, and a lot of it is off some amazing gameplay coming through from Pain Gaming Academy.
Gonna get that opposite side. Early trades, super important. All the pressure of an early game going either way on the eyes of both sides. I think the utility that I think both teams rely on at this point is the fact that, you know, Tatu will have a lot of strength in the team fights itself, but also provides a lot of skirmish power. And Fear x Starforge always have that kind of reset comp to turn back on and try to utilize if XU can get anything going. So their single target access is very important, and they have a lot of really good CC to set that up.
They do. Something I want to point out, too, that I just noticed. Marvin isn't actually going for that lethality Varus. He's going for the on-hit, which I think is going to be kind of tough this game, especially when you consider the range that Fear x Starforge are playing from. With things like the Ashe, like the Amumu, does mean Marvin is going to have to put himself in danger to get damage done later on into these team fights. And I will say that I think that actually does make it a little harder for Pain to 5v5. Seraphine helps, though.
It definitely helps for sure. I think it'll surprise how much healing and shielding can come through from this composition.
It always does.
But also the ball delivery system is going to be super important here for Qat. We'll have to keep an eye on that one as well. And also the smolder stacks. There's a lot of stuff to keep an eye on in that case. But Philip is going to take the forward hand, at least in topside early here. Does get the TP out early of Hadan.
Yeah, it is a good matchup there for the Jacks. And now that we see XU finish his clear on this bottom side, we have junglers actually ending up on opposite ends of the map. So because this wave is pushed in, this timing's actually really good. Yeah, but I think they know. Just because of the way Winsome tried walking past the wave. Yeah, but it just gave it an opportunity. Now they can kind of hold this wave. Does give them a little bit of an advantage, and XU can just walk away after clearing that crab. He could stay and try to make a gank mid lane as well, because ABO was forced to TP. But instead, oh my god, he's going the long way.
All right, we'll see if that long trip ends up paying out. Here comes the immediate engage by Winsome. They've got so much CC to layer down.
Teleport.
Immediate TP coming out from QOTS, though. They could potentially turn this one around if they could get the CC chain onto XU, but they will not find it. Piercing arrow back. It is the TP burn by QOTS, but you'll take that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's TP for nothing. Was a couple of extra seconds of your time. I will say Tatu used that opportunity to get some vision down. Actually, he's staying too, because he has the timer on that Krug spot. You know, second spawn Krugs, that's not something you see junglers take a lot, especially around this timer. Mazel, it's usually the Raptors, but that is something XU won't be expecting, and a little bit of a leg up Tatu will get over him.
See now, early machinations coming to a head. A little bit of vision. Yeah, not going to be played towards there. Not going to be able to spot him out. But some pings coming nonetheless as they do see him going for his chickens. There is going to be the early spawn of dragons. It's been a little bit back and forth. If we do see the early prio there, Tatu is pathing this way. They also have prio between Marvin and Giggs.
Yeah, so Tatu can continue this aggression if he wants to, but he has his own camps to farm out as well. I will say, that play from XU actually ended up being pretty valuable, because QOTS has advantage in this mid lane, had a TP advantage, but actually had to blow it. So it kind of allows him to be even with the Blaze Olive, at least so far, and being even with the Smolder. I mean, Mazel, I don't know if you know this, but Smolder likes that. Smolder scales very well. It's pretty good.
I think he does. I think there's this number that like he really likes. I think it's like a specific
I'm seeing
number,
a 2.
and he gets a lot of them.
I'm seeing a 2. I'm seeing another 2. 5?
I think it's
2-2-5. That's what I'm going to say.
I'm also looking at a couple 2-on-2s here, as we are looking at the Dragon setup, but XU just goes for the pounce out of QOTS, who immediately burns his flash. A Blaze Olive has called some familial support, but Tatu is looking to go for this 50-50. The reset's coming through, resetting the health a little bit there, as now he's getting engaged on, and BRX Starport just going for the fight. It is Tatu who claims the Dragon, so he got what he came for. But it's the fight afterwards that PNG somehow just turned around. He lost his life, but Tatu claims everything for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, they secure the Drake. Fear didn't want to go for the flip. They wanted to burst down the jungler and make the play happen. They wanted to have both, but they end up going 1 for 2 instead. So there's that minor advantage for Pain Gaming in gold and in objectives.
What an early fight. And that's exactly what XU told us they have an option to do. They know that Pain Gaming want to fight them everywhere they can, and they have fallen prey to that yet again. Now it's Fear trying to reset themselves up, though, with a grub start on this top side of the map. They've already brought Winsome over here as well.
Yeah, no, you can see it on the map. Giggs is on the bottom side. Seraphine, not as much value in early skirmishes as the Amumu. So Winsome has this chance to move around the map, affect other lanes, sync up with XU, in hopes of getting an early advantage here to offset a little bit of what they lost. And we're going to see this one again. Tatu securing the Drake is what saved his life, because getting that smite gave him the level up that allowed him to auto and heal long enough for his team to come secure the play. Even though he died, still a big play for Fear, going 2 for 1 and getting the Drake.
Now we're looking back at the map state here. We are going to be getting 2 level 6s across the table. Really looking at Instinct getting that level 6 to start setting up those enchanted crystal arrows. Still need to be careful though, as Tatu has come down bot side and we're looking for a potential dive. They have so much CC. They have the Encore coming up just closely if they can get a little bit of XP for Giggs. We are going to see QOTS actually just take a serious fight into a Blaze Olive. I was wondering if they were going to wait to try to get that level 6 for Giggs before they go for a dive. It looks like they will.
Yeah. Something I really like that ABO's been doing this series is trying to kind of limit the amount of roaming that QOTS has been able to do. Even if ABO can't join, he sets himself up to get between QOTS and the play he wants to go for, and actually keeps him in the mid lane as a result. I think it's slowed down a lot of the way Pain Academy liked to play the game in the early game. So it was really nice of him to be able to do that again.
It was a little bit wide. You hear the crowd rejoice as it does. And just trying to catch out Tatu, who's going for Fear's blue buff. Looks like he'll let it reset here. They do have vision on this to see that it has reset and they have to restart it, but the pressure from bot lane is just too much to handle right now for Fear x Starforge. XU is going to try to slink around. Does not decide to go for any 50-50 there.
Yeah, I mean the poke from the Seraphine and the Varus, even if it's on hit Varus.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They do so much damage.
Yeah.
You just have to stand there and watch.
Yeah. And that pressure, Lennon, look what it's caused. Tatu's going to come back. They know, so they have to leave this CS lead in favor of Marvin. That's already pretty insane for 9 minutes. It's only going to grow because Instinct has to back off and lose more. This bot lane advantage for a player like Marvin, the rookie of Pain Gaming, who's been excellent all year long, is a key way for them to take away this game 5.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Those are the kind of stories you love. You see him on the gen, like, nah. We don't need that from Marvin. We need him on the carry. He has been completely putting on the pressure on Instinct and Winsome, and we know that that has been a typical weak point for Fear. So Pain Gaming have readjusted their strategy. They know where to give the resources, and it's none other than their rookie gunslinger here, who in his first split was able to claim a championship at Tier 2. You'll love to see that kind of stuff, and a lot of the resources given his way.
He's looking to gain his second championship here for 2024 in this game 5. You can see it. He's got the most gold in the game. Behind him is QOTS, who's also ahead of everyone else on the Rift. And when you're playing as a Smolder, you're okay to fall behind a little bit here in this early game. The kind of goal here for Fear is to not fall too far behind while ABO tries to get to that big stack count. Because once he hits that power curve, he is going to be able to have more of an impact on some of these team fights.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be super important to kind of keep an eye out on. And as we're going to be getting to the point where we have more objectives coming up, a lot of the give and take of this next dragon could go the way of the game state. Could be a grub again for Fear x Starforge, or a dragon number 2 as well for Pain Gaming. And I think this has been a state of control of these teams. We are seeing Dragon preemptively over here, started up by Pain Gaming.
XU, he's also in the area, but there's a ward. Again, they've been so good at tracking XU this entire series. Something Pain do to all opposing junglers.
Oh, Tatu! My goat, he just goes straight in, and they know that Winsome does not have any way out. He only has a way in. There's triple CC combo there on a Tatu, but he just crescent guards his way to safety. Now a Blaze Olive trying to flap his way into the fight. Cannot find anything, and P&G, they got hands beat down.
They do. I mean, I'll give credit to Fear for being able to withstand that fight and not actually lose any members, but that was a difficult fight to begin with. You're not a strong team right now. So I think it's really dangerous to try and show around that dragon like that. XU said it. They know this is how Pain fight. They know this is how Pain play the game, and it's what got them this far here, and it was part of how well they played all year long. So being caught out like that, not good. Not a good look.
See, a little bot lane focus. Early flash from Marvin trying to get the distance here. He does not have the Chains of Corruption. Does get a piercing arrow, do a decent amount of damage to Instinct. We are getting the grub tussle over on top side. The first one had already been secured by Tatu. Here comes the rest of Fear. They're TPing over here. They're trying to keep this fight. Tatu's going in. Big double chain CC there as he did steal that one. So he gets the support. Philip is here. Big counter strike and Tatu is down. It will be the trade though. Winsome has given his life. There is another grub secure by Fear, so they'll get 5 in total.
So that one's going to feel really good. I mean, for Philip, who's had a pretty solid pushing power on the top side, now that extra time he gets to hit turrets, he can turn that into some more gold into his back pocket. And now overall at Fear, again, who've had a lot of grub priority so far in this tournament, can use that to get an early first brick. It would be a great way for them to kind of catch up into this game and then also pull ahead.
A little bit of give and take, though, back and forth early, and there's not going to be any stopping anytime soon. So we'll be getting a Rift Herald here pretty soon. But if you look at the way these teams kind of got to this point, it is kind of that upper bracket versus lower bracket run scenario between these two teams. But the fact that we've actually gotten such a back and forth is really representative of the tenacity these teams have shown.
100%. I think it's just been a good look from both sides where one team can lose, get dominated in some instances, and they're just able to come back. And I think part of it is the experience, part of it is the success that these teams have had throughout the year. You talk about Pain Gaming, again, just a team that has done incredible work this year and in years past in CBLOL Tier 1 and Tier 2, and this year is no exception. They won Split 1. Even though they lost Split 2 finals, they still had incredible performances and still ran basically every team here in this tournament until today, Mazel. So I just kind of, that's where that confidence and skill is coming from.
Yeah, they've lost the same amount of games here in this series that they lost throughout the whole tournament at this point. They only lost 2 games individually. So, you know, it kind of speaks to the level that Pain Gaming have had. And some of the back and forth nature maybe that Fear have had. Now we are going to take a look at first turret going the way of Marvin, and the man is just stacking up a bank account to have him just fund this massive weaponry arsenal that he's going to have. I mean, he is 40, 50 CS over Instinct and also just got first turret.
Yeah, so he very clearly has the majority of gold that Pain Gaming are sitting in. This 3K gold lead, you got to imagine most of it's on Marvin. You can see it, actually. He's 2K ahead of Instinct. If you look at the scoreboard there. So while that does mean he is very dangerous, and this is the main takeaway, it is also worth noting that Fear X Starforce, they have a target. If they take him down, Mazel, early on, and they have a lot of all-in potential. If an arrow from Instinct hits him, if an ultimate from Winsome goes in,
here we go.
Then they can win fights.
Ooh, it does connect onto Giggs. He is the non-tanky one here. He'll just get obliterated. A big shockwave right back, though, as XU has gotten the reset now. Maybe looking to follow this one up if he can get a CC chain at all. Can't do so. They do take out Giggs, though, and that's a pretty big pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Marvin, but it's gold, and an example of kind of what you can expect from Fear's comp. Like that long-range engage from the Ash Arrow, and the follow-up is just too easy. Because it is all about getting XU his first kill. And that's the most important thing here when you're playing with the Viego. How quickly can you get him his resets?
I mean, yeah, that's like the saving grace of any team fight. It's like, oh, look back, did XU get a reset? Oh, maybe not. We'll see if that happens, though. We do have first items coming up across the table here. A little bit of fight presence around this top side as well, as QOTS is looking to take down that outer turret and get a little bit of the standing gold there for Pain Gaming. He's actually just playing with supreme confidence. He has nobody there, still steps up, takes the turret, and is unpunished.
Yeah, I think that covers because Fear know that is how Pain like to play, and that confidence maybe gives them pause, thinking, oh man, like Tatu's got to be there, bro. We got to just cover our top laner so nothing crazy happens, and we're just going to walk away. I will say that adaptation from Fear has been really nice to see this series. XU said the way to beat Pain is to be ready to fight them on the timers that they like, or be willing to out-macro them instead of taking every single fight. And the fact that they've been showing us little glimpses of both this series has been really exciting to see. But right now in this game, they've fallen a decent chunk behind. They still have scaling tools, but with the soul point going this early to Pain, those scaling tools may not matter if an Infernal Soul comes out.
That's the biggest thing, is they are stacking these dragons early, knowing it's a big win con for them. Mom has been called by Blaze Olive. Hits Crystal Arrow, goes out. Dragon goes the way of Pain Gaming, but they try to get the re-engage. Philip is in there in the fight. XU is forced away. Winsome is picked apart, and so is Fear. Unmasking the Grim Reapers. Pain Gaming and Philip. He's about to go down to the little box. Oh, he doesn't. In the end, Blaze Olive gets out as well. Fear, they take a little bit too long to set up that fight, and they lose the dragon on top of it all.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough call on their end. They think they can take the fight after, and if they get on top of Marvin, I mean, they can, but instead, all Marvin has to do, uses his summoner spells. Pain Gaming still secure the third Drake, and he continues to hold on to that shutdown that he's sitting on. He's still unfathomably ahead of Instinct, whose main purpose this game now is just going to be throwing out ultimates. The hope for Fear is that they can punish the fact that Marvin doesn't have Sums, that QOps doesn't have Flash. And if they want to keep playing this aggressive fight and skirmish offense style, those are the targets.
We are already at second item for Marvin as well. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I love it. Just the energy that has been constant for this Pain Gaming Academy roster in São Paulo in front of their home fans. They do not give up one bit. And we see it running rampant with the energy they're able to provide. They are forcing Fear to play their game right now. And it's up to Fear to try to struggle their way out of this one and get to that scaling promised land.
Yeah, I mean, right now, from what I saw before we got into the pause, ABO is pretty much on par for the expected average stacking time there for the Smolder. He'll probably hit it around the 21, 22-minute mark. And that's that big turning point, ideally, in their minds for the side of Fear X Starport. Right now, they're in a position where they're a good bit behind. And even though they have a really strong scaling tool in the Smolder, in the Viego, things like the Gnar, the Orianna, are really strong champions, even if the game goes late. And those are very simple, easy-to-use tools that Fear have to contend with.
Wouldn't have it any other way to have just some heavy team fights to finish this championship out. How incredible it'll be to watch all that tension boil to the top between these two teams as we see getting some switch up of the hardware here and get everybody ready to go. As we see some of the Pain Gaming fans saying it's a 3-2 their way. And honestly, just taking stock of this whole moment, this whole time, the fact that we got 5 games here to culminate our America's Challengers 2024, the first ever of this tournament, is incredible to watch.
Yeah, it is. And of course, the fans just taking this opportunity to continue the chanting for Pain, the home team here in São Paulo. And you can just see it. Everyone is really excited, really happy that Pain are still in a position where they can win that trophy you're seeing on the screen, everybody. And the little graphic went away. We're zooming out to the big pan. Does that mean what I think it means, Mazel? Are we back in game soon? Yeah? Yeah? I'm just guessing.
I've been pressing the button. You know, all us casters, for some reason, have this big red button that was delivered to...
Thank you, Lennon.
Thank you for production for getting us to this.
Yeah, of course. I'm kidding.
Because the tension remains high. As about 19 minutes in, again, we had that soul point already secured. Still 3 minutes out from that. What can Fear get in this in-between time? Or do they really need to get anything or just hold steady?
Oh, no, they need to make plays. Because right now, Pain Gaming wisely just stack those early dragons as quickly as they can, and now we're going to be at an Infernal Soul in 22 minutes. Basically, ABO will just hit that Smolder threshold, and the fact that Fear are behind overall, I mean, this is a tough position to be in. I think now they need to capitalize on the fact that there are actually no flashes available on any single member of Pain Gaming. And if they can get an early advantage, if they can kill someone a minute or 30 seconds before the next Drake spawns, I think that's their way to keeping themselves in the game.
See if they can continue to do that. They have go buttons, but that's really all they have. And they need to make sure they pull it at the right timing. I think Instinct, while he is very far behind, still will have a big impact. We talked about, picks that will have impact no matter how far behind. That is one of them. Speaking of, he's going on to Tatu. The turret's almost dead, but it's still alive. They need to take it down. Now they go for the fight. Giggs is a little bit caught out too, but he's going to make his way away as Tatu is sacrificed. They get the turret. They get a little bit back, but they do give a killing spree over to Marvin.
Yeah, I didn't realize that XU ended up going down in the process. Then that is not too great. You wanted to keep your jungler in hopes that you could smite that next dragon. But I mean, there's still enough time that the junglers will come back on. I like that they went for it though, Mazel, because Tatsu didn't have flash. You saw the angle. Your comp goes only in one direction. So I like that, and I think they need to keep doing that so that they can get themselves a better position to set up this next Drake.
Trying to build that bridge for Blaze Olive, who has been one of the biggest representatives for this team, a guy that they can always rely on to be a carrying grace for him, using all that experience that he's garnered over his time in LCS as well, but being honestly one of the primary gunslingers for this team, and himself now on the smolder. He's got to get those stacks up. He's getting closer and closer, but then he's got to be able to finish this game strong.
Yeah, a minute, and he's still down like 40 some odd stacks. That's not ideal, but yeah, he has been a shining light for this team alongside XU throughout all of the summer split. And this is a roster that we knew immediately looking at this mid-jungle duo that this would be one of the 3 teams we expected to make it to São Paulo. And not only did they make it here, Mazel, they made it to Grand Finals. They couldn't win it out in the NACL Summer Finals. They have another chance to right that wrong here, especially with the comeback that they made in Game 4 to get us to this stage.
What a comeback. What a slugfest, honestly, this entire series has been. We have seen this matchup before. With the way of Pain Gaming, see if Fear can reverse those fates. It's going to be Pain Gaming coming from the mid lane for this Dragon. There's no real wave setup. They've already pushed it into the tier 2, but it's all about this soul. If Pain Gaming get an Infernal Soul this early, not only does it help their comp, but it puts pressure for the Elder onto Fear.
Long series. We've had a long day, and it's crazy that it could be decided very soon, actually.
Chance Crystalero. It actually goes on to Giggs, but they just take the engage on Tatu, who gave his life away there. Now Fear, they've got a couple of members in the pit, but they can't really get out of this one. Hidan's getting close to Meganar. Fear turning the corner. You're trying to get onto the Dragon. Oh, I don't know if they could actually take the angle here. Plays all top mom. There goes Hidan. Now he's in trouble. Doesn't really have any way out of this one. They're on the wrong side of town, but Philip might find himself on that too. As look at Marvin
they got him.
Step up. He's found him again, and Marvin with this massive advantage is doing so much damn work. XU misses it, and he goes down. Back onto the Dragon. No jungler in sight.
They have to try.
Trying to step and stop this soul. They've got to put their lives on the line. Something's got to give. The Dragon.
Oh my God!
Plays Olive, and they'll live for 5 more minutes.
All split log. ABO's been so huge for Fear's success, and he pulled one more out of the tank, Mazel. He clutches what would have been a game-ending soul out of the jaws of Pain Gaming.
Little Dragon, kill Big Dragon. I guess it just works like that. We're going to take a look back
Circle
at this
of life.
fight.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Pain Gaming, Tatu specifically, he's trying to get out of the pit because he knows he's the target and he's going to get collapsed on. So, no jungler, you think this is a great fight for Fear, but they know they have to go in a little bit further. And because of the poke, look at Marvin, look at his health. He is just so safe the entire time. He is just outputting all this DPS. We talked about earlier how important it would be for him to be able to put himself in danger a little bit because it's the on-hit build, because he would have to be auto-attacking a lot. And so far, he's been having an easy time of it. And that's what forced ABO to have that massive clutch. And now, ABO's hit that stack threshold. Now, they have a couple more minutes to fight again to prevent Pain from getting that Infernal Soul, and Fear are still in it.
You see, Beatdown, you see the problem is that there's
what's
a
the problem?
3-item Marvin that's just sitting over there on a Varus. And if he's ever not seen coming out of mid lane and he's hovering that Baron, I mean, Pain Gaming are on the track to be able to burn that one straight out. Fear trying to regain some of their vision control around this side of the jungle because they need to.
Yeah, I will say, in the game does not mean favored, because you can see Pain are still very strong right now. I will say it makes their objective in these fights rather simple, because you could see it. That entire gold lead, I'm not even joking with you, the entire gold lead is there. It's Marvin. So if you somehow manage to take him down, that's your way in it. Simple but not easy.
Simple but not easy, as has been, I feel like, a lot of the win conditions we've seen set out for Pain. I've really liked the way that they've set themselves out with a lot of these drafts here, and now taking advantage of this blue side to pick up a ton of their power picks. Let's see as they continue to use this kind of team fight potential they've got. to move around the map and force the hand of Fear. They've literally just been grouping.
Yeah, it feels like that's just been the name of the game here in Game 5. It's been a lot of 4 stacks, a lot of 5 stacks, because there's really clearly only one object to focus on the map at a time. Right now, it's that Baron. And now, it looks like Pain, they want to force the hand of Fear. Like you said, they're just going to go ahead and start it off.
If Philip doesn't respect this one, they will just burn this down. He needs to find an angle to TP over here as well. Hidan is stacking up Meganar. He's going for the flank. This is the play from Fear. Mom is there, but Encore goes right back. Look at Blaze Olive. He's trying to get so much damage in. He has not been touched by Pain Gaming. They're eliminating the bodies of Fear. The Grim Reaper is losing control, and Pain Gaming take those fights.
It's tough. Not an ideal trade for Fear, but they stopped the Baron, which was the biggest priority for them. You can see XU was trying to get that first kill onto Giggs so he could reset, but the sustain from the Seraphine. Again, it's so valuable, this game, against a comp that is trying to reset, and the longer this game goes, the harder it is, or rather, the harder that Giggs will make it.
They're going to try to get a redeploy out. This can be pretty dicey for Tatu as the rest of Fear are coming out in point.
Oh, he's fine.
As well as Giggs in a little bit of trouble now against the Blaze Olive. Start seeing how much damage Blaze Olive does. He's on that second item now himself. But man, the fact of the matter is Marvin is unstoppable in these fights if he is not focused. If he is not the target of Fear, these fights are definitely them tied with one hand behind their back.
Yeah, we're going to see this one again. I keep an eye on the health of Seraphine. Squishiest member on Pain Gaming, and the hope, or not Seraphine, excuse me. It was QAts, but because XU didn't get the assist in the end, he wasn't able to use that passive that Viego is basically built to use. So that's why that fight, even though they got that first kill, didn't go the way Fear would want it to. And now Fear are in a tough spot, Mazel, because guess what? Pain, they don't actually have to fight for this Drake. They know Fear have to. This could be a chance for them, you know, set up a bit of vision here, then move up and go ahead and just take the Baron for free.
See how these macro movements lead out. Again, this is where Fear thought they could have an advantage over Pain, is in these later game moments, feeling that they can dictate the map and find those better decisions. But Pain have shown that that has not been the case. This entire series, we've seen them dictating a lot of these later games and having the better of it. But the Dragon is what decides these next few moments. And if Fear are going to be on that timer for the Elder Dragon, there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It does connect with the Shockwave right back. Tatu is tanking up a lot. This Crescent Guard getting so much value here. Philip is trying to get the backline access. Can't flash over the wall there. He's missed it.
He's resetting.
Now trying to go forward as Fear. They're split though. Dragon is reset. XU retargets the Dragon itself, but Pain Gaming looks like they're going to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, no Winsome, so Marvin feels good about walking up here. They just got to take this Drake. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my God!
And Pain Gaming, they're on the right side of this fight. Hidan is trying to get the setup. A Blaze Olive is getting low. The Fear team is shattering. But Blaze Olive will get one. They get the reset on XU, but he immediately dies. Meanwhile, you have a Blaze Olive trying to fight everything that Pain Gaming have to offer. Is he going to make it out alive? He's just a little dragon to the might of the dawn, and he dies.
I'm getting world's flashbacks, and Marvin just donned his best Gumayushi impression, steals the Dragon for the Infernal Soul. It looked like XU had it in the bag, and we're going to see how this started again. Really nice Shockwave coming through from QAts to help get some damage done and break up the fight. I will say, you can see Fear still managed to secure that first kill, but I think the call gets a little mixed up. Philip gets split from his team. So he goes down while Fear try to get the Dragon. And I mean, this is the problem right here. XU, you had Smite, bro. That is something he's going to think about for a long time, Mazel, if they lose this game.
Oh, that's got to sit heavy, and it does not get easier. They have no option back in. XU is nowhere even near this Baron, and that is a massive advantage gained by Pain Gaming. You feel it in the arena. You feel it in the players.
Yeah, they know.
And you know that Pain Gaming are on the doorstep of greatness.
That's right. They're walking it down, trying to see what plays they can make. At the very least, they're going to earn a lot of gold from this Baron power play. And they are one good fight away from being your America's Challengers champions.
This Infernal Dragon does so much for their composition as well. Marvin's poke just hits that much harder. He has also just completed his Jack show. He's on 4 items. And if you look back to what made a difference in this game, it is that man right there. The rookie AD carry for Pain Gaming Academy has made this year his year.
He has, and a player who's just been good from the moment he stepped foot on the Rift here in Tier 2. Has been a big contributor to Pain's success in their Split 1 win, and a big contributor to most of their success in Split 2. And now in this Game 5, he is 6-0-5. He is the entirety of Pain Gaming's gold lead, and it feels like Fear just haven't been able to touch him.
They like those odds. They put the money where the mouth is, and right now that mouth is Marvin. Hidan is looking over on the side fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. It feels like an arrow to the heart for Fear fans, as there is a barreling siege heading their way towards bot lane, and they're looking at losing another inhib here, at least their first inhib of this game.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do, especially with Hidan going mega right there. But you have range, you have poke. Smolder is pretty strong right now. That's 3 items for ABO.
Oh,
we have a flank TP. I mean, we're risking it all on this last play, Mazel.
I mean, if you do, that's it. This is your season. This is it. This is the moment.
It's
Philip
working.
has decided. He goes golden. They're working it. They're getting it. Tatu's going down to Blaze all of it. A front to back will take that as XU. He's looking for the angle. They get what they needed. Tatu is down, and that's a little bit of a stating of the failure from Fear.
A little bit. I mean, the only reason that fight doesn't get better is because XU wasn't part of that kill. He doesn't get that reset. But still, Philip doing exactly what Hidan did against them when Hidan was piloting the Jax, the flank TP while they were pushing that bot inhibitor. He manages to clutch it out, buy his team some time as QOTS TPs towards this top lane. Now things are going to slow back down. This Baron buff is going to expire. And Mazel, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's coming down to the Elder Dragon once more.
Yes, it is, Beatdown. How treated are we?
I can hear the smile.
And how heavily, incredibly, just pressure-filled are these next few minutes. Your entire season, the first ever America's Challengers Championship. And here we go down to a game of just bloody knuckle fighting and an Elder Dragon that could just decide it all.
What more could you ask for, Mazel? 5 games in the finals. Another game that's looking like it's going to go towards that 40-minute mark, much like Game 1. Both of these teams, again, 2 seats from their region, trying to become #1 here in America's Challengers. It's all going to come down to these next couple of minutes. Now you can see it, Tatu already getting a little aggressive. Again, trying to get that vision down to see what kind of play that they can set up. Again, the name of the game is this bottom side of the map because of that Elder Dragon coming up soon. 40 seconds left.
Both these two teams overcoming their demons from their domestic leagues. Pain Gaming Academy taking down Vivo Cade Stars, and VRX Starforge taking down Dragonsteel, but honestly becoming the pride of their regions here in this finals, and one of them will walk away a little bit more prideful this time around. It is nigh, it is time, 25 seconds for the Elder.
And here it is. It's the mid lane dance coming through as XU is just going to clear out a little bit of vision. Of course, Pain Gaming had that inside track, and with Gigs, oh, Philip.
Oh, a little bit of fighting. I mean, he's just giving Hidan the mega stacks here. He's going to get Meganar back and get a ton of damage down, although now Hidan is on that timer, and they're going to be in trouble if they can't get something going with this Meganar up. XU realizes it. They're surrounding here. No way out.
There it is. That's it.
Cannot get a re-TP back in, and now he's Mininar. Oh, instant cleanse from Marvin. That was huge.
Yep. Now, I mean, Marvin's life. Oh my God.
Philip's in trouble. Tatu is overextended. He's going for the Crescent Guard. Encore does not hit anybody. PNG have lost their engage, but now they have Hidan going over the side as well. He's starting to get his Meganar up. It's all about Blaze Olive's damage. XU has been untouched, and XU is going around the corner. They will know that Pain Gaming has started up this Elder Dragon, but Fear need an entrance. They're going to get a TP back, and that's going to be Big Philip coming back in. full health. XU versus Tatu. Which one of these junglers can bring their team to victory? Hidan, he misses it. He goes wide, but no, it's XU. He's going down first. No, it's Winsome instead. The Elder Dragon's still alive.
Fear, they're doing it.
They're still kicking. It's still got it.
Marvin,
XU's
can he do it again?
Here. It is going to be the big take by Fear.
You're
and they
kidding me!
São Paulo. Oh my God.
No, they
oh
don't.
My God, the TP.
The steal.
They lose everything. Hidan is still there. It's everything.
Oh, they're cheering. They know.
For pain, and it's everything going the way of the hometown heroes.
Heartbreak on Summoner's Rift for Fear X Starforge as Marvin steals not one, but two major objectives. QAT is going in. The rest of Pain are soon to follow.
On the
and
turret.
Fear are done.
What is a Grim Reaper to the Pain Gaming gods? Fueled by their fans in São Paulo, they've taken out their kryptonite. The pride of CBLOL Academy have conquered the Americas, and they are your first ever America's Challengers champions.
And what a big deal for Marvin the rookie to clutch up twice big time in this series. It is unbelievable, Mazel.
Unbelievable indeed. Marvin, the one that makes it happen, the one that gets the better. XU was there. It didn't matter. And the fact that it's this team, this Pain Gaming team, who had this crowd so vehemently behind them this entire time, that comes out, lifts this first ever America's Challengers trophy in front of their home crowd. You know it means a lot to them, and they are now the pride of Tier 2 in the Americas.
And you can see them all smiles, Mazel, as they're going to lift the trophy together. There it is.
Five games, the dream, and dreams shattered for the NACL and triumphantly gained for CBLOL. You know it means a lot to the players. You know these trophy lifts are incredible, but the biggest thing I love in all this is that we get this for Tier 2. We get this kind of experience for our players who are looking to take themselves to that next level, and that is the biggest gainer out of all of this.
Yeah, it is. Even Fear X Starforge, who fall in such a tough fashion there in this Game 5. There's still a lot for them to take away from as well. But Pain Gaming, of course, an experience like that, being able to hold the trophy in this international tournament, has got to be just indescribable.
You know, the crowd still chanting. That man right there having a big comeback performance in this Game 5. And incredible props to CBLOL's Academy's Pain Gaming Academy. The way it went down, I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. It was all the tension. It was all the pressure. It was all the moment to live up to. And I mean, if there's going to be anybody I feel like that deserves any praise, it's got to be Marvin, especially in this game number 5. And the way that he was able to control these objectives on this Ferris, but not only that, utilize the strength of that early game to really just propel himself forward.
I mean, it wasn't just in this game as well. I mean, it's in the past games too, whether he's playing Ezreal, whether he's playing Kalista. He's able to do so much for his team. And he's been able to do, I think there's no better argument for what he does for this roster other than this final game. Dominated in lane on the Varus.
Yeah.
Put out what I'm certain is the most damage out of anybody on the Rift. And to top it all off, steals Infernal Dragon for Soul, steals the Elder Dragon to win the game. We talk about experiences like this, Mazel, and why it's important. It's being able to perform in high-pressure situations, and Marvin has that.
Yeah, and on the other side, unfortunately, Heartbreak is a city visited by Fear X Starforge. We're going to talk to XU. My condolences, man. I know you guys gave it your all, and I know that this is heartbreaking for you guys, but let's try to view a little bit of the positive to some extent. Do you have anything from this game that you feel like you kind of grew as players, getting this kind of experience on this international stage?
I mean, even just in terms of games played on stage, like these last 2 weeks, I think I've played as many games as I did in my entire LCS split in spring. So like, I'm obviously really grateful, and the crowd here is absolutely insane. It's like a whole different kind of pressure, and yeah, kind of just choked.
I feel you. Yeah. I do want to ask you just really quick and be done. Go ahead. Do you have any thoughts of like the crowd? You were talking to the crowd itself, like you were kind of interacting with them. Did that have anything, or do you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was just trying to make the most of the experience. Like, I was kind of getting into it with the crowd. The crowd was having fun. I mean, obviously, competition is my most important thing, but for me, it's like I want to make this a big memory for me. So, just having fun with the crowd was a great time, and yeah, obviously, I wish the result was different.
Well, still, I mean, when I messaged you last night, XU, we were talking about your year or your split as a whole, and whether or not you feel like you proved yourself in earning that spot in Tier 1. I know what you said to me, but like, can you say it for the fans watching? Do you feel like you've still made that case for yourself? You had a good split. 2 second-place finishes is not something to scoff at, so I just want to hear it from you.
I mean, obviously, I think I'm LCS caliber. It's hard to ask me that question and for me to respond with the same confidence after what just happened. But,
sure,
I think looking back on my split overall, I am pretty proud of what happened, and I am proud of how we played as a team. It's just like, it really fucking sucks to lose this. Oh, I can't cuss. Sorry. It just, yeah,
it's already out.
Yeah. I just want to give you a chance, really quick. Any shout-outs, anybody you want to talk about before we let you go?
Shout out to everyone who supports me, my girlfriend, my family. Shout out to the Fear staff. I want a special shout out to Ian Ido. He's been like remote coaching us the entire time. And obviously not having him here in Brazil sucks, but on the bright side, he doesn't have to see us celebrate without him. So, yeah.
I appreciate you so much, XU. Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you sooner rather than later. But that is it from XU and from Fear X Starforge. Obviously bidding them adieu here in our grand finals, and Pain Gaming Academy coming up as the victors. Again, so much praise to this entire team for what they've been able to do over this tournament. Before this series, they literally had only lost 2 singular games, and they represent by only losing 2 more here.
Yeah, you said it. The amount of games they lost in this series is the same as they lost throughout this whole tournament. And again, there's a reason a lot of us had them as favorites going into this finals. I think these players have a lot to be proud of with what they've accomplished today. And it's really exciting, whether it's players who have been in the Tier 1 space, like Hidan, or players like Marvin, who he's capping off his first year of competitive play with an international win.
Yeah. We're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown here and take a look exactly how it went down. It definitely, on paper, looks very one-sided for Pain Gaming, but it was a knockout, drag-out fight that came down to an Elder Dragon steal by Marvin.
And that was really the difference maker there. Had Fear been able to do it and actually secure the Dragon, they would have had what they needed likely to close the game out. And you can see that damage from a Blaze Olive, really indicative of how he was able to turn it up as the Smolder once he scaled up. But unfortunately, Elder Dragon decides all. And Marvin made that decision for Fear.
He definitely did, indeed. And you could still hear the crowd going loud. You could still hear the players out there enjoying, celebrating. Again, the pride of CVLOL right there in the home in São Paulo, claiming that championship. And honestly, some pretty nifty hardware to be taken home there.
Yeah, 100%. And it feels good being able to interact with your fans after a victory like that. They get to really soak in the moment and just, appreciate what they've been able to accomplish this year and how they get to close it out. And we're going to see the highlights of how they got there in this match, Mazel, where, in this game, it was a scrappy one. It was by no means a stomp like what we saw in Game 4. Fear made them work for it. We're close to maybe taking it as well, but Pain Gaming, ever consistent, reigns supreme.
Marvin took like a 3 or 4 kill advantage in bot lane early and then propelled it into moments like these. Yeah, also, was hugely up in CS. And it was to this extent where like Fear were getting sucked up into a lot of the fights from Pain Gaming. I think that worked so heavily to Pain Gaming's priority.
Right, because this is how, Pain like to play the game. They skirmish more than any other team, and they're willing to fight. So I think they set up Marvin for success really well in this comp, and that's what made it really hard for Fear to actually get that priority on the target, because they had a lot of good looks. They had a lot of good combos, and setting up XU for some of those resets on the Viego. But unfortunately, Marvin was too well protected, and he was able to space them out pretty well. And then he did that. Remember that? That was crazy.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that, and I also remember the fights that continuously felt. And like, this was not where a Blaze Olive was a big issue here. Like, he still was a major carry position, but it was just a lot of the decision making from Pain Gaming that was just next level.
Yeah, it was. And again, this comp too. You can just see, look at what Giggs is doing. The way he's able to heal them up, shield them up. And, despite it, Fear, again, were able to find a lot of good fights. You can see the way ABO is doing so much damage with his own little mini Elder Dragon execute. And the difference was made right here. Yeah, we all got to look at it again.
No!
7 health.
Man,
I know.
no.
I know.
Oh
the hard part there, a little cope. This is like 4-item Varus with Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
If he doesn't smite there, I'm pretty sure the Q takes it. I'm pretty sure the Q takes it anyway, but that's the way it goes.
Well, let's go ahead and give props where props are due. The gunslinger galore, the rookie for this team, Pain Gaming Academy, Marvin, secures the MVP for our America's Challengers Grand Finals.
Yeah, well deserved. It wasn't just this game as well. And while, the timing is good because this is probably the best stats he's pulled all series, Lennon. But also the fact that, again, even though we praise the top side of Pain Gaming for how important they are for how the team ends up playing, I think Marvin, this series in particular, really stepped up and performed big time, especially this game, and I think the Callista are the two best arguments for him.
Well, Beatdown, I want to give you a chance to give some final thoughts on this tournament as a whole and exactly, what this means as a whole for the America's Challengers and what it brought to the table.
I think what it brought to the table was America's Challengers, and that's not even like a joke. I've been a big proponent of Tier 2 international tournaments for literally years. So when we found out that Riot was going to do this one for North and South America, I was ecstatic. And, my final thought is that I hope this is the first of many, so that, NA gets a chance to get their get back, and of course, more players that pass through the Tier 2 scene managed to get this very opportunity that we're so excited about and that we keep talking about.
Yeah, these are the faces and the names that you got to know coming into those next seasons of Tier 1. Yeah. These are a lot of our next up-and-coming players. Now, I'm going to try to do this next part without getting too emotional because it's been a long year. We've put a lot of effort into this. We've got a lot of fun. But this is to every single person that has been a part of this incredible journey of building T2, the community itself in North America, but then across the Americas and South America as well. This is to Riot Whoopley for being our guiding light through this all, to everyone behind the scenes at Rally Cry, to Emily, to Cinzia, to Kai, to Caddy, to all of our subs and our guests that we had throughout the split, to Gatti and the rest of the São Paulo crew here at America's Challengers who made it such an easy drive going through this one. To the players, we wouldn't be here without you. To the community, we wouldn't have built this without you. And to the friends we made along the way, it has been an incredible journey. Most importantly, to my teammates, Kangas, Deserex, Joshi, Cubby, and Beatdown, 4x4 and RMC. Y'all are the backbone of what we are able to accomplish together as a broadcast. And this is unequivocally the most proud I've been of a broadcast throughout the year itself. We accomplished great things together, and thank you to everyone for joining us along this entire way. I hope you see the brightness of Tier 2 ahead of us because we have a long way to build. Congratulations to Pain Gaming Academy for being our first ever America's Challengers Grand Champions, and we will see you in 2025. Good night.